everything's good. Everything sounds really, really good right now, Scott. Test, mic, test.
the fastest woman above 3,000 feet to in North Carolina.
The Chesapeake Energy Arena and also the access from West Reno Avenue is an event-like merchandise throughout the arena for official NCAA division wrestling souvenirs. Pick up your commemorative championship trophies and cheese at locations throughout the arena.
Do this justice.
Check 1, 2, 2, 2.
Volume level is going to be set.
Three, two, one, we're live.
Is that the level you're going to be talking at?
I'll probably be talking about this level right here.
Okay, welcome to the 2014 version of this great sport we all love so much, the D1 National Championships right here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'm Steve Foster, and to my left, one of my favorite people to work with at all times, and that is Mr. Jeff Murphy.
Good morning, Steve.
Yes.
How are you?
Good. Real good.
Good.
Yourself? You made it down yesterday from good old state of Iowa and had a lot of fun and got checked into the room, and here we are, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, the place is just buzzing. I came in, I got here a little late because of traffic this morning because we're staying a little further out. And but the front of the building, just a huge throng of fans out in the front of the building waiting to get in when the doors open. So the weather is beautiful here, sun shining, warm, 65, 70 degrees.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for anything better. So I'll tell you what, it's going to be a beautiful time outdoors, and most of us will never see it today because we're going to have an exciting time here in the auditorium.
We are, Jeff. It's going to be a great enjoy working with you. We got to spend some time together a week or so ago at the Big Tens, and that was just kind of a forerunner, I would call it, to what's coming up. But the Big Tens were great, and it showed us just how special this event's going to be this year.
Well, absolutely, because, you know, the Big Tens, so we talk about that being a little bit of a mini nationals, and that's certainly not to take anything away from all the teams that wrestle in the other conferences and qualifiers, but just a really exciting time. A lot of ranked wrestlers, high-ranked wrestlers, and so kind of gives you an indication of what might happen. And I guess more than anything, to me, it reminds me of the fact that anything can happen on any given day, and that's what makes this tournament so exciting. You know, we seed the top 16, but anything can happen on any given day.
Like we mentioned, like you're just kind of reading about it there, Jeff. Big guys going down early. There'll always be some that go down early, and this tournament, you've heard this saying before, it's if you can't be the giant, you want to be the giant slayer.
Absolutely.
And that's the way a lot of these kids look at it, you know. They might not got the seed that they wanted. We'll talk about seedings a little bit. I'm sure we'll mention about some controversy this year in the seedings, but we won't overhash it, but because you got to win every match one at a time. But you know, if you can't be the giant slayer. And some of these kids come in 11th seed or not seeded at all, and boy, there'll be some of them. I think back of Carl Fraunhofer was one of my favorites, made it to the finals, and there's been a lot, and we'll bring it to you right here on Takedown Wrestling and Takedown Radio and Takedown Media. We appreciate all the people at themat.com listening in today, and I got to believe a lot of those fans are right here because they want to see it up in front. And
absolutely. You know, the one thing I would say about it this morning that I excited about the first day of the tournament is, you know, there are the way we qualify these wrestlers today is maybe the greatest method that we've ever used. We talked a little bit about that with some of the coaches last weekend on Takedown Radio, and I think that it's just an extremely fair way to qualify. So you get 98% of the time your 33 best wrestlers in every weight class, and I think that really says something because now the caliber's there that to a certain degree anybody can beat anybody on this first day. It's all about right up here mentally. Are you prepared? Have you done your homework? Have you went out and looked at tendencies? Have you went out and seen what this guy's going to do? And then if you're the wrestler that's unseeded or the lower seed and you knock off the seeded guy, you got a pretty good shot for the next couple of rounds. So
yeah, you really do. You know, we'll look at the brackets here. 125 is going to be tough, of course. Returning champ Delgado from Illinois. He wins the close ones, you know. I mean, he doesn't have some great point spreads a lot of times, but it always seems like he knows where he's at in that circle, and he knows where he's got to be, and he squeaks out a few close ones there at the Big Tens. But hey, you're returning champ. You're 25-2 in the number 1 seed. Nashawn Garrett. Boy, what else can you say about this sophomore from Cornell? We got a taste of him first time last year, and then I'll go the top 4 here. And then Megalunas, of course, multiple finalists before Nicholas for Penn State. And then Josh Martinez from the Air Force is the number 4 seed, 32-3.
Yeah, and Martinez was dinged up at the NCAA tournament, and so at the qualifier, the NCAA qualifier, and he defaulted out of some of the consolation rounds, and so you're going to kind of question what you're going to see on the mat today. Dylan Ness was another example. Ness wound up disqualifying or medical forfeiting out of the tournament. He qualified for the NCAA tournament. So there's a couple spots like that today too.
Mario Gonzalez, I'm sure, our buddy from Illinois, he's been fighting injuries all year, and boy, had a real tough Big Ten championship. Mario Gonzalez did, so it was tough for him too. We'll move up to 133 pounds. They're printing these on the back of each sheet too, so we'll make this work. 133 pounds, you got Joe Cologne from Northern Iowa. He's looked good this year, 30-1 for the Panthers. A nice story there for the Schwab brothers, both Doug and Mark Schwab, doing a good job for UNI. His premier match, I think, that I saw this year that was pretty amazing, obviously, is he went up, pinned Tony Ramos in the Midlands finals right away. Didn't even take him long. Got him, double underhooked him. He likes the upper body moves, Joe Cologne does. And tossed Ramos right to his back, the NCAA finalist of last year, and pinned him. So Cologne's looking good for UNI. They've had a great dual season, by the way, this year. The Panthers have. And then Shop, Mr. Aaron Shop down there, AJ Shop for Edinburgh. He's had some great wins. If I remember right, he beat Ramos in a duel out in Pennsylvania. So Shop's looking good. And then Tony Ramos is your number 3 seed for Iowa, is 27-2. I think those two losses were Cologne and Shop. So basically, the only guys that have beaten Ramos is the number 1 and the number 2 seed. And then Jonathan Morrison from Oklahoma State. He wrestles for the Cowboys. He's out of the state of Illinois. Ramos is out of the state of Illinois, by the way. And I believe they did meet in high school. So two Illinois guys there, preps that is. Jonathan Morrison from Oklahoma State Cowboys. And I look for the Cowboys to make a statement here. Being in the state of Oklahoma, I know the Sooners are the official host team. Coach Mark Cody and the Oklahoma Sooners, they're the host team. But, you know, this is Oklahoma State Cowboy territory, too, down here, being out of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Oklahoma Sooners are out of Norman. People don't know geographically. That's just basically a suburb of Oklahoma City. Just south of town is Norman, Oklahoma. Went down there last night and spent some time with Coach Jack Spate. So then after a 133-pound match, let's see, I'm going to look at 133, just go a little bit deeper in here too. Tyler Graff is somebody else I want to bring up for a 133-pound weight class. Somebody could make some noises, Tyler Graff. And boy, it seems like Tyler Graff has been around a long time. He's finally a senior, good-looking 133-pounder, but he's gone back and wrestled. Man, I remember when he was wrestling Daniel Dennis, Andrew Hochstrasser. Yep. So Graff's been around a lot. I'm sure the Wisconsin Badgers would like for him to make some noise. But any comments, Jeff, you'd like to make about Shop, Ramos, Morrison? Ramos and Morrison, I mentioned they're both Illinois preps. Cologne pinned Ramos in the Midlands. I watched that in person. And then Shop beat Ramos in the duel. And I think that's the only 2 losses Ramos had on the year, was to the number 2 and the number 1 seed.
Yep, absolutely, Steve. And we just heard they're going to 2 minutes. We're going to clear the mats and get started with these festivities. So I suppose we better move right through things, huh?
Yep, let's scoot. Okay, you want to do 141?
Yeah, 41. You know, you start with your number 1 seed, Mitchell Port out of Edinburgh. He's undefeated on the season, and he's wrestled some of the top guys. So most definitely deserving of that. The number 2 seed on the other end is Logan Stieber. Stieber 25-1. His one loss to Rutherford early in the season in the duel. He avenged that loss handily at the Big Ten tournament 2 weeks ago. Rutherford, the number 3 seed, and Devin Carter from Virginia Tech, the number 4 seed. Carter with only a 14-0 record this year. Injured a little bit, dinged up early in the season, I think, and
didn't think he was going to come back. I'm guessing. I think it was a hamstring. Had something to do with his leg. I think it was a hamstring. Some people thought he was done, but so it's good to see Devin back. And if he's healthy, he could make some noise. He could go deep and
absolutely. So just a really exciting 141-pound class.
149, we got Drake Hauschelt, Missouri Tiger. Of course, you got Nick Dardanes, and then Christopher Avellagato from Cornell, and then, of course, Kendrick Maple from OU. So you got returning national champion. Maples went up Kendrick Maples went up a weight. Howda Schultz 34-1, so I'm sure the Tigers would love him to take the title if he could.
Yeah, and you also can't forget that Jason Surtis is a number 5 seed. That's one of those seeds we talked about that was pretty screwy. I don't know why. I mean, he won the Big Ten tournament, finished ahead of Dardanes. You would think that he would have got seeded higher, but he did not, and he's a 5 seed, and he's going to maybe face Maple in the quarters, so that'll be an interesting matchup right there.
Good-looking freshman, and when we get to the Northwestern Wildcats, we'll obviously get Danny included because our good friend to my right, he's a Wildcat fan, and he can give us the inside scoop. 157, James Green, Derek St. John, Alex Derringer, and then Ian Miller from Kent State. All tough kids, 57 stacked up, should be good. It's just that deep. Let's see who's 5 here.
Well, what makes it really interesting, Steve, is 5 is Isaac
Jones.
Jordan.
Oh, Jordan.
And Jordan showed us at
freshman.
the Big Ten tournament. He's here to wrestle. And you also have Dylan Ness, who's also in that
Dangerous.
whole mess. That top half of that bracket, it's just a tough
It
weight
is,
class.
and Nass, we called him, I think we've been referring to him as Mr. Dangerous. He's dangerous. And then Walsh will be in there too from Indiana, the
Absolutely.
leading nation's pinner, so he could make some noise too and surprise people. 165?
So we go to 165. We're going to wrestle it because we always have to wrestle it because it matters what happens on the mat. But your number 1 seed, David Taylor, 29-0 on the season, the prohibitive favorite at this point in time. Tyler Caldwell from Oklahoma State, your number 2 seed. Number 3 seed is Nick Solzer from Virginia, and Stephen Monk from North Dakota State, your number 4 seed. Monk, quite a pinner.
Yeah, he's dangerous on top.
Quite an exciting wrestler, and could be really interesting as we work up through those. But again, it's pretty hard to bet against David Taylor at this point.
It is. He's the front runner, I'm sure, for the Hodge Trophy this year, the coveted Heisman Trophy, so-called trophy for the wrestling world is the Hodge. Taylor's definitely in that run, obviously, and I'm sure he would like to. I haven't seen as many cradles as Monk since Joe Heskett. He likes that. He likes to cradle like good old Joe Heskett used to. 60-44. All this is going to be fun. Perry, returning champ. Howe, returning champ. They had a real controversial match in the Big 12s. I'm sure they're going to want to sort it out if they would meet in the finals. And Kokish, the Big Ten champ for the Cornhuskers out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Robert Kokish, 3 seed, and Mike Evans from Iowa, the 4 seed. And then good old Matt Brown for Penn State and Kel Sanderson. I'm sure they're going to want him to make some noise because he'll be important for that team race.
Yep. Brown all the way dropping to a 5 seed. So you get the 184-pound class. You got Jimmy Sheptock out of Maryland, 28-0 on the year. Had a really nice season for the Terrapins. On the other end of the bracket, surprisingly in a 2 seed, not so surprisingly this year, but certainly uncharacteristic of his career, Ed Ruth, 29-1. Ed Ruth, seeded number 2. The one loss he had was to Gabe Dean, the number 3 seeded wrestler. Dean's lost twice this season.
Freshman, well, I believe. He's freshman.
Yep. Dean beat Ruth at the scuffle back in January. And then your number 4 seed is Max Thomaset from Pittsburgh. So, again, a really tough class. Going to be really interesting to see what happens with this class. Going to be really interesting to see what kind of Ed Ruth we see, whether he's the one who scores massive bonus points or what we've termed sort of the uninspired Ed Ruth.
Yeah, he won the 10s, obviously, but he had some downer matches, and I'm sure Kel's told him, hey, we need, for team's sake, we need bonus points, Mr. Ruth.
Yep.
And he would be in that category, the young man that's got the ability to do that type of thing. Nick Heflin, 197 at 24-1. This is the one that we're probably makes known that the controversy in seeding, but doesn't make a lot of sense on this one. But J. Dean Cox, of course, a phenomenal phenom fresh for Missouri. 33-2 is number 2 seed. Then Morgan McIntosh, Penn State's number 3, and then Schiller the Thriller from the Minnesota Golden Gophers, who'll be wanting to do some point scoring themselves for Minnesota, who could be in the team race too. And then obviously, it's no brainer to not mention the number 5 seed, who really many thought should be the 1 or 2, but you got to win them one at a time, and that'd be Mr. Kyvan Gatson. from the Iowa State Cyclones.
Yeah, I tell you, this is going to be a really, really interesting weight class with the way they seeded it because, you've got Gatz who's been number one. Gadsden and Schiller potentially could meet tomorrow morning in the quarterfinals. That'd be the fourth time those two guys have wrestled this year. Schiller's up 2-1 at this point. 2-1
with Gadsden winning the most recent, but we've always said when Gadsden and Schiller wrestle, it's a thriller. So we call it the Schiller Thriller. Heavyweights?
Heavyweights. So your number one seed, two-time returning NCAA champion, Tony Nelson. Nelson had a slump in the middle of the season. Rumor has it, Jay Robinson said, Tony, just go do something else. Go do something. Go away for 2 weeks. Come back. Get your mind right. He did. He came back. He won the Big Ten tournament. Showed everybody he wasn't going to go quietly into the night as a senior. The number 2 seed, Nick Wadowski from North Carolina State University, 38-2 on the year. Had a really nice season for those folks out in North Carolina. The number 3 seed, Adam Chalfant from Indiana, 25-3 on the year. Second place at the Big Ten tournament. Really nice-looking wrestler. Indiana's really got a chance to compete and a chance to perhaps take home a title in this. And the number 4 seed right now, which is a little surprising as well, Adam Kuhn out of Michigan. Kuhn had a great season, ranked number 1 at one point, undefeated. Kuhn winds up losing in the Big Ten tournament twice and winds up wrestling for a true 9th to be able to qualify for this tournament, although he probably would have got in on the bronze qualifier anyway. But a little surprising to see him up there as a 4th seed. And then Bobby Telford from Iowa was 5th. But I'm going to tell you, this might be the most balanced weight class of every class we've seen because there's a lot of heavyweight wrestlers that will have an opportunity to win this. They're probably, you could probably go about 8 or 9 deep and have them have a shot at winning this title here. So
one of those is a good friend of Dan, the man over here, Dan Sheehan, helping us, and that's Michael McMullen from Northwestern. He's going to make some noise too, won't he, Dan?
McMullen should do very well. It just depends on which McMullen shows up to wrestle.
Yeah, I was talking to Dan about Michael McMullen from Northwestern Wildcat, the number 6 seed, and he's technically sound. He's got great technique for a big guy.
He's probably one of the best heavyweight technicians out there. It's just one of those things, which one shows up. He's a finalist, he's a semi-finalist as a freshman, and then a finalist as a sophomore. Just depends on which one shows up.
Yeah, it does. Well, we're going to get started here in just a minute. I gotta believe we'll do a national anthem, I would think.
Yep. So one of the things is we're working towards that national anthem, Steve. I think one of the stories of this tournament is going to be the head-to-head matchups between, arguably, you think that there's 4 schools that probably have a legit shot at title, and then maybe a dark horse in there. Penn State, Penn State, Minnesota, Iowa, Oklahoma State, maybe a dark horse, maybe an Oklahoma, maybe a Northern Iowa. If they all wrestle right, hard to say, but probably 4 schools with the legit shot, and there's a lot of head-to-head competition. Where in early rounds, for instance, one that's going to be really interesting as we start off is at 133, Gulabon from Penn State is going to wrestle Morrison from Oklahoma State in the first round.
Man, they had a barn burner.
Yeah, it should be good. Morrison's good. He's solid. He's Illinois prep, and Gulabon, of course, he's under that Cody Sanderson, Kel Sanderson, Casey Cunningham brain trust, so he's not going to be setting back and not knowing what to do, obviously, being a Penn State Nittany Lion.
Yeah, so potentially, and again, this is just potentially hard to say how it'll all shake out, but you could have head-to-head matchups like Megaludis and Patterson, early Gulabon and Morrison, and then Brewer from Oklahoma, Rutherford and Dardanes will meet maybe in the semis, Grothus and Maple, Grothus from Iowa and Maple from Oklahoma, maybe in the quarters. You got Silverberg and Caldwell that could meet somewhere. Brown and Evans will definitely have a shot at meeting in the quarters. Obviously, if you get all the way to the finals, maybe a rematch of the Perry Howe. You're going to have Steinhaus from Minnesota and Ruth. Potentially, you got McIntosh and Burke. Potentially, you got Nelson and Telford, and then perhaps Telford and Larson from OU. So the key to all that is if those things happen, somebody's going to lose somebody who they think's going to score some more points, and back to the consolations, and then it's a long road
It is.
Consolation.
It is Jeff Murphy, and all those names you mentioned. I always like the Steinhaus-Ruth matches because he's never. I know Steinhaus never beat Ruth, but if he can slow that thing down, he can frustrate. I've seen Ed Ruth get real frustrated when he wrestles Kevin Steinhaus from Minnesota, because if he can slow that match down, Steinhaus can keep that within striking distance. But you got to get a hold of Ruth for one thing. The Ruth's just so hard to get a hold of. He's so quick for that weight class.
Hey, Steve, I see something. I don't mean to break in, but look at that. We look up at the big scoreboard overhead where they got the team scores, and right now Air Force is in first place.
Yeah, that's right. Good thing.
Because alphabetically they start first.
Exactly, yeah. And American and Appalachian State, Arizona State Army. But we're not going to go through them because that's nothing's really happened, but it is fun to watch.
But if you took a camera and you took
should take a picture. Yeah. The people from Air Force, if they could get a picture of that, they would have to block out the score, but it's going to be fun. You know, it's going to be a great team race this year.
It is. It absolutely is because Penn State doesn't have the number of scores that they've had in the past, and so that would indicate to me that they may be a little tighter. And I'm telling you what, the other three schools that'll be, I think, in the hunt will be right there. Well, Steve, we're going to get started, and we've got pigtail matches out there right now.
Yeah, we do. So we'll try to figure this out as we go. We'll go with the match numbers here. I know Gabe Marino and Nick Laster's one. I know we talked about earlier, so they're going to.
Mat number.
Gabe's already in on a shot, I think.
Mat 3. So we got to get our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
He's in a deep shot. He's elbow deep with the single leg.
It's in there. He's got the leg of Lester up. Kind of a different singlet there. I don't know if I've seen that one so much for Iowa State. And in front of us, we got.
Yes, well, we'll just go around here and we'll get Marino in on a 2 takedown. Nice one from Marino.
Nice, right on the edge.
So if you run around the horn real quick, you've got Brandon Jeske from Old Dominion and Corey Keener from Central Michigan out here on mat 1. You've got Devin Latito from Cal Poly and Sheldon Mack from Pitt on mat number 2. You've got Gabe Marino and Nick Lester from Oklahoma on mat 3. Mat 4 is Cody Ruggerillo from Hofstra and Kevin Birmingham from Davidson. Mat number 5 is Brian Murphy from Michigan. There's a young man to watch later in the tournament.
Yeah, one of your relatives, Mr. Murphy.
Justin DeAngelis from OU. On the next mat, Mitchell Whiteman from Boston University. The last go-round for the Boston Terriers, and Ramon Santiago from Ryder. And in 174, Brian Harvey from Army and Joe Latham from Oregon State. 184 from Freddie Garcia from Lockhaven, and Lucas Sheridan from Indiana. And at the heavyweight, two more.
Mario Gonzalez,
Blake Rochelle, Gonzalez from Illinois, and Rochelle from Oklahoma State. And last but not least, Tyler Walsh and Nick Tavellano. So everybody but those last 2 are out there right now. 8 mats out in front of us, all going at once. We're not going to try to cover everything at once, but what we'll do is we'll focus on a few matches where there's action around the way, and then try to bring you some scores and times so that you can understand what your favorite wrestler's doing out there.
Right now, I believe the
Marino in on another single legger. He's trying to come up with it. Head out on the inside, trying to lift it up. Trying not to get spladled right now.
Takedown escape, right, going on down there, Danny?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
for Cyclones, battle of the Big 12s.
Was this the Big 12 Finals rematch, possibly? Wasn't it?
Could be. I know Gabe had a better tournament than people expected him to do, so he really came on strong there. The younger brother of Mike Marino.
That's correct.
And Lester's a brother too, correct? We've had a couple Lesters come through Mark Cody's regime as well. So a couple Lesters are wrestling for the Oklahoma Sooners.
So Marino up 2-1 with 49 seconds left in the first period. Let's see what else we got around.
We got a blood timeout between, let's see, who we got.
I think Keener from Central Michigan's trailing Jeske from Old Dominion 3-0. 59 seconds go in the first period.
Yeah, and Ruggerillo from Hofstra and Birmingham from Davidson tied 2-2 in the first period.
Okay.
No score on that Murphy and DeAngelis match. Santiago Whiteman from Boston University up over Santiago 2-1 right now, early in their match.
There's been more than one Ruggerilla from, they got to be relative from Hofstra. There's been another Ruggerilla back in the day, All-American.
Yeah, back when Reese Humphrey. Remember that big throw that Reese Humphrey had against Rigarillo in the dual meet where it was a beautiful double over?
Yeah.
Reese arched through and bam, landed right on the crown of his head.
I remember that name. You're right, Dan.
Man, that was a beautiful throw by Reese Humphrey. If you guys don't know about Reese, he's one of the best USA throwers that the USA has produced.
We're looking forward to having an interview with him too. I think did Lester pick up back?
Yeah,
points there,
no, Lester took Gabe Marino down
and then escaped.
And then so Lester's up 3-2 right now, trying to turn Marino, but time runs out in that first period.
Gabe looks hurt.
And still down here, Jeske from Old Dominion leads Keener from Central Michigan Chippewas. So yeah, that'll help us out a lot. We love the ticker tape, don't we? That really
that's nice. I didn't even know.
Well, we didn't either last year, but there's all your scores and times right there.
That's real nice.
St. Louis is good for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful down here.
Yep. So Brian Murphy again from Michigan and DeAngelis from OU, and Murphy up 1-0 in the second period. Now got an escape early in the second period.
We're scoreless down here right in front of us between Lodo and Mac. There's no score between Pitt and so they're going in the second period with I think Pitt's up on top, maybe physically. Pitt's had a good dual season, haven't they?
They've
this
had
year?
a wonderful
Good team season.
Didn't they beat Oklahoma State or beat Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Like a real barn burner, like 17-16 or something super duper close.
Pitt's had a good year this year. They got a good dual team. Be interesting to see how they finish in this individual tournament.
Oh, I'm excited.
Kind of shoelace to shoelace down there between Marino and Lester, is that right?
I thought Marino was going to come out the backside. He had his head up and he was just about free, but he had 1 foot and Lester was able to spin it around. Referee calls a stalemate, brings her back to the center. Both young men on their feet. So I guess they started on their feet in that second period.
Down here, the match in front of us, Jeske from Old Dominion's up now 4-0 over Central Michigan Chippewa. Keener for the Central Michigan and Coach Tom Borelli. Stevie Martin to be in the corner for, there he is for Old Dominion, a former Iowa Hawkeye All-American.
And Garcia from Lockhaven now up on a 5-1 lead over Sheridan from Indiana as time runs down in the second period.
Looks like Marino just got a reversal. He goes up 4-3 in the second period.
It's a real barn burner. And the winner of that one, if I remember right, gets to take on the number 1 seed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so welcome to the big show. Hope you don't use all your energy, huh? They have Mitch Port. Whoever wins that one gets
he got a bar
Mitchell
half.
Port.
He's got a bar half combination.
He's turning him.
He's going.
Marino's turning him.
He gets so close.
Not quite.
30 seconds, 5 seconds left in the period, and he's got this deep.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to get him turned, though.
Just a little too late.
Yep, run out of time. So, end of the second period, Moreno up 4-3 right now.
Keener's yet to score on Jesko.
Yeah.
Jeske from Old Dominion right now, 4-0. So the Chippewa trying to beat them. Old Dominion wrestler Stevie Martin up on his feet. Tom Borelli in the corner there for Central Michigan. It's not always as easy to call the matches in the far mats down there, but we'll try to keep track of some of that as well for the listeners today. Steve Foster, Dan Sheehan, and my good friend Jeff Murphy to my left here, bringing you the action.
Pleasure to be here, guys. First time down here, actually.
Yeah, it's great to have you be part of the team. Part of the team.
Looks like Gabe Moreno's got a minute 5 riding time, and he's really tough on top right now.
He is tough on top, trying to turn Lester.
He's got a leg in on the right side. He's got like a half. Got a bulldog. Oh, he's got a half now.
Don't get too high. Don't get.
He's got a half.
I can't do that, can I?
I'll tell you what, the coaches for Oklahoma have been on their feet this whole match. That's what Michael Leitner, I believe, over there.
Yeah,
and Mark Cody, and
the
other corner you got Kevin Jackson and Troy Nickerson. So the coaches have not had any rest on this one, but big ride here over Lester in favor of Marino.
That's Troy Nickerson of Cornell, national champ, 4-time All-American too.
Yeah, and then Jackson, 4-time All-American and NCAA finalist. And you ready for this one? 2-time world champ and Olympic gold medalist. I think that one ended up 4-0 down here.
That was
with Old Dominion being victorious there for Coach
Jeske from Old
Stevie
Dominion.
Martin. So
Moreno's going to leg it with a bulldog. He's going to try to turn him right here. 30 seconds left with 2 minutes, 12 seconds of riding time in favor of Moreno. I don't know if he stays on top. I think he's in a very good
stalemate.
position.
Yeah, they're going to call a stalemate on that one. So all the coaches on their feet: Leitner, Cody, Jackson, Nickerson.
You know, actually, I think the weights would match up. You know, Leitner was a lightweight, Nickerson was a lightweight. It looks like Cody and Jackson look about the same body build. So
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
after this match, let's just have those guys go at it.
Yeah, that'd be good. It'd be fun. Be some all great ones, wouldn't it? All were great. So
If we go down to mat number 6, White from Boston University, or excuse me, Santiago from Ryder with a 5-1 win over Whiteman from BU.
so Boston's really for Coach Carl Adams,
Yep.
former 2-time national champ for Iowa State back in the day. But Boston Terrier, it's good to see them here this last year of the program, and hopefully we can get that coming back.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So Lester gets one escape, but Marino winds up winning on
He does.
riding time. So Gabe
5-4.
Marino from Iowa State, 5-4.
But now he has to
5-4,
face Mitchell Port from Edinburgh next round.
Who hasn't lost a match yet, guys?
No.
But congratulations for Marino. Came into the tournament with a 16-19 record. So cutting weight. I've watched Lester wrestle for years for Oklahoma. So both the brothers, actually, the Lester brothers, had a good career for Coach Mark Cody. But he can come back to the wrestlebacks. It's not one and done. So
No, it's not one and
two
done.
barbecue.
That makes it tough for, again, Oklahoma. We talk about them as maybe a team that could be in some contention for this title, and they knocked one of their wrestlers out.
Yeah, right.
And they only brought 8 guys to start with, so.
They're the host team, Oklahoma is, even though the Cowboys are right down the road as well. But as I mentioned to people earlier, Norman officially is just a suburb here, just south of Oklahoma City. So,
So if you talk about the Cowboys, so Blake Rosholt's out there on mat 1 right now against Mario Gonzalez from Illinois. The score is 0-0 in the first period.
these two guys, one of the many Rochalt families. There's been a lot of them over the years, hasn't there?
Absolutely, all
out of the state of Idaho, I believe, originally. And then they moved to Oklahoma, and they had that Idaho connection. As well as Clayton Foster was a good get for Oklahoma State Cowboys over the years. Was from Idaho too. And you know, if Foster would have stayed home and been on that Boise State Bronco team at the time, they would have made a team title run. I think Greg Randall and company out there for Boise State. And we got the number 1 seed down there against Rouser from who is that, for University of Virginia, I believe, and Jess Delgado on match number 11, mat 3.
Yep, just
no
getting
score
started
there.
So we've got the pigtails all done. Boy, that was
went fast.
Yep. And so we're out there with our first round wrestlers right now. So Delgado and Rouser.
Garrett.
Yep, you got
Franco from Hofstra, I believe.
Yeah, I think I see Corey Clark out there on mat number 6. He's wrestling against Corey Mines from Edinburgh. Clark from Iowa. 15 and 16.
Okay.
Dylan Peters from Northern Iowa, the 5th seed.
He can be dangerous.
Gets Nick Roberts from Ohio State. They're down at the far end. And then Tim Lambert from Nebraska and David White from Binghamton also down on the far end. So we'll try to keep you posted on those. Those are a little further away, a little harder to see.
And you say Martinez has made the mat. They just made the mat. So been out there and been out on the mat. He got the injury defaults you were saying in the qualifier, right, from Air Force?
Dinged up a little bit, so we'll have to keep a good eye on him.
Richardson from Penn just scored a set of
the young man from I've got to see where I'm at here. Roberts from Ohio, or Edinburgh, exactly.
From Edinburgh,
just almost had Corey Clark on his back from Iowa. Clark fought out of it.
He did a Tony Ramos.
Yeah.
With a Tony Ramos, half underhook.
And Garrett was taking Franco down, is trying to get him to his back, but wasn't able to get
he was out of bounds.
Get him to the back. So Garrett and Franco from Hofstra, and the number 2 seed, Deshaun Garrett from Cornell. I believe he was a finalist last year as a freshman. So wow, that's got to be a nice situation for Coach Rob Cole and company to have Garrett back in your lineup. Good looking 125-pounder. Delgado, I believe, is up
Just got
2-0.
Just got a takedown on the edge of the mat. Nice low single. Corey Clark scores a takedown now.
And Franco just took down Garrett. So
Turns the favor.
And match number 6, I believe the number 2 seed Trells. Is that right? Match number 14, Matt 6.
You're not that far yet. Can't have a 2 seed yet. They're not
Oh, Corey Clark's had a beautiful bar arm, but
16.
Oh, here comes the tilt.
You're not 26. You don't have a 26 out there. 6 Matt.
Oh, yeah.
16. You're up here, Steve.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Corey Clark with a bar tilt, leg in, getting backs. There he goes, getting swipes.
So
Boy, Clark looks tough on top. He had a tough tournament. Him and Delgado had a real barn burner there in Madison, Wisconsin.
That's right,
Correct,
they did.
Jeff?
Yep, absolutely. And speaking of Delgado, he's up 2-1 over Rouser from Virginia with 21 seconds left in that first period.
And Cox.
Oh, he steps over. He's got him in all kinds of trouble. We can see a fall here out of Clark.
Iowa wanting to pick up some bonus points, I'm
see a
sure,
fall
here in the
here.
first round.
Short time, 3, 2, 1. Oh, he misses the fall.
He gets a
Big 3-point back point there. So big points there for Corey Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes right off the bat.
9-2 lead.
We actually got the Iowa Hawkeyes right behind us, and I see Matt McDonough right here, national champ. So we got the Iowa crowd right behind us.
Now I think our map 5 is going to be our dilemma. Correct?
You're going to have to use the
You have
overhead
to watch
board.
up here, and that is between Cox and Richardson as far as the scoreboard. So
Yep. And right now,
see.
Richardson from Penn is ahead 5-3 over Cox from Wyoming.
from Wyoming, yeah.
Yep.
Cox
Yeah.
is the Tyler Cox from Wyoming, the number 9 seed. So
Yeah, we'll have some great difficulty with riding time today because that clock is directly behind the other one, so we can't see that at
riding
all.
time, yeah, and they won't put that up there. So we got 5-6. Apparently, yeah, Cox just got the escape there for Wyoming. So it's a 1-point match, and Delgado gets another 2
Escaping a
for the
takedown.
Fighting Illini.
There's Chris Pendleton for the Wyoming Cowboys in the corner for Cox.
You got Nick Roberts from Ohio State out on top of Dylan Peters from UNI, 2-1 with 7 seconds left in the first period.
It's way down
They
there.
do
in the
have
far
a
back.
riding time up there.
Yeah,
It's
I see
underneath the
time
name. That's the
underneath.
time underneath their
Okay.
name, and then the period and the time is at the
In that
last
case,
thing.
Cox has what, 55 seconds? Is that right from Wyoming?
That is
Getting
correct.
up over
That-
the minute, almost to
That
the.
is correct.
Yeah. I don't know if they're doing it in 4-second increments.
Now,
I
actually,
think.
it's Richardson who's got the. No, Cox has got 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Yeah.
We're
And
trying to figure this out, folks. So bear with us a little bit.
And they're actually doing it 4-second increments.
Yeah.
You notice they're
Yep.
getting it second per second.
So we may be a little imprecise, but at least we'll have an understanding.
It'll
of
get
where that's
better as
at.
it goes.
Absolutely.
Delgado really looks tough on top. 43 seconds of riding time. He's really looking tough. The NCAA returning champion for Coach Heffernan.
Yeah, and if we come
Mark
back
Perry.
up here, a gentleman that we saw in the Big Ten
Perry.
tournament 2 weeks ago who was really dinged up in Mario Gonzalez. But Gonzalez out to a 5-3 lead over Blake Rochelle from Oklahoma State. Gonzalez with 1 minute and 10 riding time, just starting that third period.
Well, Schultz up on his feet. 5-3, like Mr. Murphy just said. It could be a tough match. I'm sure these guys would love to get out of the is this a pigtail
Yeah,
match?
these
It
two in
is
front of
still.
us are
Yep,
both
these are the
pigtail.
last two, aren't they?
Yep, because Tavanello and Waltz are in front of us.
Oh, Corey Clark's out on his back, got him in trouble again. Oh, he escaped that ball. That bar, jeez.
We got Ohio State, Virginia Tech in front of us, so a Hokie and a Buckeye. 1-1 in the heavyweight pigtail. No, Mario Gonzalez in on another shot here over Rochelle.
Going to try to come back door.
Leading 5-3 for, I'm sure, Oklahoma State. There's a lot of black and orange in the crowd, so they're going to want to do good here in their home state of Oklahoma.
So
Delgado's got a major now, is that correct? 9-1.
With riding time.
A lot of riding time here for Jesse Delgado, and turning his
He
opponent.
has a Turk. He's got it deep.
Delgado's got that back point
He's got
situation.
swipes coming.
You can pin him out of bounds this year, guys.
Yep, that's one of the new rules they added.
Corey Clark from Iowa with a tech fall with 1 minute and 46 seconds left in the third period.
Clark moves on.
Yep. Dylan Peters, one of the folks,
Got
one
two,
of the wrestlers
tied
the
it.
folks back home want to see. Peters now 3-3 with Roberts. Minute 5 seconds left in the second period.
Picking up some backs.
Getting swipes.
Schwabe's on his feet down there. Coach Schwab, the two brothers out of Osage, Iowa, Doug and Mark.
So Peters gets 3 out of that. He's up 6-3 going into the third period.
Wrestled for Osage Green Demons back in the day up in north
We got Jay
central
Jaggers.
Iowa.
We got Jay Jaggers over there arguing. Two-time national
And
champion.
Gonzalez has Roshold all rolled up. And
Whoa.
2 bad points, and
2 and 2, and time runs out.
boy, oh boy. It looked like Roshold tried to throw him right at the end, and Gonzalez countered very well. And
Mario?
yep, Mario Gonzalez winds up winning the match 9-3 over Blake Roshold from Oklahoma State. So we've had a Sooner and a Cowboy both go down here in the pigtails.
Roshold loses. He's the brother of a 3-time national champ for Oklahoma State.
How do you follow
Remember when
those
his brother won 3 national titles back in the day?
Well, there were a lot of them, so they just all
Yeah,
drifted out.
there's been a lot of Rosholds. And had a heavyweight. I remember that's who Zabriskie beat in the finals. And real tough. Some of the Zabriskie, the heavyweight Roshold matches were one of the best heavyweight matches I ever saw was between those two guys in the Big Ten finals.
Yeah, so speaking of Oklahoma State, Eddie Clemera now stepping out on the mat against Dominic Parisi from Appalachian State. Parisi one of 2 wrestlers here from Appalachian State in the tournament. And down here on mat number 1, we've got Earl Hall from Iowa State. Earl Hall's going to go up against Evan Silver from Stanford. Hall's comes in with an 18-12 record, but a really dangerous wrestler when it comes to throwing the big move and getting the pin.
He's got a couple moves that if you aren't ready, he's going to show you the light. So he's had kind of a roller coaster here, but I'd put him in the category of dangerous. And I think Dylan Peters, is he still up 8-3 down there? Just about what's left down there?
1 minute and 31 seconds.
So Dylan Peters doing a good job down there and trailed that particular match at one time.
Yep. Got
to Roberts from Ohio State Buckeyes, is that correct?
Yep, you got
wrestling for the Buckeyes.
You have Nico Megaludis and Darian Cruz out here now on mat number 3. Megaludis in on a single leg early in the first period.
His coach, everybody I believe, heard of Kel Sanderson, I got to believe. If you haven't, they haven't been wrestling fans, obviously.
Who's that?
And then Cody Sanderson, I believe, is in the corner, and he was an NCAA finalist back in the day for Iowa State.
Wasn't he a 2-timer? I thought he was a 2-time finalist.
Possibly. I know, might not bring up Eric Jurgensen's name around Cody. It was some tough matches. There were some great matches, though. They were some knockdown dragouts, I know that much. Jurgensen out of Makokata, Iowa, Makokata High School. And
Megaludis gets taken down.
Oh, yeah.
He just got taken down from the kid from Lehigh.
Oh, and Lehigh tried
Reversal for Megaludis.
The young man from Lehigh tried a big throw, and Megaludis countered him and wound up with a reversal.
Cruz from Lehigh, Darian Cruz.
Yeah, 2-2.
And Nico Megaludis is very, very dangerous on top, so kind of a poor decision to try to throw him.
Yeah, really working him over. So here's your Josh Martinez and Nathan Kreiser from University of North Carolina, and Martinez from Air Force. They're right in front of us.
So he did take the map. There's our answer.
So we'll have to keep an eye on him and see how he's doing. He looks pretty good thus far.
His left knee is what he's got a big brace on, so I'm not sure if that's what it is or not. And his opponent has some heavily taped fingers from UNC, Kreiser from UNC. So, and I didn't see, did Cox win from Wyoming over Richardson a pin or not?
He was ahead.
He was ahead. And
I can't tell you.
Exited, so.
I can't tell you after that. So
is this
22? So Nick Herman from Virginia and Jared Patterson from Oklahoma are out there as well.
Patterson's been kind of all over the place over the years.
Yeah, Patterson as a freshman looked really, really good, and then
what happened?
And then the crowd caught up to him, I think, a little bit.
It happens to a lot of those freshmen. You know, he had a big win. I remember against Andrew Long in the finals of the Big 12 once, and then Long beat him in the duel. So.
Yep.
Those were some good knockdown drag-outs. Good matches.
Sometimes that's a lot like. I mean, the pack just catches up. They've seen you and you've wrestled them all once, and they understand what you're going to do. And
Tom Erickson, I remember he referred to that with Kuhn, the heavyweight. People are kind of scouting Kuhn and Rutherford and some of these guys. They start watching film, and first year out, they don't know what you like. But after a while, they kind of figure out what you're up to.
Megalucci's got some back points on mat 3.
Against Cruz of Lehigh.
Yep, up 7-3 now.
See a lot of blue and white here for the Penn State. Trying to four-peat, by the way. Trying to go quad on us here. Win 4 in a row for Penn State Nittany Lions and Coach Kel Sanderson and Cody. And then, of course, in the coaching staff is Casey Cunningham as well. Earl Hall in on a shot. Gets 2-point takedown for Iowa State. And takes the lead 2-0. Just 1 minute and 4 seconds go in the first period. How's our buddy Martinez doing here against Krazer? Still leading 2-1, I believe, for Air Force.
2-1, 55 seconds of riding time going into that second period.
Martinez, 32-3 on the record, on the year as far as his record goes. So had a real good year here, Martinez did. Josh Martinez for the Air Force.
Got Bradley Taylor from Wisconsin all the way down on the far mat, Steve, with Jared Germain from Eastern Michigan.
Okay. In the corner for Air Force is Joel Sherritt, a real good wrestler for Iowa Hawkeyes back in the day. I remember when him and, they had some knockdown drag-outs. They came down to his match a couple of times, I think, in some of the duels. But Joel Sherritt's been in Air Force quite a few years, and he's really brought those kids along. He's done a real good job out there in Air Force and located in the state of Colorado.
Absolutely beautiful out there
far
at the
from
Air
the
Force
OTC.
Academy.
Danny Troop was the name I was trying to think of. Dan Troop back in the day. Him and Sherritt, boy, they had some Donnybrooks, didn't they?
So the first period comes to an end in the match between Earl Hall and Evan Silver. Hall up 2-1 at the end of the first period. Hall takes up the up position in the second period. I don't know, that Silver probably took down.
Silver took down. Martinez just got tied up from Kaiser from North Carolina.
All from Iowa State getting back points right now.
Grab ride, roll through. He's been working out with Troy Nickerson, who's probably one of the best guys with the legs. So Troy Nickerson has a big influence with Hall.
Earl's dangerous too. We've seen him. He came 9-8 loss to Corey Clark. He had Clark that far from being pinned, so he's dangerous. He'll put you on the back real fast. Martinez from Air Force gets another takedown now, leads 4-2.
Yep, and Megaludis has his man on his back.
Cruz.
10 seconds left.
Cruz from Lehigh is taking it on the chin now from Megaludis from Penn State Nittany Lions.
And that's only in the second period. He's up 12-3. Megaludis is in the second period. So
2 minutes of riding time, so decision territory.
Extra bonus points for Penn State.
Martinez picked up 2 back, so now he's up 6-2 here for Air Force.
Yep. And Patterson from Oklahoma up 6-5 over Herman. Probably a little closer score than some would have thought.
Yeah.
That's with the minute and 45 seconds left in the third period.
Win point for the host team. The Oklahoma Sooners hosting the big dance this year, NCAA D1 Championships here in Oklahoma. They've been here before at this Coliseum. It's now the Chesapeake Arena. Used to be the Ford Center. Do you remember when? Last time I think it was the Ford Center. So.
Every time we come back to one of these cities, we get to go to a new arena, which is still the same old arena, just a different name.
We'll have to see if the Scott Trade Center is still that in St. Louis or not next year.
So way down on mat 8, we got our number 1 seed at 133. Joe Colon is wrestling Della Fave from Rutgers. I probably blew that name.
Colon's dangerous too from Del Fave from Rutgers, and Colon loves the underhooks. He's dangerous. His big win this year, he had a lot of great big wins obviously for Northern Iowa, but he just stalked Ramos, put him on his back and pinned him in the Midlands is the match I think of Joe Colon. That's when he really made a statement, I think, that, hey, guess what? I weigh 133 too, and I know how to wrestle.
Absolutely.
So get ready, guys, because I'm coming. And he's been the number 1. Actually, I think he's held that number 1 ranking since then. I don't think he's faltered any. So
there was a number of different wrestlers that held that ranking early in the season.
Yeah, they did.
A revolving door.
Yeah, it did kind of jockey around a little bit there, Mr. Murphy. And Megalunas now ready, guys. 17-3, 2:42 riding time for Penn State. So really taking it to Cruz from Lehigh.
So he needs 1 point to Tech fall him here.
Martinez is 27 seconds from a win here for Air Force down on mat number 2 right in front of us.
Yep. And the third period starts in that match between Hall and Silver. Hall starts on the bottom.
Clone doesn't quite have the takedown yet down there for Northern Iowa Panthers. And Schwabe's up on his feet. There's 2 for the number 1 seed.
And
from Northern Iowa with a record of 30 wins and 1 loss.
And Earl Hall from Iowa State gets the escape, so with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in that third period, he's up 5-2.
So in Air Force, did we have,
no,
we got an injury situation
of
of blood with 3 seconds to go. So, or no, it was 18, I'm sorry, pardon me, 18 seconds to go in the match for Air Force's Martinez. Holds Joel Sherritt up there talking to his good-looking 125-pounder, the number 4 seed there.
And there's Earl Hall in on another takedown. So the Iowa State wrestler, 7-2 now with riding time. Nope, not quite with riding time.
And Danny Sheehan mentioned it earlier. Nice to have Troy Nickerson in your corner. That's a feather in your cap.
Oh man, to have Troy Nickerson rolling around with you every single day with those boots. And when it came down to it, when Troy won his national title, he rode out Paul Donahue in the 4th or 5th overtime. So I mean, you know, if you got that guy beating on you, you know you're going to be good.
Yeah, be good, and he's dangerous. Megalunas bonus points, is that right?
18-5, Tech fall. Bonus points for Penn State.
We got Tyler Graff coming up here on mat 2 right in front of us versus Northwestern.
And Martinez does win. He wins his match for Air Force 8-4. So the number 4 seed moves on.
Yeah, Dominic Malone with a 16-15 record versus the number 5 seed, Tyler Graff from Wisconsin.
Tyler Graff, good wrestler. Seems like he's been around a long time, guys, but he's a good wrestler there. He's won a lot of matches for Barry Davis and company.
But he can never get over that hump. You know, he's always had, you know, Logan.
So he's been in the run, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, because in the semis he had when Logan beat Tony Ramos. There was a very, 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 very controversial match, and I think a couple of punches were swung too, if I remember correctly.
So he's going to want to fight tough for the Wisconsin Badgers and see if he can't finish his 6th year of. I think he had a red shirt and maybe Olympic gear or something.
He took a medical. He took a medical red shirt and his a standard red shirt.
Earl Hall wins 7-3.
7-3. The match is done. So good start for the Cyclones from Iowa State. We have David Thorne out here on mat number 2. Thorne's wrestling. I think it's Nick Smith. My book here. Nick Smith from Northern Illinois University.
Graff with a takedown at the edge of the mat.
Thorne wrestling for them. I believe his dad was an NCAA finalist for Iowa State back in the day. John, is that right? John Thorne?
Correct. And Eddie Climera from Oklahoma State University with a 6-4 win in the first round.
So the Cowboys win a match there for Coach John Smith and the company there for the Cowboys. Oklahoma State, by the way, for those that haven't kept track, have won more team titles than any other team.
And now we've
34-36.
We got Nashawn Garrett up on mat 1 versus
Jamie Franco from Hofstra.
And Nashawn had a quick double leg takedown with 2:30 left in the first period.
Garrett looked good as a freshman last year, obviously, for Cornell, and he's been on a storm this year. He's 30 wins and 1 loss, so tough kid there for Damian Hahn and Coach Rob Cole. Drew Perrion will be down here in this corner for Northwestern.
We got Damian Hahn and Mark Gray over there in the corner for Nashawn Garrett.
And if we look all the way down at the other end, our number 1 seed, Joe Cologne from Northern Iowa, up 3-0 with 43 seconds left in the second period. Cologne in on a single leg. It's going to take him down right at the edge of the mat if he keeps his toes in the cylinder. And he did. He got 2, so it's 5-0 right now.
In the cylinder, you're going Tom Erickson on me.
Yeah, in the cylinder. As long as they keep some part of their body somewhere in the cylinder.
Yeah, that's right.
Going in on a single leg over on mat 3. Elbow deep's got it lifted up in the air, trying to finish.
Got to believe the big cat's here somewhere, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll luck out and get him down here and talk to him a little bit. Sure
That'd be
appreciated
great.
Tom Erickson helping us at the Big Ten. Jeff, what else do you see out here?
Well, you know, there's just a lot of action going on all at once. Tyler Graff is right here in front of us. Graff up 6-2 now, still with 45 seconds left in that first period.
He's looking real good.
Looking real good.
Got all the takedowns.
We got Johnny DeJulius and Tyler Goodwin on mat 4. DeJulius got that fireman's tilt roll through thingy that he did at the Cliff Keen tournament where he got a big win there.
Cologne got another 2. He's up 5-0. Good looking JUCO champ, by the way. I remember calling his match at the barn there in Betts Auditorium when he won his junior college national championship. Joe Cologne did for Luke Moffitt and Iowa Central out of Fort Dodge, Iowa. That's where Joe Cologne came from.
Johnny DeJulius.
Well, Clear Lake is his hometown. I'm sorry. He's from Clear Lake, Iowa.
Johnny DeJulius picking up some back points. He's up 5-0 with a minute left with the 1:30 of riding time in the first period.
Garrett's up 7-1.
Holy
2:24 to go in the first period.
I look away for 30 seconds and he's like, oh my word, holy smokes.
And if we go down on mat number 5, we've got Matt Manley from Missouri against Mackenzie McGuire from Kent State University, and it looks like that's all tied up 0-0 early in the first period.
No score, so
There's your number 2 seed out there now at 133. Aaron Schopp. Schopp's facing Colton Raschke from Navy. They'll be down on mat number 7. Just getting started.
Schopp's had a real good year. AJ Schopp has from Edinburgh. He's 31-1 coming to the tournament. I know he had a early season dual win over Tony Ramos, last year's NCAA finalist.
That was a controversial call.
Good win there by AJ Schopp. And
All right, so we got, a little blood timeout on Thorne's match out there?
yep, got a
They're
blood
wiping the
time.
blood off his headgear. I'm guessing it's not his own blood, maybe, huh?
Still scoreless down there before Thorne for the Minnesota Gophers and Coach Jay Robinson. So
Yeah. And boy, Graff's just having his way here. Tyler Graff now up 12-6.
kind of a takedown
Second
clinic
period,
here.
14-6.
All that experience.
Yep, absolutely.
Like Danny Sheehan mentioned earlier, I'm sure Tyler Graff would love to finish this career real strong, and he's got the tools to do it. I'd call him dangerous. He's a dark horse in this weight class. It's just so stacked up.
Oh, DeJulius got caught on his back. Johnny DeJulius got caught in the cradle. On that 4. Oh,
Julius
man.
in trouble.
Live by the sword, die by the sword there.
Yeah, 3 there.
Maryland got 3. He's going to try to relock that cradle to go again. Oh, man.
3 big there. Coaching in the corners, Nate Carr Jr. for Maryland.
Got Jay Jaggers and Tom Rizzulli over there for DeJulius, and they don't look too happy.
Nate Carr Jr., the son of 3-time national champ, Nate Carr Sr. from Iowa State, who my wife always referred to as the most exciting wrestler she ever watched.
Yeah. I have a 0-1 record against Nate Carr.
Yeah, I heard about that. It changed your career.
Changed my career. That's
Nothing to be ashamed of, my friend. I'll just tell you right now. Nate Carr was amazing.
Number 1 seed at 133 pounds, Joe Cologne with a 9-1 win.
I won't ask you the details. I'm just sure. I know Nate Carr was fast.
Wasn't pretty.
Our segue on him we often use is the fastest car I ever saw. So that includes the Ferrari. Nate Carr was quick.
Oh, Malone almost caught Graff on his back.
He did.
Well, I tell you.
Graff was trying to load him up, and Malone almost caught
He
him.
did that outside single, takedown, tight waist ride by Graff, and boy, he's up, guys, 20-8. So
Yeah, 20-8.
he's in the driver's seat. Minute 50 seconds of riding time. So Tyler Graff's really been in charge here. The good-looking senior for Coach Barry Davis of the Wisconsin Badgers, which hosted the Big Ten this year. Did a good job. You liked it up there, Madison?
I thought it was a great job. It was an extremely enjoyable tournament. They took good care of people and had a really nice crowd.
A lot of tickets sold, Jeff. A lot of tickets
The home
sold.
team really supported. There
they
was
did.
a lot of Wisconsin fans there.
It was. So now Garrett out there on another takedown now. The number 2 seed up 10-1.
Graff looks
Sensational sophomore.
Greff only lost to Tony Ramos 2-1 on riding time, so he's right there with all these guys.
Yeah, he is, and that was in regular season. Did they meet in the 10s? Was that the 10 match?
That was the 10 finals.
Yeah, that was tough, yeah. Yeah, that was tough. And it was in Graff's backyard, too, so he had some extra incentive.
Yeah,
like Jeff Murphy mentioned earlier, the Badger fans were a lot of numbers, and they were loud. And Thorne's up 3-1. Is that right? Got the blood time
and Graff
taken care of?
Yep, and Graff with the Tech Fall.
Picking up some bonus points for Wisconsin, who overall didn't have a bad tournament for them at the Big Ten, so Wisconsin's always in the run. Speaking of Wisconsin, they got a couple of their superstars transferred, and they'll be trying to score some points for Oklahoma. That'll be Travis Rutt and Andrew Howe.
Absolutely.
Reddy Thorne gets another 2 guys for the Minnesota Gophers and now takes the lead 5-2 with 1 minute and 31 seconds to go in the third and final period.
So if we look down on mat number 6, we've got Gulabon from Penn State and Morrison from Oklahoma State. This is one of those early round matchups I talked about.
Yes.
With the winner of this match.
It's going to be big.
Yeah,
that was on
absolutely.
your sheet of paper.
Could knock the contender into the consolations right out of the bat. Now, I could tell you this, if Gulabon would happen to win, John Smith would not be happy having 2 of the 3 lightweight guys knocked into the consies in the first morning.
Yep, that'd be tough. That would be tough for them. And Rochalt lost out in the, like you said.
Well, I guess not the lightweight, but 2 of the 3 early matches.
Right. So Morrison and Gulabon, and Morrison pushes Gulabon out of bounds there for Gulabon, the wrestler for Penn State.
Yep.
Morrison and Illinois prep for the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Yep. And
Him and Ramos have had some great matches. I think they wrestled in high school, I'm pretty sure, both from Illinois, Ramos and Morrison.
A.J. Shop from Edinburgh got off to a little bit of a slow start, but now with about halfway through the second period, he's got a 9-2 lead over Raschke from Navy.
Down in the far mat down there in the corner.
Yep. And in the other far mat, we've got Cash Karoga from Purdue and Gustafson from Virginia Tech.
Karoga had a real nice 10s.
Absolutely. 0-0. Here, there's another senior that's looking to try to do something here in his final tournament.
Tom Erickson, I think, mentioned he was an All-American as a freshman, then got the round of 12 twice. So he's been within striking distance, and I'm sure Cash Karoga would like to finish strong here for
Soto has
Purdue.
Palmer on his back early. He's got him in trouble. But,
And David Thorne with a 6-3 win for the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
So big win there for Coach Jay Robinson and company. So Luke Becker's in the coaching.
DeJulius
there, and Brandon
back
Eggum
on top again. Got his man turned to his back, and the time runs out. He gets 2 more. So DeJulius from Ohio State wins 13-5.
So big win there for Ohio State Buckeyes. DeJulius, big win there for Ohio State.
Bonus points.
Yep, and Nashawn Garrett with a 12-1 win in his first round match.
Big win for Garrett.
Ohio State's going to be one of those dangerous teams next year because you're bringing Logan Hunter Stever back, the younger brother of Logan.
Yeah. Pick up some more points, obviously. Those Steber brothers are
you got Bo Nickel
great 1-2 punch.
You got Bo Nickel coming off a red shirt also.
Yep. So Gulabon in on a single leg with Morrison, but Morrison's got that whizzer, and I don't know that he's going to be able to score from that.
He'd come out of there and limp arm out of that thing. We got a stalemate, is that right, Jeff, down there, I believe?
Yeah, he's got him coming back to center, both on their feet. 9 seconds left in that first period.
9 seconds left. Wow, big, kind of a nice shot there by Gulabon. Hats off, to him. And then a little reach shot there into the period. We're going to get a fresh restart. And Morrison from Oklahoma State will get the choice.
We've got Ryan Mango out here from Stanford versus Chuck Zeisloff from Ryder.
Mango can throw like no other.
Yes.
He's had some real big
Greco matches.
Yeah, he is. He's tough on top.
The younger brother of Spencer Mango, a 2-time Olympian for the U.S. Greco team.
Yeah, Spencer's done a good job. The Mango brothers out of the state of California. Those West Coast kids are tough.
And Mango looks big for 33. Holy smokes.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he? He just looks so thick and real explosive. He's scoreless. Just getting started, though. 2:16 to go in the first period. in that one.
So
I believe Morrison got out against Gulabon, so Oklahoma State. Jeff, what else do you see?
Well, I see that out here we've got Mason Beckman from Lehigh and Gregory Rinker from Air Force.
Okay.
Beckman a 6 seed, so may look for his name to come around a time or two as we work through this tournament. Morrison got the takedown, is that what happened?
Yeah, Morrison got the escape and the takedown. He started on the bottom. He got that inside stand-up, got his hands free, got that escape, and then took Gillibon down from Penn State, and now leads 3-0 with 1:17 to go in the second period. Getting rid of a little bit of riding time Gillibon had, starting on top, that was for Penn State. So Morrison's hard to score on, so Gillibon's going to have his work cut out for him. Morrison's real solid. I'm sure he gets some pointers from John Smith, and then Eric Guerrero's in his corner.
Coleman Scott too, you know.
Coleman Scott, Guerrero, Smith. I mean, they're great. It's quite a brain trust there from the school that has won more national titles than any other. 30-some titles there for the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Mango gets a takedown on the edge of the mat here. I'm at 1 with 1:15 left.
Yep. We've also got Zane Richards out here from Illinois in the 133-pound class. Richards, a 14 seed versus Nick Wilcox from Bloomington. That score 0-0 early in the first period.
Richardson, got to watch him some, Jeff, up in the Big Ten, and had some nice solid matches there for the Fighting Illini and Coach Jim Heffernan.
Yep, I think I said Bloomington. Let me back that up. Bloomsburg.
Bloomsburg, yep. Nope, that's fine. As long as the Bonomo brothers aren't listening, we're fine. Ricky and Rocky. Remember Ricky and Rocky back in the day? Those were a couple dynamite guys. And I think Mango got a takedown, is that right? So Stanford Cardinal leads.
Yep. We've got Nick Soto right here in front of us from Chattanooga, and Palmer from Oregon State. Soto from Chattanooga up 8-5 in the second period.
So Mango's opponent gets out and gets the escape. Going to make it a little bit closer. Mango's opponent is Zefloft.
I thought
wider.
You look down on map 5. So the Missouri wrestler's got his opponent just really stacked up, but I don't think he's going to get any. He's got his head trying to pull him over the top. He had his shoulders close to being on the mat twice. Looked like the ref was down, ready to look for the fall. Nothing happened. The ref, in the end, all that's happening is the opponent's getting riding time out of the deal. McGuire from Kent State University. So that's all tied up 5-5.
Manly McGuire.
Time, yeah.
Wow. Up on his feet is Sammy Henson, a world champion and Olympian.
Yep. Yeah,
the all-time greats.
Let me get that right.
Clemson.
I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to jump on you. Let me get that right. Manly McGuire 5-5. It's in the ride outs of the overtime period. So that was probably the first 30-second ride out, and now they've swapped spots.
Wow.
With Manly on top and riding.
Tough match.
Very tough on McGuire.
Tough match. Kent State, Missouri, right there. He's looking at the ref, wanting to stalling, but
yep, the ref
good acting though.
Yeah, just kind of threw his hands up and said, 9 seconds left in that overtime
Sometimes
period.
it's how you work it, you know. Good job there by Mr. McGuire. Telling the ref, hey, why isn't this stalling or stalemate? Mango got the escape, so now leads 3-1 against Zeloft from Ryder.
And that match between Gulabon and Morrison is in the third period. Gulabon chose to start in the neutral position, so it's still 3-0 with about a minute left in that match in favor of Morrison.
Look in his corners, Nick Fanthorpe and Cody Sanderson. Got to know those boys pretty good back in the day from Iowa State Cyclones, both of them being back wrestling for Iowa State. Gulabon's got to pick it up, and Morrison from Oklahoma State is so tough to score on that he's got his work cut out for him.
So back in that overtime match, Manly from Missouri in the second sudden victory on their feet gets the takedown for 2 to win 5-7. Manly from Missouri advances.
Big win for the Tigers and Coach Sammy Henson. He's happy.
Now this is a long, thin young man in front of us here, number 36.
Mango still up 3-1, Jeff.
This, Nick Wilcox from Bloomsburg. Talk about a tall young man.
Yeah, he is. He's tall and lanky, isn't he? Yeah, he's tall. He reminds me of a Hochstrasser kind of. He's got those long arms, long legs. Usually those guys too. His opponent is Richardson. Is that correct, from Illinois?
Absolutely.
They're usually dangerous on top.
From Illinois.
Richards. If he gets his legs in, a lot of times those guys are tough on top. Boy, they get the hooks in, and he does. He's got a grapevine right now. Using the grapevine ride. Gulabon trying to get a takedown there, Jeff. What do you see in the Penn State, Oklahoma State?
Well, we're down to the last 6 seconds of the match, and it's still 3-0 in favor of Morrison. So it looks like Oklahoma State's going to win that battle. And Penn State sends another wrestler, well, not another, a wrestler to the consolation round.
And big win for Morrison.
Absolutely.
So number 4 seed, by the way, Jeff Murphy.
We started the 141-pound class. Looks like we've got Lake Gardner from Lehigh and Joe Spacek from Virginia down on the far mat at the far end. Looks like Spacek's up 6-5 at this point with halfway through the second period.
By the way, there is official team score right now. It's a tied for first between Illinois and Pittsburgh. So the Fighting Illini Pitt is tied up 4-4. Oklahoma's in third with 3.5 points. Eastern Michigan. Willie Gadsden's he coached for Eastern Michigan back in the day. Kyvan's dad did. Willie, the deceased and good friend of our broadcast and the wrestling world, was Willie Gadsden. His team is in fourth. 3 points. Edinburgh in fifth. Old Dominion sixth. Purdue Boilermakers seventh. UNI is in eighth with 3 points, and Iowa Hawkeyes in ninth, and Penn State Nittany Lions, the defending champs, in 10th place, 2.5 points. Obviously, it's very young in the tournament.
Very early in the tournament.
And that just proved it. I just verbally made proof of that.
So we have an interesting match in front of us, Steve. We've got
match number 48.
Yep. We've got Richard Durso from Franklin and Mary against Cheyenne Brown from Maryland. What makes it interesting is Durso, Franklin and Mary, their only wrestler here in the tournament. Wow. He had a really good tournament last year.
And I think he got the initial takedown, am I right? Maybe. I think he's in the green, is that right?
Yep.
Green anklet.
He wrestled in his conference tournament and what I would consider to be an upset. Got beat early in that tournament, came back and did quite well. Obviously qualified here for NCAAs.
Good for Franklin.
So the whole hopes and dreams of the Franklin and Mary fall on that young man's shoulders right now.
F&M, and Mango's in a tango up here. He's only up by one, guys. 3-0. Let's make that three. He's up by 3. He's 5-2. Mango scores a big takedown in the third period.
Quick like a cat.
For Stanford, yeah, he does a good job. He's got a lot of speed. He's very explosive. His opponent up on his feet here from Ryder. So trying to get the escape. Mango is victorious for Stanford. So Mango from kind of almost surprised he was the 11th, only the 11th seed. He had a good year, so. But he moves on for Stanford Cardinal. The color, by the way, not the bird Cardinals, but the color Cardinal.
So down on mat number 6, we've got Luke Baith from Hofstra and Rodriguez from Illinois.
Bob Bloomsburg in Illinois. What did we got? 4-2 here. In favor of, I think, Richards from Illinois, up 4-2.
Yep.
45 seconds. 10 seconds ago.
Over Wilcox from Bloomsburg. On mat number 5 right now, we got Rossi Bruno from Michigan and Mike Gray from Cornell. Bruno up 3-2 over Gray.
Cornell, I would say they're a team too that would like to make some noise as far as the team race goes. The Big Red for Coach Rob Cole and company.
Absolutely.
Well, Cornell, everyone knows that the stud Kyle Dake came out of, so I mean, you know that they're going to be making some noise with Kyle Dake in the room.
They've had some great ones over the years. Nickerson, you talked about earlier today, Troy, and they've had some amazing wrestlers. They've had some.
So Mango must have won that match because it's all wrapped up. But
yeah, 6-3, I believe it was. Mango was victorious, the 11 seed from Stanford.
Yep. So we move into on mat number 1 here. Stephen Dutton III from Michigan and Josh Jeva from Iowa.
Another Big Ten showdown here early.
This is a pretty big one for Iowa here early in the meet. If they have any hopes of winning the team title, they got to pick up a few of these, like this Jeva match early.
Jeva is one of those guys who's been kind of up and down throughout the year.
And Dutton's tough. Stephen Dutton, third. He's a tough kid for Michigan, so he had a good Big Ten. I remember he was in the Battle of the Stevens earlier in that match. So Jeff was going to have his work cut out for him, obviously, there for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Clark won, and
they need Iowa to be in this team race. They need big wins from Jeva, but of course, as I say that, he gets taken down.
Yeah, Stephen Dutton III gets the takedown for the Michigan Wolverines. So up on his feet is Donnie Pritzloff.
And Sean Bourmet. No, that's not Bourmet.
Chirella, one of the mini Chirellas. There's been a lot of Chirellas, hasn't there?
Yeah.
They've all been real successful. They've been Chirellas.
Wrestling, absolutely.
Very
Josh is
successful.
going to make a comeback for 65 kilograms.
Yeah.
He found one. He was tough in that famous match with Johnny Hendricks.
So we spoke of Devin Carter earlier. Devin Carter out here on the mat right now in mat number 4 versus Nick Flannery from Buffalo. Carter up 2-0 with an early takedown.
The number 4 seed. You ready? He's only had 14 matches, but he hasn't lost any of them. So.
And Jeva gets the escape for Iowa, so that match is now 2-1 in favor of Dutton III.
But the thing with Devin Carter, you got to remember, he's been out for a couple of months, so he's a lot fresher than these guys who have had to go through this whole entire season.
It's true too, but let's see what his lungs are right. And you know, I mean, it goes both ways. But you're right, Danny.
Oh God, his lungs! I hope if he has to go many overtimes, those are going to be burned in.
Yeah.
Oh man!
And Gardner from Lehigh wins 9-8 over Spisak from Virginia, all the way down at the far end.
Oh, Carter gets a takedown to the back.
Big back points coming up here. Does he get the fall or not? He's going to get the 5 count, so he's got 3 points, Devin Carter, for the Virginia Tech Hokies.
Yep.
As we say, how his lungs going to hold up, he just takes him to his back.
Flannery from Buffalo's his opponent.
Yep.
Nick Flannery.
Now he's up 7-1 over Flannery.
It's going to be about 7-2 here in a minute.
And at the same time, Dutton III takes down Jeva, so it's a 4-1 lead for Stephen Dutton III with 25 seconds left in that first period.
He looked tough at the Big Tens, Dutton III did. So, you know, he's going to be a tough opponent there for Jeva.
Carter gets another takedown and escape with 2-on-1 right now. Man, he looks smooth.
Is Dutton III sort of like Henry VIII or something?
Something like that. Exactly. There's been a lot of them. He's a proud family.
Carter's got a bundle trying to get back points off of it.
Carter's looking tough. I remember when he won his Midlands I think it was the same day his dad had a heart attack. So that shows how tough that kid is. I remember his dad was rushed to the hospital there in Evanston and had to have surgery.
Joey Lazor from UNI down there against Sam Spino from North Carolina State. And Lazor up 2-0 early in that first period.
Dutton III will start on bottom, Jeva on top, starting the second period, and Dutton III, Stephen Dutton III from Michigan, up 4-1. Durso, you say he's up, is that right, Jeff?
Yeah, right now Durso's up 4-2 over Brown. And let's see, Delgado from Oregon State and McCate from Old Dominion are out here on mat number 3, just stepped on the mat. And Devin Carter now up 11-6 over Flannery from Buffalo. And Rossi Bruno with a 6-3 lead over Mike Gray from Cornell.
The 2 Delgados we talked about on Takedown Radio, as far as the coaches knew, they weren't related directly. Jesse Delgado and Joey Delgado from Oregon State, wrestling for the Beavers, and Coach Steiner.
Oh, Jeva's on top. He's going
Jim
top.
Zaleski.
Jeva's got him flat. He's got a chicken wing going on, chicken wing bar.
Riding Dutton III really tough here is Jeva from Iowa. I'm sure he'd love to get some tilts here.
He's got him flat.
Rid of that riding time Dutton had built up. Dutton had a lot of riding time. Tight waist there by Jeva. Durso's got a tight waist of his own going on down here on mat number 2 against Brown from Maryland.
Nice lift and return by Jeva.
And the other Delgado match, Oregon State with McHale. I don't think they're scored yet, are they? No, McHale started, or Delgado starts down, McHale on top. So.
Oh, Devin Carter gets the fall to throw. Oh, what a win for Devin Carter.
Nice.
Big win, man. Big bonus points for the Hokies and Coach Kevin Dresser.
He's going to be happy with that. And if you look, he doesn't even look tired.
And Bruno from Michigan with the 8-5 win over Gray from Cornell. So there's a little bit of a stumbling block for Cornell.
Dursall wins here for F&M 5-2, I believe. So he'll move on in his weight class there.
And one match we haven't talked about yet that's out there on, Tyler Scotton from Boston University versus Edgar Bright from Pittsburgh, all the way down on the far end.
Good match is going on here right now. Stephen Dutton III and Jeva from Iowa. Dutton for the Michigan Wolverines.
We got
Dutton still leads 4-1. They're both on their feet. Dan Sheehan?
Let's see. We got Michael Nevinger and Zach Horan right here on mat 2, the number 7 seed from Central Michigan. And Mike Nevinger from Cornell comes in here with a 14-4 record.
Yeah,
be a good match.
So that's right down here in front of us. We've also got the number 3 seed out there, Zane Rutherford. He's wrestling Yugi Krishniyam. I almost got that right, didn't I?
Krishniyam, yeah.
Let's just go with Yugi. How about that?
from the Citadel.
Andrak Bara Krishniyam. I think Andrak Bara Krishniyam.
Yep.
We'll go with Yugi. It's easy.
I'll give you $1 if you pronounce it right next time.
Kishiniyam. I think it was Kishiniyam we settled on last year.
Kishiniyam. But the Absharak Manovs are gone.
Yeah.
Both Bedzov and Musafar. Absharak Manov. So
Going in on a
Warren in there on a big takedown attempt there for Central Michigan, the number 7 seed. And
he's going to work back. He's got him on his back.
That's a pin, guys.
He's tight. He's tight. We're going to see. Is it Justin Horn with the
double overs?
Cornell wrestler on his back.
Nevinger trying to get out.
Nevinger gets out of the pinning combination.
And he's got a guillotine. He's working a guillotine with the leg in.
Boy, and that's a tough leg too for Nevinger. That's a big wrap there on Nevinger from Cornell. That's a big wrap on his leg. So
I love the guillotine when I was wrestling in high school and college.
Warren looks tough on top for the Central Michigan Chippewa. Boy, he came out strong, didn't he, for Coach Tom Borelli?
Oh, man, he came out
He's got Coach on the edge of his seat. What do you got with Dutton and Jevas, Jeff? How's that going?
It's still 4-1 in favor of Dutton. There's 24 seconds left in the match. Both wrestlers on their feet in the center of the mat. Jeva trying frantically to get a takedown, but Dutton doing a good job, and Dutton shoots on his own takedown as a good counter. So now they're just sort of hanging there on a leg near the edge of the mat, and time's burning away.
Sometimes the best defense is offense, so I agree. I think that was a nice shot there by Dutton III to get in there on that leg of Jeva.
So Stephen Dutton III from Michigan with
big win.
4-1 win over Josh Jeva from Iowa, and you can't think that the Brands brothers are going to be very happy about that one. No.
On mat 6,
back in the consolations, will go the Iowa Hawkeye for the coach, the Brands brothers, Tom and Terry.
On mat 6, we got Chris Dardanes from Minnesota and Danny Stavatello from Purdue.
Yep.
That's gonna be a big one for Minnesota. Has to win to stay in for the team race. They need big wins from Dardanes.
Yep. So we're going to see Logan Stieber, the number 2 seed at 141 pounds, against Lavian Mays from Missouri.
Look at that. 5 seconds in here, he gets a takedown.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Stieber's just a machine.
Cornell's got double unders locked up here on the edge of the mat. Can he convert? Can he convert? He's still got doubles. Oh, they're
potential big throw coming. Everybody on the scorers tables all up.
Oh, and he got it! He got a foot sweep.
Oh.
Nice foot sweep.
Beautiful. So Nevinger
2 points
coming
for
back.
Nevinger for Cornell.
Yeah, ties it up 5-5.
We got 2-2 there. What a nice foot sweep by Nevinger from Cornell, right on the edge of the mat, right in front of Rob Cole. Oh, that was nice.
And Rutherford
right at the end, or was it Oogie?
No, it was Rutherford with the takedown right at the end. No, maybe not. Maybe it's Krishniyam. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got a takedown against Rutherford.
Yeah.
So he leads 2-0. This Kishiniyam's dangerous.
Right at the end of the first period. Boy, there'd be a big old thorn in the side of the Penn State Nittany Lions.
He's dangerous. You ready? 22-3.
Oh, look at that. Oh, got a good scramble here with Logan in Missouri. Oh.
Yeah, Yeah, you know, it looked like the Missouri wrestler was, I mean, he tried to throw on Logan Stieber, but that just wasn't going to happen.
No, Logan's way too versed, especially with his freestyle and how not to get thrown like that.
It was kind of interesting. The referees called that off the mat, too, but they still had a lot of the body parts still in. That was a little inconsistent.
Stieber's opponent is Mays from Missouri, but big shot there by Stieber.
Shot, go behind, no takedown yet. 2 for Logan with the back trip. Logan goes up 4-1 with a minute 38 left. Starting to build up some riding time.
They did change it by the ref. Rutherford did get the takedown.
Right at the end of the first period.
Okay, it was Rutherford, okay.
Yep.
I saw the Penn State people up cheering, and I couldn't believe they would cheer for their their opponent, their athlete going. But
they changed that scoreboard on us. But then Christian Eam evidently decided, or might have been Rutherford, one of the two wrestlers decided to stay on their feet to start the second period.
Hoogie's tough, though. He is.
Logan's got that bar half roll through tilt thing that he likes to do that no one can stop.
And that doesn't look like it's a good.
Christian Eam just inside tripped Rutherford and they went out of bounds. So.
And Holland from Michigan State gets an escape from Nevinger from Cornell, so it is 7-6 Central Michigan with the 9th. Wow.
So the Chippewa leads right now over the Big Red, but good, tough match here down in front of us.
He's staying out of those unders. He does not want to tie up. He's trying to push away from those unders. He's backing up now.
Stieber's really picking up some points here. He intentionally releases Mays from Missouri.
And if we go all the way down on the far mat, you've got Tony Ramos from the University of Iowa versus Shelton Mack from Pittsburgh. That ought to be a good first-round match, gentlemen.
Pittsburgh's had a good team this year, guys. They had some big wins, as Danny Sheehan mentioned earlier. I believe they beat Oklahoma State Cowboys.
It was 1 point. It was one of those freaky matches I was watching. It was like
big duel for Pitt.
Is it one of those things I was sitting there like, did that really just happen? Am I awake?
Yeah.
Splashing water on my face, like, yeah, that just happened.
Yep, got another Oklahoma State Cowboy out there, Anthony Kolika from Oklahoma State. He's wrestling Avery Garner from Virginia. That one's very early in the first period.
Deaver gets the fall with 12 seconds left in the first period. Ooh, Logan is on a tear. That did not look comfortable.
He's on a roll. Rutherford's still up just 1 over Cushineum, is that right?
Yep. Now he's up 3-1 or 3-0 because he started the third period down and just got an escape.
So Cushineum gets up by, or trails now by 3 against the phenomenal freshman who had lost just his first match to Stieber this year.
Now here's an interesting score. Look over on mat number 6. Danny Sabatello from Purdue's up 3-0 over Chris Dardanes.
Wow.
Sabatello's tough.
Yep, that one just second period just ends. We go to the start of the third period. Both wrestlers start on their feet, but Sabatello with a 3-0 lead.
Wow, Ramos still scoreless, I think, down there. Is that right on mat number 8?
Big Tom Erickson's cheering somewhere in the crowd.
Yeah. He likes the Boilermakers, so it might be the Spoilermakers, we call them, when they get the big upsets.
Boy, that'd be a
Spoilermakers.
big loss for the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
That'd probably hurt Minnesota more than it would help Purdue, but I mean, that would be big for Purdue, obviously.
Yeah.
But Minnesota's one of the ones we've all talked about being in the team race.
This is Nevinger over here at mat 3. Has come back tied up 7-7. No running time, not a factor yet. Just a minute 20 left in the third period, but Nevinger came back with that foot sweep for a 4-point move and just tied it up.
Nevinger's that tough, and boy, I tell you, right off the bat, he was put right to his back.
Within the first 20 seconds, he was on his back, and then now in the third period with a minute 5 left, it's 7-7.
Big recovery here by Nevinger. Nice little comeback here against Horan from Central Michigan Chippewas.
Yeah, and both wrestlers on their feet, so takedown's going to decide this one.
Sabatello and Dardanes on their feet. Stall warning against Sabatello of Purdue Boilermakers. So
20 seconds
2
left.
point for Rutherford. He gets Kishineum down, I think up 5-0, I believe now.
Yep, 20 seconds left in that match.
Owen on a single leg coming out, trying to come out the back door, sets him back down, trying to come out, do something.
See if he can't scramble, kind of in a
Just
scramble
got a tight chest lock here, and he's just glued to his back, not to try to get him up to takedown.
Kind of hanging on for dear life here is Nevinger.
I would.
Good job fighting this off from Huron.
20 seconds left in the third period.
Huron trying to really drive his chest.
No 2 yet. Doesn't have control of that night.
Big scramble situation
10
down
seconds
here.
left.
8.
Sabatello and Dardanes in a big scramble down here. I can't see exactly what.
And we're going to overtime with Nevinger and Hohen on mat 2.
Oh, the referee calls him off the mat. Big scramble between Dardanes and Sabatello. Burned a lot of time. 38 seconds left. Sabatello still with the 3-0 lead.
With riding time.
Sabatello in on a shot. He can reshot by Dardanes. Picks up 2. Does he cut him, guys?
Yeah, well, because Dardanes has got riding time.
No, he's 3-3.
So we could be in overtime, guys.
Unless Sabatello can get up in the next 20 seconds.
And we're going to get a video review on mat 2 here with the
Nevinger.
17 seconds left in that Dardane-Sabatello match. Sabatello, they restart. Referee restarts him back at center.
He has
Sabatello on the bottom.
I believe Tony Ramos trails. Is that right? 1-0, I believe, down there.
Yeah, Shelton Mack got an escape early in the second period, and they're both on their feet. Mack up 1-0 over Ramos.
Mack real wisely circles back in. Ramos kind of pushing the pressure on Mack. Dardanes up to his feet is Sabatello, guys.
I'll just stay right there. What he's doing to go to overtime.
Yeah, we got yourself a sudden victory here. Sabatello and Dardanes, Big Ten showdown.
While that was happening, Rutherford wound up winning.
Yeah.
It was either 3-0 or 4-0. I don't know what the riding time situation was. So it looks like Gabe Marino back from the pigtails.
Let's take on the number 1 seed, is that correct?
Yep, Mitchell Port. Oh, and Dardanes with the big takedown at the first 8 seconds into the first sudden victory.
What you call cutting it close, guys.
Absolutely close. And down at the far end, Tony Ramos with the escape early in the third period to tie that up 1-1 against Shelton Mack.
Dardanes, one of the 2 Dardanes brothers.
So Dardanes 5-3.
From the state of Minnesota and wrestling for the University of Minnesota. So, and like you say, Mack and Ramos tied, Jeff.
Yep. And Mitchell Port with an early takedown.
Stall warning against Mack. Ramos has been the one stalking.
And the referees have looked everything over and made the decision.
We're going to go sudden victory, is that right?
Sudden victory, absolutely.
Okay. Let the guys settle it, huh? Let the rest of us settle it. So.
This is actually good for Nevinger because he was getting close, and then Hohen's his whole demeanor changed because he thought he had the takedown, and then he's like, oh, he gets taken away. So this is actually works in Nevinger's favor.
Well, they certainly both got a chance for a nice breather while they scoped everything out.
Yes, they have, Jeff. That's right. Got to catch their lungs. Double underhook here by Nevinger, or underhook, and doing good with the head control here.
On that 4, we're going back to 125 with David Taro and Brandon Giuseppe from Old Dominion. American versus Old Dominion.
Hawk fans want another stall call against Mack, and I think it'll be coming here if he backs up again. He's been in reverse.
Ramos has been stalking him. So Haran with the big takedown in overtime for
Central Michigan Chippewas.
He advances.
Big win here for the Chippewas and Coach Tom Borelli. So
Ramos and Mack, 25 seconds left. Ramos and Stalker just keep shooting. Mack sprawls.
I know the ref's trying to stay out of it, but there's been a lot of shots for...
Ramos is in on a leg, and there's a 2 for Ramos.
So Ramos gets the big takedown.
Yes, Ramos with the takedown.
Mitch Port up early on Gabe Marino from Iowa State. Mitch Port from Edinburgh, 2-0. A lot of riding time, a minute and about 35 seconds of riding time.
Tilt and Marino.
Tilt got 2 more, didn't he? So picked up some back points. And
so 4 seconds left down at the far end, and it looks like Tony Ramos will advance 3-1 over Shelton Mack.
Might have been a pin for the number 1 seed, I think. Port pins Marino. So.
Okay.
That tilt turned into a big win for Edinburgh. And Ramos did win, you say, Jeff, 3-1.
3-1, yeah. Okay. And Anthony Kolika from Oklahoma State is up 6-4 right now over Garner from Virginia. That one in the third period, so there's a big match for Oklahoma State.
Might have been about our last 33-pound match, maybe, you think, or not? I think we're almost with Ramos.
Yeah, we're in the.
Because he was in
because we got to be
lower
down
brackets.
Because we're at 41 everywhere else. In fact, we're at 49.
Somewhere.
Howdeshelt's
maybe.
right in front of us. Drake Howdesheldt from Missouri, and Alex Koser from South Dakota State University.
So Koser wrestling for Coach Chris Bono in the corner. There's Chris Bono.
Yep. And Howdesheldt, the number 1 seed at 149.
Out of Columbia, Missouri, University of Missouri Tigers. Coach Brian Smith.
We go all the way to the other end. We see James English from Penn State University versus, who's he wrestling here? He's wrestling Dylan Cottrell from Appalachian State.
Howdesheldt is 34-1 on the year here, the number 1 seed for Missouri Tigers. Taking off against Koser from South Dakota. I believe they're the Jackrabbits.
Yes.
They're going up doing a duel with Jeff Murphy. The bat, what would we call it? The border brawl, I think it was. The Jackrabbits against the Buffaloes.
Yep.
North Dakota against South Dakota. Big shot there by the number 1 seed, but a good fight there by Koser from South Dakota.
Absolutely.
State there, blocking off the attempt there for the takedown from Missouri's Howdesheldt. So,
yep, we got Macaulay Maldarelli from Lockhaven versus David Habat from Edinburgh, just straight across from us. Habat from Edinburgh up 10-2 in the 3rd period.
Habat's good. We watched him in the Midlands. Habat can score a lot of points real quick. So, good-looking wrestler there for Edinburgh and the Fighting Scots, David Habat.
Yep. And we got
actually it's Dave Habat because he's a Sading Nations boy. He wrestled for Sading Nations, which is right in my backyard in Cleveland, Ohio. So it's Dave Habat.
Had a good high school career, I got to believe. Habat did.
2-time state champion.
Yep, that's good high school career.
4-time placer.
got Jason Surtsis out there now on mat number 4. He's wrestling Buessler from Bloomsburg.
Surtsis, I believe, got the freshman of the year for the Big Tens. Is that right?
I think so.
Surtsis did get the Big Ten of the year at 149, coming off a very good redshirt year.
Which is amazing because you're ready for freshmen. You had Resiford in there, and then Kuhn, of course, until he got two in a low. He lost
Jordan,
two.
yeah.
Lord,
He got a lot of good freshmen in the
Isaac
Big Ten.
Jordan from the Wisconsin Badgers, so that's a pretty good honor there for Surtsis. Shows just how good he is.
And you know what the screwy thing is? This weight class, the seeding was weird because Surtsis won the Big Ten, and Dardanes got the number 2 seed, and Surtsis got the 5 seed, winning the Big Tens and beating Dardanes in the semifinals of the Big Ten tournament. So I'm a little confused why Surtsis is the number 5 seed.
Yeah, Jeff Murphy mentioned that. Good job by you, Dan, mentioning that. That one didn't make sense, and the Gatson one at 97 didn't make a lot of sense.
Gatson got hosed.
Yeah, well, there wasn't much thought process put into it.
I'm not sure if they just drew names and with Surtsis and Gatson or what. But, well, whatever. You got to win each one at a time. So
I'm a little partial to the Northwestern Wildcats with Jay Borschel. Jay and I got very close at the Tour ACW event out in Pittsburgh in October, and
Jay's an excellent national champ for the Iowa Hawkeyes out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Correct. Jay's a very good friend. Very, very weird, too.
Yeah, just he's eccentric, huh? He just likes the breaking down of ordinary realities, as we call it.
Yeah.
So here's another big matchup for the Iowa Hawkeyes out here. Brody Grothus versus Mike Morales from West Virginia.
Yes.
Iowa really needs to see Grothus do something here in these matches after Jeva's loss here earlier in the day.
Surtsis up 2-0 right now. Howdesheldt did get the escape and the takedown here against Koser from South Dakota State. So
Koser had a really good first period. Howdesheldt worked him from the front. Never did get around behind the shoulders.
Koser had almost 30 wins here for Coach Chris Bono on the year, so he won a lot of matches there for the Jackrabbits.
You know, Bono's doing a really good job up there at South Dakota State because the program was
It was on its heels.
Down in the dumps.
It was on its heels, and he's going to bring it back.
Yeah, done an outstanding job, just an outstanding job. So we look for big things out of them in the future.
Koser's knee looks like it's kind of been dinged up, and Smith, one of the photographers up there, a good friend of mine, Mr. Smith, he said, "I know one thing Chris has got them. They're all in good shape. They got good lungs. They don't get wore out." He said, "Win or lose, they aren't tired. They're fighters.
Now here's an interesting score. Cottrell from Appalachian State is up 2-0 over English from Penn State down on the far mat. Minute left in the second period, and it looks like Cottrell, who's on top, they're restarting at the on top. He's got 42 seconds of riding time, so he could, ride for just a few more seconds and go up effectively 3-0.
Boy, I tell you, somebody must have told English that. He's fighting, isn't he, Jeff? Trying to get out of there, but the riding time's still there for now.
Nope.
Big reversal.
Big reversal, and he comes up just short. Now the riding time's clicking the other way, so it's 2-2 now.
For English, that is the reversal for Penn State. English, Howdeshelt, the number 1 seed, is up 3-0 against a real tough coaster from South Dakota State, and minute and 9 seconds of riding time here for Mr. Drake Howdeshelt from Missouri as well.
And the Grothus from Iowa and Morales from West Virginia match is all tied up 2-2 down there on mat number 7. West Virginia wrestler on top right now, I think, riding the Hawkeye.
Correct.
Yeah. Both singlets are about the same color. You got to have good eyes to see that down at the other end.
Got a number 9 seed trailing down here. Grajales trails DeGamia from Kent State. So, but Grajales, just as I say that, Eric Grajales for the Michigan Wolverines gets the takedown in the lead 3-2, and he's picking up backs as Dan Sheehan.
He's got a nice leg turkin with a claw ride. He can go for the fall right here, picking some big bonus points for Michigan.
Grajales is dangerous, right, Danny?
Oh, man. He's had an up and down year, though.
Yeah, season. Career. His career's been up and down, so.
So the score
is now English down there. What's going on?
Hall's still working for the fall. He's got plenty of time left.
Score down at the far end is 3-2 in favor of Cottrell from Appalachian State. English is in the third period. He's in the down position. 38 seconds of riding time, but it's working up in favor of Cottrell. So
Howdeshelt gets 2 more for reversal, up 5-0 now in the third period. Grajales just, did he pick up any more backs? Yeah, they gave him to him. So now he leads Kent State 6-2.
Yep. You got Surtis up 3-1 over Buessler from Bloomsburg.
And he's a tough match there, really. Buessler from Bloomsburg doing a good job hanging with him. He's within striking distance,
But Surtis is tough on top with the legs and the tilts.
Got the double underhooks from behind on the riding position.
Big lift. He's gonna try. He loves the pop and drop.
Nice inside stand up there by Bloomsburg, and we're back to a fresh start with a minute and 35 seconds going to third period. Penn State.
Well, so
reversal.
So Cottrell just gets a riding time over a minute and 3 seconds, and then right on the edge of the mat there is a now I think the referee's reversing that, and there is no reversal. So Cottrell's up, I think, 3-2. Yes, 3-2 over English with 23 seconds, or is that a minute and 23 seconds?
123. Yep. 1-2-3.
But Cottrell does have, and they're going to go to the video review, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. I know Contrell's coaches there from Appalachian State, man, they were up on their feet.
Absolutely.
They didn't want that. That would have been been a big swing there in that match.
Absolutely. So no video review, so we restart the center of the mat. Cottrell up 3-2 with a minute and 5 seconds of riding time on top of James English. Minute and 17 seconds left in that match.
Koser from South Dakota State's gotten 3 points, but guess what? Howdeshelt has 9. So.
Oh, and Cottrell sneaks out the back for 2.
English sneaks out the back for reversal.
I'm sorry. Absolutely, English sneaks out for the reversal. So now English is up 4-3.
And riding time's going down now.
Yes.
Howdeshelt got 2 more down here. The number 1 seed up 11-3. He's got a major 2 minutes and 20 seconds riding time.
Jason Surtis on mat 4, riding real tough in the top position.
Grajales is done. I got to believe he was up. I don't know if he scored a pin or not. I didn't see.
So English gets the riding time down to 56 seconds, so that's not in effect. But Cottrell then with the, is that right? Or somebody got an escape. That can't, the score's not right. I think that's got to be 4-4. Yeah, they just changed it. It's 4-4.
Wow.
37 seconds left in that match.
It's going to be fun, guys.
Surtis got the inside Turk. He's going to try to get some back points out of this one with the Turk. I know he won't want to let this one go.
Villalonga from Cornell just won 5-2 over Rashadio from Pittsburgh.
Drake strikeout. A Schelt did a good job there for the Missouri Tigers, the number 1 seed. He beat the Jackrabbits.
So the Penn State Appalachian State matchup down to the last 8 seconds, all tied up.
No, running time will not be a factor in this one. So looks like we're going to go to overtime.
Wow, that's big for Penn State.
That is big.
They need that. I'm sure Sontrell would like to get the win here. We got one of Jeff's favorite names out here. Sakaguchi's on the mat.
Yeah, Scott Sakaguchi.
From Oregon State right in front of us.
We got Jason Kindig and Ian Paddock. Kindig from Oklahoma State University and Paddock from Ohio State University. The two OSUs going at it up at 6.
Two OSUs.
It's all tied up early. Oh, I'll take that back. Kindig with a 4-2 lead over Paddock. And we're in the overtime period. There's 40 seconds left in that overtime period between English and Cottrell from Appalachian State.
That's big for Penn State. They need this as far as the team goes. You can still score points in the wrestlebacks, but
it's a long way to go.
Jason Surtz picks up the win on that 4-1 with running time.
The crowd all would like to see 2 on the edge of the mat, and the referee says, no, that's not happening yet.
Hard to see unless we got
they're all the way down.
There's a video down in the right corner, I think, the video maybe up there.
Oh, yeah, I guess we
right
might
corner,
be.
big scramble situation there.
Still nothing, time's out.
Trout tried to stack English up. It's kind of a small video, but we can see some of it. It's tucked down there in the corner, isn't it, Jeff Murphy?
Mat 4, we got the returning national champ Kendrick Maple from Oklahoma.
And we've got out here on mat number 1, we've got Jake Souflon from Nebraska versus Barber from North Carolina. Souflon up 10-0 in the first period.
Souflon looked tough in the 10s, didn't he?
Third period, excuse me. Souflon looked really good in the 10s.
He looked tough in the Big Ten. Souflon for Coach Mark Manning and Tony Ersland from the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Surtz beat him, though.
Exactly. Surtz has beat him. You're exactly right. But he did look good. I thought he looked really good. I think, he's kind of put some things together this season. And
it looked like he just kind of cruised through. Like, everything was working in his favor. Like, everything just went his way until he ran into Surtz's, though. Yep. I was impressed by him.
Yep, absolutely.
I was more impressed with my buddy Jason Surtz.
And he won his first match, but I think it was unusually close, maybe. Surtz's 4-1, you say it was?
Yes.
But a win's a win, so
in wrestling, a win's a win, no matter how ugly it is.
As long as you're advancing. Is that a big takedown maybe for English or not?
No, that was one of the ride-out periods, and English rode him for the entire period.
So now he takes down Contrell, be on top, correct?
Absolutely.
There we go. The Penn State fans up on their feet.
Yeah. English immediately up to his feet, working the hands.
16-0 for Souflon. Tech fall. 16-0.
And Cottrell rides English out of bounds, so 22 seconds left.
Nice inside stand up there by English.
And we do all this talking, and we haven't even mentioned that James Green, the number 1 seed.
Yeah, right. Yep.
At 157 is out there now.
4-1, is that right?
Yep,
from Air Force. He's wrestling Creamer from Air Force and leads 4-1. He's got 41 seconds of riding time. James Green, takedown machine for Nebraska Cornhuskers. So Souflon won for Nebraska. And we talked about their trifecta. They got a lot of good kids in there.
Oh, and English is out. 16 seconds left. So English takes a 5-4 lead with 16 seconds. Cottrell's all over him trying to get the takedown.
Penn State needs this win for the team race. They have to have this race.
A big win for Penn State. Contrell in on outside shot.
Time runs out.
English wins for Penn State. Yeah. So English will move on for the Nittany Lions.
So we've got the other of the Dardanes brothers, Nick Dardanes, out here.
Number 2 seed, is that right?
Yeah.
Controversial number 2 seed.
Very controversial.
Yeah, versus Matthew Frisch from the Citadel.
Man, that's a tall 149. Holy smokes.
That's the truth. He is a tall kid. And Dardane's is short and stocky, so it really makes it even look more that way. Sakaguchi and Lubbock from Wisconsin, they're still scoreless down here on the mat, and
someone's riding,
Here's again another interesting score. End of the first period, Kendrick Maple from OU versus Claxton from Ohio University, OU.
0-0.
Oklahoma and Ohio, but it's 0-0 at the end of the first period.
You don't
tough
see
fought
that.
match, man.
Maple's so explosive that. And Oklahoma State, Josh Kindig with a 6-4 lead over Ian Paddock from Ohio State. Minute and 11 seconds left in the third period. Both wrestlers on their feet.
Coaching for Ohio is Greenlee, the big Greenlee. Justin and Joel, the two brothers. Boy, they've great
really
heavyweights back in the day for Northern Iowa Panthers, and both of them real tough. He coached a big upset years ago when Zadok lost. Zadok lost. It was Ohio kid. One of Greenlee guys. So.
Jake Percival.
Jake Percival, who's actually
beat the Zadok. So
Jake Percival's now coaching for Westlake High School, which is about 2 minutes from where I live. So it's really nice to go take my high school boys over to Westlake and let them get a workout.
I bet it is.
Oh, and Percival will beat the living crew out of them. And we love that because we want our boys broken down so we can build them back up.
Well, Maple could be in trouble. It's still early in the match, and is Maple going to get out and up and out or not?
But I tell you,
Big lift.
Big left in the throwdown.
Nice.
Absolutely. Well, and the thing, I guess, you look at that match, Claxton from Ohio and Maple, they're very similar body styles and just cat quick.
They are.
Kind of reminds you of Tion Ware.
Yeah, Tion Ware and Nate Gallick were those great ones. Nate Gallick, Tion Ware were. I think the only speed you could match that is Kenny Monday, Nate Carr, maybe.
Yep. So
Monday, Carr, Ware, Gallick. Those were.
Hey, what about like Sean Bunch's?
Yeah.
Bunch
There's
was
another
fast.
one.
Yeah,
Bunch
he
has
was quick.
one blank stand up and he's out. You're like, where'd he go? Where'd he go?
All right, so Kindig picks up a 9-4 win over Ian Paddock, so the Oklahoma State Cowboys advance another wrestler.
Lubbock leads Sakaguchi right now, 1-0. The riding time is in favor of Sac, though, and throwing Sakaguchi back down is Lubbock from Wisconsin. So
Green up 8-3 now over Kramer from Air Force.
Here's something you don't see. Dardanes leaves the first period scoreless at 0-0. Dardanes is usually up by a takedown or two at this point in the match.
his long, lanky opponent from Citadel, Fish.
I love that.
Fish.
I'm 6'1" and wrestling at 149 pounds.
Got to help you.
Those underhooks were key when
Chippewas had somebody like that for years.
Yeah.
Central Michigan.
Yeah.
His name will come to me eventually. Lubbock right now, tough ride on Sakaguchi here.
And
Scotty Sintas.
Scotty Sintes.
He was, it's like there's no way he weighs 133.
Yeah.
Jeff Murphy.
Maple with the escape with about a minute left in the second period. And
The riding time doesn't add up though.
Claxton's sort of doing the rope-a-dope out here like Ali.
Jumping around a lot.
Maple in that characteristic down on one knee and, just kind of staring at him saying, all right, just come at me.
Yeah. He says, you make contact, I'll show you what happens. So,
But he's not afraid of
no, he's got to wrestle smart. Maple, I would imagine, is a little bit more of a technician. Returning national champ, who, by the way, has gone up a weight. He won that title at 41.
Well, Maple's waiting for Claxton to try something, but Claxton's having none of that. He's a lot of moving and a lot of bobbing and weaving, but not a lot of shooting.
And Lubbock and Sakaguchi, by the way, go out of bounds. So with 32 seconds to go, 35 seconds riding time. So what you see is what you get. They're all tied up 1-1 down here.
Yep, going to see the number 3 seed, Alex Deringer from Oklahoma State's out there right now versus Summer from Drexel.
Deringer's been tough and solid at 157. Rumor has it he might go 65 next year.
Well, Caldwell will be gone. He looks big.
Talked to my good friend J. Carl Guyman. He always kind of knows the latest and the greatest on the Cowboys.
Yep.
He said
big.
Deringer will be our 65-pounder next year. That's all that weight class needed. Another superstar.
So Green's up from Nebraska's up 13-3 now. So expands lead. And we go to the end of the second period, beginning of the third period, and it's 1-0 in favor of Maple. And Claxton decides to start off on his feet.
Oh, nice ankle pick there by Claxton.
Oh, but Maple's out of it. Oh, and the referee
Stall
warns him.
against Maple, is that right?
Against Maple.
Fleeing the mat.
Yeah.
What about fleeing?
Stall.
Claxton had him on a toe. They can't call that anymore. There is no fleeing anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
Because of the way the
No,
rules
it's just
are.
a stall. It's just a stall. No fleeing the mat. Sakaguchi gets the takedown and sudden victory.
And the win.
And the win for the Oregon State Beavers and Coach Steiner.
Oh man, look at this. Dardanes is tied at the end of the second period. 2-2.
2-2. Another tight one. Whew.
Man, Minnesota needs to win this one, and we got Dylan Ness coming up here, right here at mat 2, and watch, do not tie up with this guy or you're going to get thrown.
Yeah,
He's dangerous. We thought him and Walsh should be fun, but I tell you what, he actually kind of just, he dictated that match. Ness did against Tyler Walsh.
He wrestled a perfect match against Walsh, because he knew
Walsh was dangerous, stayed in his realm, he stayed out of Walsh's realm.
So James Green from Nebraska, the number 1 seed, advances.
There you go.
14-3 win.
Another Cornhusker.
Oh, and Claxton in on a takedown, but they go off the mat. There's 53 seconds left in this match between Maple and Claxton. Maple up 1-0. Riding time not a factor. Both wrestlers on their feet. Maple shoots a takedown. He's in pretty deep.
He is. He's going to be
good. Claxton fights it off.
Good whizzer there by Claxton getting out of that.
But Claxton's, the best defense is a good offense always, and Maple just shot the shot. He could waste a little time there if he wanted to.
Big Mr. Greenlee up on his feet, trying to encourage his young man.
Claxton
Claxton, Maple in deep on a double.
No, that's it. You saw it, Jeff Murphy. Yeah, so Maple decides to go for the takedown, and
Dardane's in a cradle. Is that right, Danny?
2 reversal. Good 2 takedown. Oh.
Dardane's in
trouble.
Dardane's back.
Oh, my. From the Citadel looking for the fall on Dardanes. Got him all cradled up.
Could be a big pin here for
5-2.
If I was this guy, I would just sit there with him on his back.
Fresh.
Yeah.
This is Matthew Fresh from Citadel.
Oh, man.
From the Citadel. That's big, guys. 40.
Yeah, but Dardanes is going to fight it off and going to get up to his feet.
8-2.
1. So 8-3 now with the escape.
Does the number 2 go down to Fresh?
And
Matthew
Maple
Fresh from Citadel.
Maple advances 3-1.
Maple does advance, so he moves on in his weight class. Dardane's in trouble, guys. He's got his work cut out for him. Can he score the takedown or not? No takedown. Waved it off.
Wiped it off. Oh, man.
Nice adjustment there by Matthew Fresh from Citadel.
8 seconds left in that match.
Could your number 2 seed goes down? I'm going to say it's going to happen, guys.
Done. So I don't want to bring up seeding again.
Yeah,
but in case anybody on the seeding committee's listening, your number 2 seed, who should have never been your number 2 seed, just went down
in your first match. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So big win for the Citadel.
We got Dylan Ness over here up 2-0 with 45 seconds left in the first.
So Ness wins here, and 1 Minnesota Gopher goes down on mat number 1. A big one there, the number 2 seed. Is all with that stack. I'll be frank with you. I think he was pinned.
I think he was too.
What do you think?
We were looking right here. He was
His
flat.
mats were his blades were touching, friends.
All right. So
anyway,
Isaac Jordan from Wisconsin with a big pin out there.
Some bonus
over,
points for
Hancock from Army.
good-looking freshman there. So in the coach corner there, of course, we know Army is coached by our good friend Joe Hiskett and company. Big pin there by that freshman, Isaac Jordan. So a big win for Wisconsin Badgers.
Yep. And Deringer out here from Oklahoma State up 10-0 now over Summer from Drexel.
He's tough, Deringer. He's a tough kid. He's real solid. Had a good Big 12s and good-looking young man. I believe he's just a sophomore. Is that right, Jeff? I'm going to say Deringer's a sophomore. He was just last year's a freshman. I remember back my college days. It still goes freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, I believe.
Yeah, they haven't changed that.
Okay,
No.
Making sure.
Although sometimes you have to stick around for a 5th year.
Yeah,
now.
your red shirt, or some of these guys get hardships, or they get an Olympic year. So,
yeah, if you're Andrew Howe, you stick around for about 17 years.
Tyler Graff, some of those guys, and Deringer. Wow, is he tough, guys? Look at this. Guerrero's And he's pinned. Eric Guerrero is wanting Derringer to get the pin.
Yeah, that'd be big bonus points to the Cowboys.
Derringer tough on top. John Smith on his feet. 6-time world gold medalist. Won some Olympics and world titles. There would be John Smith. Won some national titles for the Cowboys back in the day.
Dylan Ness, there it is.
Yeah, Dylan Ness with the big throw. You bet. He has a man on his back.
Got a lot of power, a lot of leverage too for his weight. He's real strong.
Ness
he does.
Squeezing him tight.
He's got a minute 15.
A lot of time. Derringer with the tech fall.
Big win there for Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Oh, Ness adjusts.
Oh, this is it. With that readjustment, like you called it, Jeff Murphy, comes the fall. So
Dylan Ness with the big fall. Well, that takes a little bit of the sting out of Dardane's early loss.
Yeah, right.
A little bit.
Yeah, kind of helped the Minnesota Golden Gophers a little bit because Dardane's going down early. Now, Dardane's could still come back and take third.
Oh, absolutely, but it's a long road back.
Yeah, I interviewed Zach Roberson once about that, and Roby said, Steve, I just did the Boston Marathon and wrestled at the same time. Lost first round. He ended up coming back and pinning that same person that beat him.
Yep, same kid.
I remember that was in Kansas City. I think that was in his backyard there.
So if we look all the way down at the far end, Brian Murphy, my man Brian Murphy.
Mr. Murphy, Jeff Murphy.
Versus Dylan Alton from Penn State. That match is 0-0 in the second period.
Dalton wrestles him or Alton, he wrestles him real tight, his matches. That'd almost be frustrating the coaches, I think. Those are tight matches. He won some close ones there in Big Ten.
So out here on mat 3, keep an eye on mat 3 because you've got Alex Hudson versus Taylor Walsh from Indiana.
Yeah, Walsh is the pinning machine. Yep. I'm not sure if he still leads the nation in pins or not. I'm not sure. I know he did at one time.
He does.
Okay.
Yep. That match is all tied up 0-0. Both wrestlers on their feet. It's early in the first period.
Also on mat 2, we have Austin Matthews from Clarion versus Nestor Taffer of Boston University.
Okay.
And that's a sad story for Boston U that their program may be cut.
Yeah, dropping the.
It sure is. It sure is.
Carl Adams in the corner. He's a 2-time national champ from Iowa State back in the day. Won a couple titles, individual titles for Iowa State Cyclones.
From what I hear, he's been there since day one, and they're going to cut it.
A lot of years, so very unfortunate for our sport because we're fighting for all the teams we get.
Got a cradle.
Boy, he does, and it's a good cradle.
It's a tight cradle.
There's
the fall.
Right
for Boston.
Off the edge of the circle.
Big pin there for the Terriers for Carl Adams and company. So good win for Boston.
Yep. Got the number 4 seed out here, Ian Miller from Kent State University versus Johnny Gresheimer from Edinburgh. Yep. That's all tied up 3-3.
Ian's tough kid. He's wrestled real good. What mat is that, Jeff?
That's
Murphy?
mat 1.
Oh,
right
yes, right in front of us.
So that's a minute and 20 seconds left in the second period.
Miller in on a shot. Boy, he's quick. That was a quick takedown there by Ian Miller. So he's up now 5-3, I believe it should be. So,
yep, 5
takedown. Nice duck under with the claw. He had the claw. Nice duck under there.
Man, that was burning.
Ian Miller. Dan, what do you say? What do you see?
Oh, let's see. What do I see? I see.
You make noises like that. You got to describe it.
I see Brian Murphy up 1-0 over Dylan Alton down at the far end.
Mr. Murphy's up.
That's correct. I also see that we've got an Iowa State Cyclone out here in front of us. That would
Michael
be
Moreno?
Michael Moreno, the older of the 2 Moreno brothers that are wrestling this tournament. Moreno is facing
match number 94.
Yeah, well, he's facing the winner of the pigtail, who I can't
Raymond
remember.
Santiago from Ryder.
Santiago, excellent.
Moreno, a former All-American just last year. He was All-American for Iowa State.
Yep. Taylor Walsh won that match, I think.
Okay.
I looked away.
Walsh already. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he won by pin. I mean, he leads the nation in pins.
I looked away.
They're fun to watch. These matches are.
Moreno in on an early, nope, not quite. He's gonna finish. Oh, he's got them all locked up. He's going to drops to double leg and gets a 2.
Is he going to get back points or not? Jeff Murphy, he's looking for. He got a nice body lock. Yeah. Marino did a bear hug.
Yeah, he's got a Turk in right now, and he's trying to turn him with that Turk. And he turns him. Does he hold him?
Raymond Santiago's his opponent
gets 2. He's going to get 2 when he gets the. And they give him the 2. So it should be. Referee is not signaled. There they are. 4-0 in favor of Moreno. So good job out of Moreno.
Tough takedown against Raymond Santiago. That's so good. Guess what? Santiago's undefeated so far in this tournament.
Absolutely.
So for Ryder.
Oh, so way down on the far end, Alton starts on the bottom. He's down 1-0 to Murphy. Alton tries to stand up. Murphy almost turns him to his back.
So Murphy's still up 1-0, correct?
Murphy's up 1-0. Okay. There's 1:50 in the third period. Alton's down.
Alrighty.
Have to keep an eye on that one.
Yes. I think R.J. Pena from Oregon State leads 8-0 over Schindel of Colonial. Let's see, Pena's up 8-0 for Oregon State Beavers.
Yep.
Down there, mat number 4, so right over here in front of us, trying to get another win. Sakaguchi won for Oregon State Beavers.
Yeah.
One of those Pac-10 teams that always packs a punch.
Yep, and Cornell with an, hang on a minute, what's happening down there in the far end? It's 1-1, and...
That big takedown or not, Cale Sanderson's up on his feet, Cody.
It's 1-1. Now there's an injury. It looks like Murphy maybe have injured a shoulder on that because he is
tough.
Rolling around in
right one maybe?
Pain. I don't know what he's doing. He's definitely injured.
To get some blood through the hip. I tell you, that's a tough.
And it is 1-1.
That's his left rotator cuff. Moreno wins by fall.
Oh, nice fall from Mike Moreno right here in front of us. Good
big pin by Iowa State. So yeah.
Iowa State's had a pretty good start to this tournament today with Hall and Moreno all winning, and then Moreno goes down to Port in the
see how
number 1. But I think he'll bounce back nicely tonight.
See how he runs. Roger Moore here, checking in. Yeah, because Marino, Weatherspoon, and Weatherman, I noticed in Win Magazine, they weren't even in their top 10 guys to ever do anything in the tournament. Yep. So I'd like to see how that research turns out. So
not everyone is as thorough as others.
Apparently not. Yeah. So, and non-partial.
Yeah. Okay.
We got a Hawkeye down here, I think, coming up for the.
Absolutely, match number 1, Derek St. John. There's a match to watch. He's wrestling Joey Napoli from Lehigh. Napoli out a lot of the season. That'll be one we want to definitely keep an eye on.
St. John and Napoli, Lehigh, Mountain Hawks. It's the battle of the Hawks.
Yep.
It's a Hawkeye against a Mountain Hawk. So.
And as we look down there, the coaches or the trainers are still working on Brian Murphy down there at the far end. Murphy's out walking around a little bit, trying to work that stinger out of his shoulder. That match is all tied up 1-1. It's somewhere, if there's any time left in the match, there isn't much. And
I did just notice in the team race, last year's national champion, Penn State Nittany Lions, not in the top 10. Edinburgh's number 1, Oklahoma State number 2, Illinois number 3. But the big point winners for Penn State, guess what? They're coming up.
Yeah.
Taylor and Ruth. So. See how Mr. David Taylor does. He's in the run for the Hodge Trophy, by the way, named after Dynamite Dan Hodge, my golfing partner of many years, and his nice wife, Delightful Dolores. Out of Perry, Oklahoma. Did you see the exit when he came down?
We went right by Perry,
Dan
Oklahoma.
Hodge lives, guys. One of the all-time greatest.
So speaking of David Taylor's now out there on the mat. We're in the 165-pound category, and he's going to wrestle Joseph Brewster from South Dakota State University.
Well, we'll see what Mr. Brewster can do. I'm sure Chris Bono is in the corner there for the Jackrabbits. We'll have a Jackrabbit against the Nittany Lion. The battle of the Hawks right now, the Mountain Hawk of Lehigh against the Hawkeye of Iowa. They're just kind of scrambled. I think a stalemate. What would you do there, Mr. Murphy?
I think if he holds it, there it is. The ref calls a stalemate. We'll start them both on their feet again.
Kind of shoelace to shoelace here between St. John of Iowa and the Mountain Hawk of Lehigh. We saw Mr. Dave Zabriskie helping the Lehigh guys. He told me he's in charge of keeping the 84-97 in heavyweight ready for Lehigh. Lehigh's got a strong tradition in wrestling, by the way. They've been doing this sport for a long time and had some greats over the years. Colin Kilrain, Pete Yozo, Daryl Burley.
I mean,
they've just had some great ones over the years. Yozo, I remember when they'd get up and everybody be cheering Yozo.
All right, so we're going to see what happened down here. It looks like that Alton is going to be up 2-1 when they resume action in the third period. It looks like there'll be 1 minute and 33 seconds left.
Okay.
Murphy will be...
Alton leads 2-1.
Murphy was going to be down, or Alton was going to be down, but Murphy released him and so it's, I think it's, the scoreboard still has it at 2-1, so we'll take them on face value.
In favor of Alton.
But the clock's not running. That's what they've got something messed up down
Taylor's there. Up early, by the way, 2-0, and trying to stack up his opponent, put him on his back was Taylor, and his opponent again is Jeff Murphy, mentioned earlier, is Joseph Brewster from South Dakota State, the Jackrabbits.
Yep. Another one of Chris Bono's wrestlers.
Yep, so I'm sure Chris is in the corner. And ready? Taylor gets reversed and taken down. So David Taylor trails right now.
He can put that on his resume.
Joseph Brewster.
I led David Taylor
3-2.
3-2 in the NCAA tournament. We met Joe Brewster last year,
remember?
He's
a shining light for them. He really is. So, yep, he does a good job. So, yep.
Thank you.
He has been good for San Diego State. So we'll just let Mr. Dan Sheehan realize that David Taylor's trailing right now 3-2.
One of the things that I've really enjoyed over the years, Steve, and I know you have too, is getting to know some of these young men when we get a chance to get out to the different schools.
Yeah, when we travel.
Just a great opportunity. A lot of really nice young men in this sport.
Yeah, we did. And Brewster was one of them. Of course, David Taylor is too. Yep. He's a good guy. So.
Absolutely. So we go into the second period, and early in the second period, St. John starts down, and he gets an escape about 10 seconds into the period. So it's 1-0 in favor of Derek St. John over Napoli, and looks like a finger in the eye, so the ref knocked the contact out, so they're going to go in and put Napoli says, I'll just go with one contact and let's get back at it. So both wrestlers on their feet, center of the mat, 1:40 seconds left. And David Taylor said, I don't like to lose, so he just got the big reversal up 5-3.
He actually got an escape and takedown.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I got a claw on Taylor once in a situation. I kind of got the over-the-shoulder claw there.
Yeah.
That's about as close as I
in
got.
the picture. So Alton is up 3-1 over Murphy down there.
Taylor with the fall.
Big pin for David Taylor in Penn State. So the Jackrabbit, he led at one time.
I hope Joe Brewster's mom was taking pictures of the scoreboard.
Yeah. Taylor's just that good. For those novice listeners listening today, David Taylor's the real deal. He's in the run, like I say, for the Dan Hodge or the Hodge Trophy, which is the Heisman of wrestling.
So, oh my goodness, great scramble. So we saw St. John in on a takedown, and Napoli almost with the reversal. Big scramble, and Napoli gets the escape. So now it's St. John 3, Napoli 1. 40 seconds left in that second period.
Like you say, Napoli didn't wrestle the whole season, so it's kind of hard to gauge where he's at. I remember his name before, though. Napoli's won a lot of matches
for
Lehigh over the years.
Good wrestler for Lehigh.
Joseph Napoli for the Lehigh Mountain Hawks, and Derek St. John, returning national champion, by the way, for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And Derek St. John, 25-4 on the year. Joseph Napoli, 12-3 for Lehigh.
Yeah, now, go ahead.
Alton down. Oh, is it still up? Okay.
Lead 3-1.
I thought the scoreboard said 4-3. My mistake. I apologize.
Against one of Jeff's ancestors there, Mr. Murphy.
So in an interesting match that's out here as well, you've got Nick Moore for the Iowa Hawkeyes and Josh Veltre from Bloomsburg. And Veltre's up, is that right? 7-2? 7-2? I think that's right. 7-2 in the second period.
That's big. And Alton did get a takedown at the end, wins, I believe, 5-1, but it was off a Murphy shot. So Murphy took a high-risk shot and got caught, and Alton wins 5-1, I believe.
So Veltre's actually up 8-2 now over Nick Moore from the Hawkeyes. St. John and Napoli, score still 3-1 in favor of St. John.
So is Moore on 5?
Moore's on 5. Yeah,
Okay,
you can't see the scoreboard.
Right, so wow, that's big for Veltre, huh?
Absolutely.
Bloomsburg? They've had some good kids here. They've been fun to watch, you know? Bloomsburg kid hung tight with Cersus. Wasn't it a Bloomsburg wrestler? Is that right?
Yep.
Minute and 40 seconds left in this St. John's match. St. John's is up 3-1 over Napoli. St. John's is on top. Napoli's on the bottom.
No minute of riding time yet. St. John would like to change that. He's picking up a little bit now. It's up to about 40 seconds of riding time. Napoli in a kick-out situation. St. John covers good. He's got an amazing build for 157. That'd be St. John's, Iowa. He's real tall and he's got great range.
He's tall. Honestly, with St. John, it doesn't look like he has he's not physically, doesn't look physically imposing, if you will.
Not at all. He just, when he can grab your far wrist and your far ankle and still ride you, that makes it difficult to get anything accomplished.
But he has that Iowa style, beating into him, and he's just going to grind you and make you hurt.
And he probably got that number 2 seed because he won last year.
He's from Parnell, Iowa. That's back in my old stomping grounds.
Not far from Washington, Iowa. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Is that a little north of Washington?
A little north of Washington.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. In southeast Iowa. So looking tough for Iowa. St. John. How about the other Iowa Hawkeye, Moore? He's got 5 now against Veltre. Veltre now leads 8-5. 58 seconds of riding time, I believe, for Moore. So he's almost got riding time. But Veltre now's counting down the riding time, and that is.
But Moore's really climbed back into this thing. 8-6, and
got the escape.
Both wrestlers on their feet, so Moore can tie this thing up.
Yeah, but who has riding time though?
Just about Moore, but he just doesn't quite have it. So nothing yet. 1:30 to go. Is that right in the third period?
Yep, 1:30. Bloomsburg is out of the EWL, the Eastern Wrestling League, out in my territory of the country.
And he's in. Veltre's on Moore's ankle. He gets 2-point takedown, guys.
That's a big.
This would be huge. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, or 17 seconds to go.
Yep.
And there goes the riding time.
Riding time for Iowa's in jeopardy. It's not a riding time now, as Dan Sheehan points out. Moore gets the escape. It's now 10-7, 1:07 to go. Third period, 165-pound match between Veltre of Bloomsburg and the, what is Moore's seat?
I think he's a 5. He's a 5
seed, so. Oh, nice throw-by attempt there by Moore. Almost had Veltre down. Veltre's got to wrestle smart. He's got nice shot there by Veltre in on both legs of Moore of Iowa. Derek St. John wins 4-1, so the battle of the Hawks. The Hawk beats the Mountain Hawk. Derek St. John moves on, but his workout partner's having a tougher time at it, guys. That'd be Moore at 165. And shoelace to shoelace. This is good for Veltre because he's just eating up time.
Yep, absolutely.
Good time eater here.
Veltre trying to turn. I think he's going to get him turned here.
Just sit back and just hold on to a leg and kill time.
Kill time.
Wow, here's Veltre. Look at this, guys. He's going to pick up his own points.
He got 2. He's going to get
Moore's in trouble.
He does it. A little more. Now he's counting. Moore's getting back points counting against him. Absolutely.
That's the end for Bloomsburg, guys. Number 5 seed from the Iowa Hawkeye goes down.
Second biggest upset of the tournament thus far.
Really is. Dardanes went down earlier. Now Moore from Iowa, the number 5 seed, goes down.
The Penn State and the Sanderson boys have got to be loving that.
It's got to help them out some for the Penn State Nittany Lions. We all think it's kind of a 3-team race, somewhat, but who else? Cornell. Who's some others you picked in there?
Oklahoma State,
Oklahoma,
Penn
the
State,
Cowboys, and the Sooners.
Iowa,
Matt,
Minnesota,
Stephen Monk from
Cornell,
Penn State.
Monk's out there with his almost monkey-like headgear.
Yeah,
so nice. He always got that bumper out on the front of his headgear there for the North Dakota Bison, North Dakota State.
Wrestling Casey Kent from Penn.
Kent and Monk's tough on top.
Pennsylvania.
Who was that national champ that took over that program? Oh, jeez.
From Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
Roger Kish.
Mr. Kish from the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
No,
I believe he was originally out of Michigan now. Kish is.
Kish took over. I thought it was
Rogers over there, probably in the corners we speak, I'm thinking. Not sure, but they do got a good-looking 65-pounder, though, this Monk. He's tough on top.
Shane
Most
Webster.
interesting.
It was Shane Webster.
One of the most interesting, I think, things I've heard about Monk. I don't know if it still holds true. It did a year and a half ago. He said as soon as wrestling season's over, his singlet, his headgear, and his shoes go in the closet. He said, I don't take it out to the first day of practice next year. So he does help with camps, though. I did find out he does do some camp work.
So he isn't totally in the closet.
Yeah, but he said for many years that did apply to him. He said, I just wrestled during the season. Boy, you wouldn't know it by his performance, would you?
No.
He wins a lot of matches there for North Dakota State Bison. And he's got the cradle, guys. We just said we hadn't seen a cradler like him since Joe Hiskett. And what's he do?
Throws a cradle in. How about that? Surprising.
That's the near side cradle up, picking up points here for North Dakota State. I'd love to seen him and Marino's match this year. I guess it went down to the wire. I think they're 2-1 against each other. Marino led the whole thing to about 7 seconds to go. Not sure if they can meet or not, but hey, a big.
Yeah, later in the tournament. Yep. So if you look at, well, probably not because, constantly on the backside maybe.
Sure. Right.
So right here in front of us, Austin Wilson from Nebraska and Cooper Moore from the University of Northern Iowa. The score is 1-0 in favor of Moore with 55 seconds left in the second period.
Yep. I think, Danny, you want to point out something on mat number 5?
Mat 5, we got Nick Salzer versus Moon of University of Virginia and Virginia Tech. Nick Salzer is an Ohio boy, just like me, a St. Edward's State champion, and there's a recent article that came out about there's a tradition of all the St. Ed's boys being All-Americans. If Salzer All-Americans, this will be the 34th year that St. Ed's has produced an All-American in a row from the...
Is that impressive or what? Is that amazing?
It's something to be said about because there's an interview done with Salzer about pressure, about being this and that. It's like, there's no pressure. If I just wrestle the way I can, I'm going to do well.
And wrestle tough. It's good 65-pounder. It's a tough weight class. I think Kink gets the escape. Is that right against Monk? So it's now 5-1.
Yep, absolutely.
Minute 27 seconds of riding time. Thanks for that statistic, Danny.
You're welcome.
St. Edmunds, boy, they've produced some amazing ones, haven't they, St. Ed's?
Ryan Lang from Northwestern. Let's see who else.
All-time greats.
Mark Mose from Michigan.
The list goes on and on, many of them.
Lance Palmer from Ohio State.
Right now, Kink gets out, is that right? 5-2, so he's trying to close the gap here with Monk of North Dakota State.
Yep. Cooper Moore right here in front of us.
Yes.
3-1 lead as the second period winds down.
Match number 104.
Yeah.
His opponent, as you mentioned, Jeff Murphy, is Wilson from Nebraska.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure if Northern Iowa and Nebraska dueled this year or not. Can't tell you. They have. They're close. Geographically, you'd think they'd try to get on the mat against each other, being from Cedar Falls, Iowa, and Lincoln, Nebraska, both in the Midwest. Monk in on a shot. Kind of shoelace to shoelace against his opponent, Kent.
Got a scramble situation kind of brewing up right there with Stephen Monk.
And,
Cornell wrestler down on the far end, Palacio from Cornell, up 9-0 over Hightower from Ohio.
Trying to pick up some bonus points there, maybe. Oh, and Palacio gets a reversal and backs, or just reversal?
Just a reversal.
11-0 now. There's a score down there in the far mat. Mat number 8.
Yep.
Match number 100 even.
Salzer up 4-1 on mat 5.
So really, Minnesota and Iowa's had the two big
upsets.
Dents in their armor, really.
Yep.
So
thus far in the tournament, as we're halfway through this first round. Oh, and Cooper Moore with a nice reversal.
Picking up some.
Gonna put his guy to his back, I think. Nope, no back points, but
got those legs scissored up.
5-2.
Trying to throw that power half in there and see if he can't get his opponent over with that half Nelson. Kick out situation here between match number 96, Jason Morse from Illinois and Ryan LeBlanc from Indiana. So Indiana's wearing an interesting color of singlets here today.
Yeah, the kind of
a little bit more red. I don't know if they got stuck in the dryer a little longer than usual, or they just intentionally changed their school colors.
Dolly looks like he's got a tan or something.
Dolly Thompson, one of the all-time great big guys, world silver medalist, NCAA champion. Remember what school? Wasn't Northern Iowa.
Nebraska.
The Cornhuskers.
Absolutely.
Nebraska. Yes, it was.
All right.
So right now, Moore up 5-3 here in front of us. Monk up 5-2. Kent actually kind of hanging with Monk here.
Palacio wins that 11 to whatever it was. It was a big lead.
11-1.
Yeah.
Pick up some bonus points there for the Big Red of Cornell out of Ithaca, New York.
Sulzer from Virginia up 6-1 over Moon. That match winding down in the second period.
Match 104. Wilson now from Nebraska in on a nice shot here against Cooper Moore. Mark Manning and one of the great tripodders of all time, Brian Snyder, up on his feet. And that about does it, right, guys? That's the match. So Moore does.
That's all she wrote. Cooper Moore. Dolly giving a smile over to Snyder.
Yeah, being a former Husker. So,
Oh, look at that.
I don't think Mark Manning was the coach there.
No,
I don't think so.
Not in those days.
Would have been a red-headed fella. I forget his name, but the coach there had red hair. Because I always thought he's the Big Red.
You got Nick Simmons over on mat 4 in the corner for Indiana. The Easton Strangler?
Yeah,
East Lansing
Strangler, who's a world team member, and took 5th.
Yep.
I just don't get how that guy, for how tall he is.
He was another tall one.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, the greatest match I ever saw was him and our Olympic gold medalist from the time before.
Cejudo,
Henry Cejudo. Oh, my God, that was exciting. Just scoring and scoring. Greatest match I've ever seen.
Guess what? I got proof. You know what he wanted to warn the whole world? There's a little strangler coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got a picture of a little strangler. So I don't know if I'll live long enough to see a little strangler, but I got a picture of it. So him and his wife, it's actually Nick and Nicole.
Yeah.
So Nicole Simmons is expecting a little one there. There's going to be another strangler coming, guys.
a little tidbit about Nick. Nick took a redshirt years wrestling the Midlands unattached, and Brandon Preeson from Northwestern was able to beat him to go to the finals and face
Big
Angel
match
Escobedo.
for Preeson.
All, U.S. national team members at 55, but now 57 kilograms.
So I do hear some of the Bison people up on their feet, but Steve Monk wins 7-4. So his opponent Kent actually hung with him pretty tough, really.
Out on mat number 3 right now, we've got Austin Trott versus Danny Zilverberg from Minnesota. Zilverberg up 2-0 early in the second period.
Minnesota trying to maybe make up for some points. Ness had a pin, though, right after Dardane's loss.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
Seconds after that happened.
He had a pin, so Dardane's, he's one of those kids, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how he'll match up with his opponents, but I could see him coming back for third. I mean, he could make that march back to third place.
We got Tyler Caldwell on mat 4 versus Curtis Cook.
Yep, and right across from us, we have Chris Perry from Oklahoma State versus Scott Legal from Wisconsin.
Oh, jeez.
Perry's tough. He won a controversial match there against Mr. Andrew Howe, a couple of national champions. And
Chris Perry, the number 1 seed.
Wrestling tough. The wrestler of the brother of Mark Perry, a 2-time national champ for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And his dad wrestled for Oklahoma State, and I believe it's John Smith would be his official uncle. Is that right?
That's correct.
Uncle John is the coach.
Correct. There was a big controversy when Mark Perry transferred to Iowa.
Yeah.
One of the most heated rivalries, Oklahoma State and Iowa. Of all places to choose, he went to Iowa.
Went to the Hawkeyes. He was real successful, and of course his nemesis was Johnny Hendricks from Oklahoma State.
Johnny Big Rig Hendricks, the current champion at 170 pounds.
Yeah, Johnny. Johnny
UFC.
Hendricks, the man everyone loved to hate.
Yeah, the Big Rig. Yeah, then he did.
He loved it. He ate it up.
I think he fed off.
Oh, he
of that,
did.
don't you think?
He did. He was a character.
He's a good man, too, as well.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
he is.
Absolutely.
Actually. We've interviewed him. He just likes to have fun.
Yep.
UFC champ, correct? He just won that, I think.
He just won.
Well, he actually won it twice in my book. But
the GSP fight.
He beat GSP up pretty bad. I said his face looked like it was in a box of firecrackers, and they lit him.
So Scott Legal's down on the mat. He's got a real shoulder problem right now.
Yeah, he does against Perry. So we'll see if Legal
2-0 on that match, but Legal looks like he's hurt. I mean, that shoulder looks like it's separated to me.
You got Zach Esposito in the corner, which is
pretty tough. So.
Right in front of us, we got Tony Delago from Illinois and Matthew Miller from Navy.
Navy and the Fighting Illini here.
Chin whip step over.
Nice hips here by the Navy wrestler. Big hips by Miller. Oh, picking up some points. Maybe he's got the head control. Head control. No points here. I don't know.
Time was out. That's why.
Time ran out.
Almost a takedown there for your Navy wrestler.
Yeah, but Miller's up 4-3 right now over Delago.
Tyler Caldwell's up 2-1 over 2-0 over Curtis Cook over here on mat 4. Started to build up some riding time in the first period.
Yep. And Danny Zilverberg from Minnesota up 4-0 in the second period with 3 minutes and 45 seconds of riding time.
Oh my word.
So now Perry's opponent's going to come back and try. Legal from Wisconsin is going to try to come back and wrestle against Perry after that shoulder injury. What a situation here on these arms. This thing looks dangerous.
He's got to be very careful about the elbow.
That looks like that hurts really bad.
That's going to hurt. That's going to be potentially dangerous if not.
Gotta watch that shoulder. It's good time for Delago to go limp arm.
Yeah, Miller's way high and cranking the shoulder, cranking Delago over. Delago's trying to sneak out the back, but Miller's just got him all tied up.
He does, man. He's working on that shoulder.
That shoulder looks like it hurts.
Delago's going to end up maybe in the driver's seat. Can he get the reversal here?
If he gets his head up, who gets his head up in this scramble is going to win it.
Watch the knee there, too.
He's still on top, I think, actually.
Yeah, he does. He's picking up more riding time. Getting more riding time for him. Wow.
So Delago leads 7-4 now.
He was getting the riding time. Danny had it right. So
and Legal back out on the mat with Perry.
Perry up 3-0. Caldwell up 5-0. Zilverberg from Minnesota. Golden Gophers up 8-1. 1:07 to go.
So we got two Caldwells out here now. Right now we've got Cody Caldwell from Northern Iowa is also out on the mat. He's wrestling Walters, Cody Walters from Ohio, but Walters from Ohio is down on the mat right now with some type of an injury.
We're going to have Levi Clemens from Chattanooga against Tanner Weatherman of the Iowa State Cyclones. So Chattanooga gets a wrestler out there, Mr. Clemens.
That's on 6, is it?
Matt Weatherman, 6 on matched 112, I believe.
That's good.
Clemens comes in here, almost identical records. Ready? Clemens, Chattanooga, 25-12. Weatherman, 22-14. So Weatherman, I think he was, round of 12 last year?
Round of 12,
One match away. In fact, 1 point away, maybe, from being All-American. Shows down, I think.
Caldwell gets a reversal.
Caldwell's tough. He's strong on top.
He's looking for the fall. This will go a long way for Oklahoma State. This is going to go a long way.
Caldwell's tough on top.
Caldwell with the big fall for the Cowboys.
That was big pin there by Oklahoma State's Caldwell. And he was up 8-0 anyway, guys. He had the majors secured up, so wow.
Gets the extra points.
I'm sure he'd love to have a big collision course with David Taylor. Taylor wins by fall. Caldwell wins by fall. Would they pin their way to the finals?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know, man. It'd be interesting to see. It's a tough weight class, but Caldwell starting with the Oklahoma Sooners, transferred to Oklahoma State. And don't know about Zilverberg won down there.
Yep, Danny
Zilverberg was victorious. Perry's still up 5-0 down there, and no score here between, or does Weatherman have the takedown, I believe? Tanner Weatherman.
2-0. Favor Weatherman.
Okay.
And right here, Tony Delago now with a 9-4 lead right here in front of us.
Minute and 26 seconds to go. Riding time in favor of the Illini too, correct? Yeah, because it's still building, so.
Absolutely.
Bonus point for the Fighting Illini out of Champaign-Urbana. 2 years ago, we had a good time calling the Big Tens there, Jeff Murphy.
Absolutely.
So, as you slept in your chair.
As I slept in my chair. How about that? Do that again last night.
Tanner's dangerous, guys, but he gives up a point to the Chattanooga wrestler, Mr. Clemens, coming in with the 25
Tanner
point.
Weatherman's got Clemens on his back, and he's got him
Trying to pick
tied.
up some back points here is Tanner Weatherman. Does he pick up 3 or not?
I think he's got at least 2.
2.
Then we'll see.
Boy, he's got the Saturday. Oh, man, he's got the hooks in right now. Chest to chest is Weatherman from Iowa State.
And he gets the fall.
He gets the pin, so a big pin. 2 pins for the Clones this round.
Wow.
Mike Marino gets a pin, and Tanner Weatherman.
Yes.
Both of 2 of 3 guys win magazine. Didn't even mention that.
Well,
We'll move on.
that's all right. They were on our list.
Yeah. And right now, Perry up 5-0. So,
Hey, we see Mikey England from Missouri out there versus your number 2 seed, Andrew Howe from Oklahoma, down on mat number 6.
so Howell's looking tough as always. He's just in your face and great conditioning. He's a brawler. I think the best match I saw last year, ready? Freestyle. Kyle Dake, Andrew Howe, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
12-minute match.
Yeah, was that amazing? Did you get to see it?
Dude, you could see the sweat just like cut.
Ooh, man.
They had to take a break to wipe off the sweat from that match.
That was all-time great. Speaking of Kyle Dake, by the way, I think he's on crutches, guys. You've been watching him around here?
No, I haven't seen him.
Is he? Broken foot. I saw him on crutches. So the all-time great, 4-time national champ, 4 different weight classes is on crutches. So he is human.
He is human.
He's human. He
that's
feels pain, apparently. I don't know if he feels pain, but his bones can break.
He leads like the rest of us.
Yeah, but he also he broke his hand. Was still able to defeat gold medalist Dennis Sargouche too over at an international tournament.
Oh, he's tough. It's going to be fun. Taylor, Burrows,
So
Dake.
let's go
Back
back.
to folk style.
Let's go back out where we're
How's
at.
Hal doing?
Well, so Andrew, still 0-0 early. Hey, look over at mat
For
number
Andrew Howe.
7, though. Mat number 7, you got Mike Evans from the University of Iowa versus Hammond from
Picking
Cal
up
State
2 as we
Bakersfield.
speak. Is that right, Jeff? Or not? Or, well, he's got the... Yeah,
Yeah,
gave
so
him
that's
2.
a reversal. So it's all tied up 2-2 right now in the first period.
51 seconds to go in that match there, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, absolutely. Cody Caldwell, we haven't talked about him for a minute.
Right.
Caldwell and Cody Walters. Walters came back from that injury, and the 2 of them are all tied up 2-2 in the second period.
Tough match there, tied up 10-8 here between Navy and Illinois. A lot of points scored, 18 points, 11 seconds to go. A lot of riding time for Delago from Illinois, though. 1 minute and 31 seconds of riding time. And he has the 2-point lead, so.
Yep, your number 3 seed's right out here in front of us, Robert Kokish from Nebraska. Kokish with a 32-1 record coming in today. He's wrestling Jacob Scheffel from West Virginia University. Kokish is up 2-0 in the first period.
Got that chicken wing going there, the bar arm. Double chicken wing almost, trying to.
All right, Tony Delago from Illinois with the big 8-11 or 11-8 win, 12-8 with riding time.
With that 1:31 riding time, you said it, Jeff Murphy. So a big win for the Fighting Illini there.
That was quite a battle.
That was Navy really.
Yeah, Miller from Navy really did a good job.
Miller did do a good job. So.
All right,
And,
so
let's see, we got another North Dakota State Bison wrestling up there. Hayden Zellmer against Decino from Bloomsburg, another Bloomsburg wrestler. I believe Zellmer leads. Is that right? He's in the red, so yeah, he's up 2-0 right now, and riding tough is Zellmer from North Dakota.
Decino's
He
up
trails.
2-0. Yeah,
Okay.
Zilmer's down. Zilmer's in the green.
Getting a little riding time. Does he cut him? He does, just as I speak it. So that must be wired to his headgear.
Yeah,
Good thing he cut him. He needs the takedown. As Jeff Murphy mentioned, he trails, Zillmer does, to Decino from Bloomsburg. Decino came in with a 20-8 mark, 28-8, pardon me. Zillmer, 27 wins and 6 losses for the Bison and Coach Roger Kish.
Yep. So right here in front of us now, we've got Mark Martin from Ohio State University. Martin's had a pretty decent season. He's wrestling against Connor Brennan from Ryder. And there's the end of the match with Chris Berry, your number 1 seed here at 174 pounds.
Major.
He wins 8-0.
Just 3 seconds shy of getting another one. So a major decision there for the Ohio State Buckeye. Oklahoma State. You get
Cowboy,
OSU, OSU. And when they were headed up a little earlier, you pointed out,
Yeah.
Jeff Mervin, like you had OSU against OSU.
Hey, it's only the first
Oh, he
day.
just put his back. Martin's on his back.
Oh, Martin is on
here.
his back. The wrestler from Ryder just tough. Brennan.
So another OSU, but the other OSU in trouble.
Yeah, in trouble. Boy, in big trouble. And Ryder wrestler and Martin's just bridging for all his worth.
Connor Brennan, unseeded, came in 26-7 on the year. Mark Martin, 27-11 for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah, and Martin fights out of it, but he's in a big hole, 5-0 early in the match. All right.
I believe Zelmer still trails up there. He is the seeded wrestler between him and DeCino from Bloomsburg. Zelmer is the number 13 seed and trails 3-0. And Zelmer from North Dakota State will start on top. DeCino on the bottom from Bloomsburg.
Yep.
Going in the third and final period. Jeff Murphy.
So Andrew Howe up 6-2 over Mikey England from Missouri.
You got a bar on now.
Yep. Howe's just really having his way with Mikey.
Mikey, a former Iowa State Cyclone.
Yep, absolutely. And if we go all the way down to the far mat, let's talk about another former Iowa State Cyclone, Matt Brown from Penn State University.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he sure
versus,
was.
Meyer from Stanford.
Oh, he's got a cradle lock. Andrew Howe's got a cradle locked up.
Yep.
Got Mike England in trouble. England's going to have to try to get his legs out, or can he? Picking up some back points is Andrew Howe.
In big trouble now.
Returning national
But
champion.
time runs out.
Oh, the clock was his best friend with that one.
But the interesting side note on Howe, he's never won a title for the Sooners.
Yeah.
They've all been for the Wisconsin Badgers, his individial title.
Yeah, we'll see how this year works out. Matt Brown, as I was talking, is up 4-1 now over Meyer from Stanford.
It's interesting, that trifecta. You have kids that didn't finish with the teams they started. You mentioned Brown at Iowa State, English at Iowa State, and then Howe with the Wisconsin Badgers. So
Taylor with Iowa State because during his
yeah, he did actually.
Transferred to his redshirt year.
Sure did. Yeah,
absolutely.
So David Taylor.
Same with Andrew Long, and well, Andrew Long is no longer wrestling though, but still.
Right. Yep. Oh, Zelmer's in trouble, guys. He did a do-or-die move and got caught from North Dakota State. So
he do or died and died.
He got in trouble. He did. Just about. He went down, Mr. Jeff Murphy, DeCino from Bloomsburg. So DeCino from Bloomsburg with a 28-8 record coming in here. He's up 5-1 against the seeded wrestler. So.
And Robert Kokish from Nebraska, I think your number 3 seed there.
Yeah, major, is that right?
9-1 right now in the third period. And Cody Caldwell and Cody Walters. Walters now up 5-3 over Caldwell from UNI.
Alrighty.
Howe gets another takedown on mat 6, a beautiful single leg, goes up 10-3 with a minute and left.
Boy, Mike England, I'm sure he's thinking, hey, this guy's, I bet he's won a national title before.
Yeah.
This Howe's tough, is he? And just in your face. He's got real interesting. Spent the motel time in the lobby of the motel with his dad, Mike, and got to know a lot about Andrew Howe back when it was in Philadelphia. With his dad, Mike Howe. So.
The match we haven't hardly talked about because it's cleared out on the other end, but your number 3 seed, Mike Evans from University of Iowa, he's up 7-2 now over Hammond from Cal State Bakersfield. That match is just wrapping
about
up.
It, isn't it?
Yep.
Zilmer comes back to tie the match. He ties the match and match 6-6.
Zilmer.
He comes back to tie the match 6-6
wow.
right now.
Look at the Granby rolls, somersault rolls there by
Zilmer.
So no overtime, so what you see is what you get. Wow, the seeded wrestler has not quite been unseeded.
No.
So Zilmer, thanks for pointing that out, Danny.
Absolutely.
I didn't see exactly how it happened, did you? Or?
I looked over, I saw a quick takedown, kick out, then he stood up, stepped back, dove right in for his ankles, and it was 6-6, and when I commented, you guys came back over, I'm like, whoa, I should probably say something.
Thank you, Dan Sheehan. Good job by you. And I don't think Zilmer had led that match.
No, he was trailing the whole
technically he hasn't led it yet. They're still tied up 6-6. So he tried an ankle pick right off the first few seconds of the sudden victory. But
so Evans won, Kokish won from Nebraska.
Alrighty.
Matt Brown's up 9-2.
Okay. Howe's in the driver's seat. Andrew Howe against Mikey England of Missouri Tigers, and Andrew Howe wrestling for the Oklahoma Sooners. And Zelmer, what are we going to do? We get
Overtime.
27 seconds to go in sudden victory, so.
I don't know if there's any stall calls or anything like that.
It's amazing. I really thought Zellmer was going to lose that match to Bloomberg's wrestler, Decino.
Here we go, here we go.
Decino in on a shot. Zellmer's in trouble, guys.
Get him. There's two.
And so Zellmer never did lead that match. Tied it. So.
Boy, oh boy.
He tied it. Big win there by Decino, the unseeded wrestler from Bloomsburg.
1 second left in the sudden victory.
I say
It's big.
Bloomsburg is one of those programs on the rise for the EWL.
Yeah,
and Cody Caldwell with a takedown with just seconds left. And he's going to, that's it. And he's going to win it. 6-5 over Walters from Ohio.
For the Northern Iowa Panthers.
No, I think that's riding time. It's tied up.
Yes.
It's tied up. We can't see the riding time clock from here.
Right, so it could end up here sudden victory right away, correct?
They're in sudden victory right now. It was all tied up. The referee got them back to their feet and restarted them. Caldwell,
Walters in on a shot.
In on a shot, absolutely. Caldwell.
Nice knee block there by Caldwell.
Trying.
Wow, that's tough. Big match here. Are they the Bobcats? Is that right?
Ohio Bobcats, that's
Ohio
correct.
Bobcat against the Panthers. So we got the battle of the cats out here.
That's right.
Actually, there's
Panther and a Bobcat.
Cat fight.
Yeah, that's right.
interesting you say that because Missouri is the same thing. In Ohio wrestled Missouri the battle of the Bobcats.
Yeah, that's right. So.
Funny you should say that. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
All right. There was a big flurry early on, yeah, and then nothing. It's just kind of slowed up a bit.
Yep, it has, and we got to watch the time up on the ticker tape, don't we, guys?
Yeah, that's the only way to see it.
Yep, and they don't do them second by second. They jump a couple, 2 to 4 or whatever.
We have Nick Marable over in the house to our left. Most notably because Nick Marable was able to beat Jordan Burroughs.
Yeah, in a freestyle match just not too long ago, so he's doing a good job for the United States.
Better circle that date on the calendar. Might not ever happen again.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I had to put money on him, yeah, he's tough to take down. I still remember Mark Perry saying Nick Marable's the most difficult guy you'll ever try to get a takedown on him. Maybe that's why Burroughs' double legs didn't work on him. But I'm with you. Burroughs is definitely in the driver's seat.
Like wrestling a turtle.
Yeah, exactly. He gets down and it's real low. So what do we got to ride out?
They're in the 30
for Caldwell
seconds.
And Walters. I apologize for the listeners. I'll identify what I'm talking about. Caldwell from UNI and Walters from Ohio.
That's right.
Bobcat against the Panther.
Caldwell's on top.
Clubs are up on the
big reverse. He gave 2 back points. He gave 2 back points.
2-2.
Caldwell was on top in the 30-second period, and
got the 2 back points. So
yeah, Walters tried to scoot around. Caldwell tilted him.
Saw Doug and Mark Schwab on their feet. Or no, that's Randy Pugh wrestling or coaching for Northern Iowa. So it's Mark Schwab and Randy Pugh.
Martin from Ohio goes down. Yeah, wow. Brennan from Ryder wins 7-2.
Big win there for Brendan from Ryder.
So Ohio State, Mark Martin.
Yep, the Ohio State Buckeye gets defeated, and now the Ohio Bobcats in for match of his life. He's going to try to do a ride out here on Caldwell.
Yeah, but
Caldwell really just needs to
nothing. He needs to
and he got the escape. So there you go.
All that does is make him up 9-6.
Yeah, Walters. He just I don't know. Well, I figured maybe I don't know what he was thinking, but the Panther wins, right, guys?
That's correct. The Panther wins.
And the crowd goes
Panther beats the Bobcat.
Yeah, Brown wins over on net 8.
Caldwell wins. I'm sure he's been working out with another wrestler we're going to see from there, real good one. Ryan Loader be coming on the map pretty good, and he's won a lot of match for the Panthers over the years.
So right now we've got Ethan Lofthouse from the University of Iowa out there. That's 127. Versus Victor Avery from Edinburgh.
Match 127 from Avery. Oh yeah, Avery is good. He comes in with 23-5 record.
Yep, that's 0-0 at this point.
Avery's a tough kid. He's had some good wins back here for the Fighting Scots over the this year. Victor Avery. I remember Avery in the Nationals last year calling his name. So it's been around. Lofthouse, like you say. How about Chip Talk? Is he out there yet, or number 1 seed?
I don't see Jerry.
He's undefeated. It's going to be match number 123.
I do not. right here in front of us.
Here we go, Jimmy Shiptalk right now. He looked good in the Midlands. I remember calling his matches in the Midlands.
It had to be because I can hear the Maryland heckler over here in the stands. He's sitting over here on the side.
And he looks smooth at Midland.
Picker. Is his name right?
Oh my.
He's going to be making some noise. He just happened to be behind us at the Midlands every match.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So, he was right behind us. Shiptalk's real tough. He's solid, isn't he? And he's a solid looking 184 pound.
He's a meaty 184.
He is, and he's explosive. A lot of power. He's got a lot of speed with that too. He's wrestling a cowboy.
And you talked about
Benjamin Stroff from Wyoming, out of Laramie, Wyoming. Jeff Murphy.
You talked about Logan Storley out there versus Marsh from Kent State University.
Okay.
We had another cowboy in the corner, Chris Pendleton, the Wyoming Cowboys cowboy.
Yeah, that's right.
Two-time national champ, four-time All-American from the Oklahoma State University.
Mark Branch, you got to believe these guys are in the same weight class, so Stroh might be pretty good after all. Benjamin Stroh, you ready for Wyoming? 27-6.
So another match that's pretty tight here is Tyler Wilkes of Pitt. He's wrestling Bradley Wookie of Penn.
Brad Wookie of Penn, Ohio boy, state champ.
And they're tied 2-2 in the second period.
Lofthouse Trails, is that correct, I believe, against Avery? I think Avery leads, am I right?
2-1.
2-1 in that. Going in the second period, Lofthouse will start on the bottom. Talk gets the takedown here, and a kick out there is Stroh, so Stroh looking tough. I got to believe in him wrestling Clayton Foster, I think, is down here, who just went 4-0 out at the World Cup. So when you figure you got Foster, Pendleton, and Branch,
yeah, there's a lot of workout partners.
I'll tell you, that's a tough weight class. If I ever go, I like to go to Laramie, Wyoming, by the way. One of my favorite vacation spots. I'm not going to go and practice with those guys at that weight class.
No.
Just think about that group of four to work out with this guy. And,
with Stroh, Benjamin Stroh.
Oh, man. Talk about wanting to be carried out of practice with those guys.
Yeah, and Lofthouse gets out 2-2, 1:15 to go in the second period. Just 8 seconds of riding time in favor of Avery. So Lofthouse of Iowa Hawkeyes have tied it up. Stroh starts on top, just 2-1, guys, against the number one undefeated Jimmy Shiptalk from Maryland. Jimmy Shiptalk, is he in the run for the Hodge? Taylor goes down. If Taylor loses, would Shiptalk get the Hodge?
Perhaps.
He's the only undefeated wrestler left to hold the number one receipt.
Is it just the two or not?
Because Howell lost to Perry.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so yeah, Shiptalk and Taylor, Mr. David Taylor from Penn State. So how's the
you mean
Avery match?
The heavyweight champion didn't hold the number? Oh, maybe not.
That was a fruit basket upset.
Revolving door.
That was the revolving door. That's a good word for it, Mr. Murphy.
Nick Mullen, all those guys out there all held number one positions, but didn't hold them for more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's just it. Nobody could hang on to it.
Don't ask me how I know that.
Chalfont's been tough too, hasn't he?
Chalfont from Indiana, that's right.
Yeah.
Stortley's still with Marsh from Michigan, or Kent State, KSU. He's tied up. Is that right? Still 0-0?
0-0 on Lofthouse.
Stortley from Minnesota.
Have Lofthouse and Avery on the next mat. 2-2 in the second period. 2-2 with 22 seconds left in period 2.
And Stouffer from ASU, Arizona State, leads Abinader from Michigan. 3-1, 1 minute and 5 seconds of riding time. That's third period, so let's see how that one turns out. I think Abinader goes down to the Arizona State Sun Devils. So Sean Charles and company, the Sun Devils, get a victorious winner in Stouffer.
Yep.
1 minute and 5 seconds riding time. Jeff Murphy?
Tyler Wilkes now up 4-2 over Wookie from Penn. That is second period.
Shiptalk gets another takedown here on this real tough Wyoming Cowboy. The Terp takes him down. He leads now 5-1 over. But Stroh looks like he's in a reversal situation here. If he got the hands cleared, no. So time runs out. Pendleton's up on his feet and Foster's upset. The ref called a stalemate there. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. 7 seconds ago, it looked like Stroh was breaking the hands and getting ready to get a reversal on Shiptalk possibly, but nope, faults. What do we got? A caution against the Terp. So
caution.
So Steve, I got a text message, and if you look way up there in 325, some of our friends from back home are up
the
there.
Cardinal Gold, huh? Up in, what is it, 325 you say?
Yeah, they said.
I see the Cardinal Gold.
They told me that
nosebleed territory.
Need to look up at him once in a while.
Sounds good, your friend there, Mr. Polson up there.
Absolutely.
Lynn McElrath doing a good job with the Cyclone Wrestling Club. And Ship Talk, by the way, doing a good job. Stroh's looks tough in here, but this Ship Talk, he's just so... Oh, another caution now, though, against Ship Talk. He's had 2 of them, guys. He's jumped the gun on top, so...
Logan Storley picks up 2 points and winds up with a 2-0 lead in the second period.
In the corner of Ship Talk is a national champion there. Is Mr. Kerry McCoy, wrestled back for Penn State Nittany Lions back in the day. Him and Steve Neal had some great matches. And you say Storley and Marsh are tied?
No, Storley now is up 4-0.
He got him. Yeah, got the reversal, was it?
Just got the reversal, absolutely.
4-2 for the Minnesota Golden Gopher, and his Lofthouse is tied.
Well, Lofthouse and Avery are tied. Avery had some kind of maybe a blood timeout, I think. They're both back on the mat now. 13 seconds left in the second period, 2-2. Both wrestlers on their feet.
So, wow, 2-2 they go here, and
Avery gets a takedown with 5 seconds left in the second period.
Man.
The Hawkeyes got to hate to see that one.
Lofthouse kind of limping a little bit as he came up. Stroh, you got to love this kid's fight. He gets the escape on the #1 undefeated wrestler, but he's getting in trouble here. He better stay out of the cradle.
Yeah, I thought Sheptock had him cradled up. Now he's got a little bit of a Turk on him and turning him with that Turk.
Good leg Turk, boy. I tell you, Sheptock's tough on top, isn't he?
He is tough on top.
The heckler's excited.
I've not seen him as many times as I've seen some other wrestlers this year, but he looks good.
Heckler is on the top of it, boy. Sheptock looks good on top, guys. 9-3 now. 50 seconds ago. Ready, 1 minute and 21 seconds of riding time for your #1 seed and undefeated 184-pounder. Storley still winning there, 4-2.
I could have used the heckler with you this morning talking to some of the people at our hotel.
Yeah, getting that hotel situation straightened out.
I can tell you that at the fine hotel that we're staying, customer service is not an option.
That's not on their forte.
That's not on their list.
It's not on their forte. Well, the heckler, can make noise, and he's officially he fights law. He's an attorney.
Well, I should have had him.
Actually, he's an extremely successful attorney. I don't know if I'd want to be a judge in one of his cases, would you?
So
what do we got down here? Oh, look at this.
Avery now out with a 5-2 lead. Avery with the escape in the third period. Minute and 15 seconds left. Avery over Lofthouse.
Stroh gets out for Wyoming, but he's down by 6 against the #1 CN, the undefeated Jimmy Shiptalk, and Shiptalk wins it, guys.
Absolutely.
For the Maryland Terps and Coach Kerry McCoy. So Shiptalk is the victor. Jeff Murphy.
Logan Storley now, 1 minute left in the match. He's up 4-2. Storley on top.
So he got riding time.
It looks like Marsh is trying to come around the backside, but Storley's still got that leg. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He does have riding time. He's got 2 minutes and some seconds of riding time.
And 2:40 of riding time, like you say, for Storley. A lot of riding time, my friend, a train load of it.
Yeah. So. I think Storley's going to come out the victor in that match. And if we look over at the over at the next match, Lofthouse and Avery now, 26 seconds left in the match. Both wrestlers on their feet. Yep, Lofthouse in on the, shoots a takedown. Avery backs out of it. Referee hits him with a stalling warning and a point. So it's 5-3 now, 18 seconds left in this match.
No riding time, so what you see is what you get. Lofthouse trying to get a takedown for overtime, correct?
Yep, 10 seconds left. Yeah, he'd have to get a takedown for overtime.
In on an outside shot. Nice,
5 seconds left.
Nice brawl there by Avery.
2-1.
That far leg.
There's Avery. Another Hawkeye goes down. Wow, they're having a tough first round.
Some more goes down at 165. Lofthouse out of the state of Utah, but wrestling for the Iowa Hawkeyes. He goes down to Avery from Edinburgh.
Jeva went down in his match.
Yeah, he did.
At the same time, Logan Storley won 5-2 for Minnesota. So we have another seated wrestler out here on mat number 6, Gabe Dean from Cornell, the only man this year to beat Ed Ruth.
Yeah, the only one to beat him for quite a while. It's been a long time.
Gabe
different
Dean
years.
is going to wrestle Leland Witherspoon from Iowa State University. Witherspoon's an interesting story because he wrestled most of the year at 100. Well, he and Weatherman, their 174-pounders, went back and forth. Witherspoon wrestled most of the year at 84, but he weighed in at 74 every time. And then they decided here a few weeks ago that Witherspoon would be the 84-pounder, Weatherman the 74-pounder, so Witherspoon then didn't have to make weight at 74.
Yeah, so he's been able to fill in a good-looking freshman from Jackson, Michigan, but this Gabe Dean's the real deal, I'm sure. Great record Gabe Dean has down here
I
for
believe
Cornell.
He's a freshman as well.
He is a freshman.
So
35 and 2, lot of matches.
Freshman versus freshman.
37 matches here for Gabe Dean, but Dean's in on a leg of Weatherspoon's. Got it up in the air, trying to tip Weatherspoon down, but Weatherspoon fighting it off here. Dean is the number 3 seed, I believe.
Number 3 seed, yes.
Weatherspoon unseeded for Iowa State, and Cornell Big Red. Fighting for takedowns down there. On the edge of the mat, no points yet. Storley was victorious for Minnesota Gophers, so the Gophers win another match. Lofthouse went down to Avery of Edinburgh, so we've had some upsets already in the match. We knew he would. You never know who it's going to be, you know. So, but and Dean's got a single right on the edge, and Witherspoon's got that other leg back, and so they're just burning a lot of time. They are really burning a lot of time. 1:40 to go in the first period, so tough shot there for Gabe Dean, but no takedown. Dean was a real good standout football player. They talk about his ability to play football. Boy, you can tell he's powerful-looking legs. He's a powerful-looking guy.
So here's a school we
beat Ruth, what, in the scuffle? Am I right?
Absolutely.
I think it was the scuffle.
Yep, it was.
Beat Ed Ruth.
So,
Jeff?
A team we haven't talked much about today, the Boise State Broncos.
Yes.
Jacob Schwartz from Boise State out here in front of us against Philip Joseph from Eastern Michigan University.
One of the Schwartz brothers. Wasn't too many years. We couldn't say enough about the Boise State Broncos. We were mentioning their name just a lot, back not too many years ago. They had Hochstrasser and company and a lot of them in there, and Jason Chamberlain.
Boy, they had a
Jason
good team
Chamberlain.
For
they had a lot of balance.
3 years in a row there, they were really solid.
Kind of set back a little bit. Schwartz here, real good. He's one of the Schwartz brothers. I remember he has a brother that wrestled for the Broncos. This is should be in good shape. I think his dad owns a big chain of fitness centers out on the West Coast. So I don't know how often he gets to go to them. He's probably busy wrestling, and the coach being coached by Mr. White and Greg Randall from Mount Vernon, Iowa, I believe. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I knew the Randall boys back in the day.
Not far from
Exactly.
Washington, Iowa.
So Cornell, Gabe Dean from Cornell, got the takedown about halfway through the first period, and then Witherspoon with the escape. Both wrestlers on their feet. 40-some seconds left in the first period. 2-1 in favor of Dean.
Dean's tough. He just looks real solid, doesn't he, on his feet?
Yep, absolutely solid.
Schwartz, no points here yet for the Boise State Broncos. And his opponent is Philip Joseph from Eastern Michigan. Is that correct?
Eastern Michigan University.
Eastern Michigan, formerly coached by Willie Gatson. 30. Ivan Gatson's father, his dad.
Yep. We got, and down on the far end, we've got Clint Morrison from Ryder. He's facing Max Thomaset from Pittsburgh right now. 3-3 at the end of the first period. Thank you.
And right now, what do we got?
We need to make all of our delicious beverages disappear into these Powerade cups. Yeah.
Still 2-1, I think, there against Weatherspoon and Dean, right? Still 2-1.
Yeah. So I'm going to pour my Coca-Cola into this paper cup that they've given me because they don't want us to advertise Coca-Cola.
We usually have to cut the labels off of water. So I got mine reversed at least so the cameras can't pick it up. But we can thank our sponsors, Kimmin Industries. Thanks, Kimmin, Jeff Murphy, and Rid-X Termite Pest Control.
Yeah.
And a whole lot more. Just Fighting Illini. I know Jim Heffernan's been a good sponsor of the show.
I don't know what we did with the sponsor list.
With the sponsor list, but it'll be coming. We'll be talking about it in the next rounds. But I know Kimmin's been important, Jeff.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And Steve Foster from Rid-X Termite Pest Control.
Yep.
Helping out since the get-go.
Number of great sponsors. That's what makes Takedown Radio
keeps us alive.
Keeps us moving every week.
We thank every one of them for helping us out. We really do, so we can do what we love to do. And
can't thank them enough.
Yep, have a good time. So we tied up, I think, between Dean and
Dean and
Witherspoon.
2-2, minute 28 seconds left in that second period. Here's another UNI Panther out on the mat. Steve Ryan Loader's out here. He's wrestling
Loader
from Illinois.
Yeah, Reyes, a good-looking freshman for Illinois. And Loader's been tough. Reyes with a nice little tilt move there and takes Ryan Loader down. Big points for the Fighting Illini. Now up, Reyes is 2-0. So
Lazarus Reyes.
Lazarus Reyes. I'll just go with the last name, I guess.
I'll go with Reyes.
Yeah. Go with Reyes. A great one, by the way, back in the day, Jesse Reyes.
Yeah.
One of the greatest inside drippers that ever wrestled. He won his national title with the inside drip. Jesse Reyes did. So it's been a few years back. That's for the old timers, that one is.
Absolutely.
Schwartz still with Joseph of Eastern Michigan. I think, Schwartz just takes the lead now with the escape. So the Boise State Bronco scores first. He draws first blood, leads 1-0 with a minute 24 to go in the second period. And Dean up to 4-2, took Witherspoon down, I guess. And Loader, does he get
He just got
two of his own?
Yeah.
So he takes the lead over Reyes from Illinois. So Loader from Northern Iowa. The Panther leads the Fighting Illini.
Yep, 3-2.
Right now, 3-2. And looking at some of the other matches here.
Morrison from Ryder, 4-3 over Thomasette from Pittsburgh. That's in the third period now.
Thomasette's been tough too. He's a good wrestler, Thomasette has. So a big lead there by Morrison from Ryder. I think, does Thomasette have the riding time maybe from Pitt? 1:16 the riding time, I believe.
Yep, he does. So effectively at this point in the game, that's tied.
Tied to tie. And as you mentioned, Jeff Murphy, it's there in the third period. So it's going to be important for these guys to do what they got to do.
Oh, and there's the escape. So I think the Pitt wrestler just escaped. 4-4, tied up. But Thomasette's got riding time, minute 6 seconds of riding time, according to, minute 6 seconds of riding time. So both wrestlers are on their feet with about a minute left in the match.
Gabe Dean down on a shot, nice reshot by Witherspoon, had Dean's leg, but they're going to go out of bounds, about out of town.
Out of town too, yeah.
They went a long ways. They went out of bounds far enough to be out of town. Loader, how's that turning out? Loader's, tied it up, right?
Yep, just as you spoke.
Reyes does a kick out.
Yep, with a kick out, 3-3 now.
Look at Schwartz down here for Boise State, the number 6 seed.
Yep, Schwartz with the big back points.
Picks up 3 more. Is that, I think it's 9-0, or is that his 6?
I think it's 6-0, yep.
So the Boise State Bronco winning over there against Eastern Michigan.
Yep, Gabe Dean with another takedown, and he's up 7-2 now over Witherspoon from Iowa State.
Dean's so solid. Be tough to get those points back, I think. He's just so strong. Big, strong legs.
Got right here in front of us, Steve, we've got Curtis Julson from North Dakota State versus Kenny Courts from Ohio State. Courts had a really good Big Ten tournament.
He did, and he's in on a fast shot and a reshot there by North Dakota State. So, wow, no points or not, or 4-2's the score.
Witherspoon gets an escape down there, so it's 7-3 now in favor of Dean.
I think it was an intentional release. In on that leg again is Dean. Boy, Gabe Dean's tough, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quick.
He gets in there. He's so powerful on that far leg. He likes to shoot across to get that far leg. And I don't know. Will we have a Dean Ruth showdown? You know they're on the same side of the bracket. They have to meet in the semifinals, possibly.
If they both get there.
If they both get there, it'd be a semi-final. Thomasette, like you say, by the way, he's the number 3 seed.
Yeah, and
Not sure.
I think he won that. I think he did.
Thomasette maybe for Pitt. Pitt had a good dual season. We've made reference to that this year.
Too many things going on at once here. So we've got Kevin Steinhaus coming out on the mat. He's going to wrestle Nathan Boyd from Oklahoma State. So one of those head-to-head matchups we talked about.
So Nathan Boyd coming out here trying to make some noise for his team, and like you say, Kenny Courts is up 5-2 against Juleson of North Dakota State. Jeff Murphy?
Now, Nick Heflin, our number 1 seed at 197 pounds, right here in front of us. He's wrestling Paul Rands from the Navy.
Okay. Heflin still's got his Mohawk hairdo, so it's easy to find Heflin.
Heflin bulked up this year. He was 74 pounds.
Yeah, he's jumped up. You know, he pulled a Bertolino.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when All-American David Bertolino did that. So Dean wins what, 10-5 maybe, 9-4?
Yep, something
Not
to
sure,
that effect.
yeah. So Cornell gets their number 3 seed a win here. Big win for their Cornell.
And Ryan Loader and Reyes all tied up 3-3 as period 2 winds up to a close. No, I'll take that back. Period 2 has 1 minute left in it.
I think Ed Ruth's coming out here on the same match that Dean and Weatherspoon were on, mat number 6.
Going to wrestle Jackson Hine from Wisconsin.
Hine's real strong, but they're booing, folks. They're saying Ruth, by the way. Unless you're old timer like me, then you think that Lou Bannix went back out on wrestling.
Yeah.
I remember when the Hawks used to do the Lou cheer.
Absolutely.
I told a Penn State wrestler there at, or a fan at the Jack Spades. By the way, great party last night, Jack Spades. Thanks, buddy. Best food I've eaten in a long time. But I said when I hear him go Ruth, I always think of Lou Bannick. But Ruth's out, returning national champ. Ready? He is fast and flashy.
Yeah.
In on a leg already is Mr. Ruth. Blocks the other leg, gets the takedown up 2-0.
It looks like he's inspired today, Steve.
Yes, and Penn State, ready? They weren't in the top 10. Ready? Number 2 right now, the team standing 1 point behind the Oklahoma State Cowboys is Penn State Nittany Lions. Edinburgh in 3rd with 9. Iowa State Cyclones in 4th with 8. With the 2 pins from Tanner Weatherman and Mike Marino. Minnesota Gophers tied, actually. Well, they have 8, so they must not be able to punch a number that tells them it's a tie up there.
No.
So we'll have to keep track of that. Technically, it's a tie for 4th. Nebraska then would be in the true 5th. So we'll just do some subtraction. Big tide, ready, guys? Cornell, Illinois, Michigan, Oklahoma Sooners. So you got the Big Red, Fighting Illini, the Wolverines, and the Sooners all tied up down there for a true 6th, I'm going to call it, right, Jeff?
Yep.
With 7 points.
So Ed Ruth now up 4-1 over Jackson Hines. So Ruth is getting after it here early in the match.
They could get the team lead possibly for the first time today if he can continue to win. So
Heflin and Rand still all tied up 0-0 here in front of us.
Navy and Ohio State.
Yep. Kenny
Heflin.
Court still out to a 5-2 lead.
Okay.
Over the wrestler from Juleson from South Dakota State.
Seems like it's been 5-2 for a while.
North Dakota State.
Ryan Loader still up 4-3. Is that correct against Reyes of Illinois?
I don't know.
He's in the green.
Yes, 4-3. And I was looking down there at that Steinhaus match. It looks like Steinhaus and Boyd are 0-0 in the second period.
Okay, and that's match number 135, right? Boyd from Oklahoma State, Cowboys. I'm sure the Cowboys, they're leading the team race right now, so they'd love for Boyd to pull the upset, which it would be if he would beat Steinhaus. Steinhaus has been a name. Oh, look at Ruth picking up some bonus points here.
Got him on his back.
Oh, that's a pin, guys. Ed Ruth with the bonus points, and I'm going to call it first. I think that's got to give him the lead, right? Team-wise?
Wow, yeah. And you think about it now, Penn State's had a pretty good day thus far. Iowa's had a couple of guys fall that they knew
Penn State has.
On.
Moore and Lofthouse, big names for them, and then Dardanes from Minnesota.
Going down, I'll tell you what.
Yep.
Big
Tied up.
Start. Dave Taylor with the fall.
Yep, Ruth you're right. Oh, Ray is going for broke here against Loader. 59 seconds. It's a good match. 58 seconds to go, guys.
All tied up 4-4. Mark Perry shoves Reyes back out on the mat. Says, go get him. Be aggressive.
Nice, almost ankle pick here.
Don't mess around.
Loader's got to be a senior. He's been there for a long time. Referee goes down.
Referee goes down, but he bounces right back to his
So
feet.
2 points for the wrestlers, and the referee now trails 2-0.
Bumbles bounce.
Yeah, that's right, man. Referee number 11.
So, lots
Ohio
of things
State
going on. We
got another takedown
got
here.
another big Minnesota
Kenny
wrestler.
Courts.
Scott Schiller's out there. He's wrestling Zach Nye from Virginia.
So Schiller's always in a thriller for the Michigan or Minnesota Gophers, pardon me. Still tied up, 18 seconds to go between Loader, fifth-year senior, against the freshman.
Ray is in on a single leg, though. 10 seconds left.
Freshman's got the leg.
If he can finish.
Does Loader get out of it? Good hips
They go
by
off
Loader.
the edge of the mat. 4 seconds left, but they go off the mat. I'm not sure why they went off the mat. He still had half his body still on.
I don't know, Mr. Murphy. I see it like you do, you know. Good hips by Loader, though, right?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
that saved him, those heavy hips.
Yeah, so we're going to see another tough 197-pounder come on. Kyvan Gadsden steps onto the mat. The 5th-seeded Kyvan Gadsden, amazing as that might sound.
Yep, the son of Willie Gadsden. I made mention to him with them wrestling or coaching for Eastern Michigan. Steinhaus, by the way, gets 2 guys. Now he leads for the Golden Gophers of Minnesota, 2-0. Steinhaus leads.
Yep, Gadsden's wrestling Abram Ayala from Princeton. So I think that's the first time we've seen a Princeton wrestler today, Steve.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I don't remember calling it before.
Sudden victory. Reyes takes Loader down and sudden
big
victory.
loss for the Panthers. They had a really nice round too, guys. You and I had Northern Iowa. So Loader goes down to Reyes. Freshman takes down the senior, and another takedown. Talk about that one, Jeff.
Well, Gadsden with a really nice takedown here early in the first period.
Power takedown.
And Schiller with a takedown in his match, up 2-0. And Heflin in front of us with a takedown, and that's a 3-0. And Rand popped something in his knee, I think.
Boy, he did. Yep, his knee's out of
It
whack.
looks like it hurts. It looks like it hurts.
When you can't straighten it out, you're in trouble.
He's not putting any weight on that leg.
Tough on the Navy guy. Heflin, a big move there. Big up, really 3-0. So really, against the number 1 seed, our Navy wrestler, done a really good job.
Done a really fine job. Yeah, he's been in this match the
and that
whole
would
time.
be Paul Rands.
Yep.
Paul Rands from Navy came in with an 18-9 record for Navy.
Yeah, we're in the third period, and Heflin was only up 1-0 until that scramble and takedown right there. So Rand's done a good job, but I'm not sure if he can get that knee worked out. We'll see. Sometimes it looks a lot more painful and enduring than some of these injuries
Just
are.
by looking at this across the way, it could be Tyler Meeks maybe. Is that right? Meeks is really good for Oregon State Beavers at 197.
144.
I'm thinking that's Meeks,
exactly who it is, yep.
I'd have never guessed he'd been the 12th seed. He had a great tournament last year.
Versus Marshall Haas from Citadel.
I think he had a win over Gadsden last year, if I remember right. Real tough match between those two.
Rands is starting to put a little weight on his knee.
Yeah, his right knee, boy, I don't know if it locked up or not. Looked like it kind of locked up, so real tough there for.
I don't think he's going to be able to finish. Every time he puts any weight on that leg at all, he can't hardly stand on it.
Pretty tough. Go.
Yeah.
You get a certain amount of time. I don't know how much is left, so they aren't running the injury time where we can visually see it, I don't believe, so. But what are they going to do? He's going to try to finish here.
He's going to try to finish because he's going to be on top and go into the. And so Heflin in the down position. Minute 36 seconds left.
Boy, tough kid here, right?
Yeah.
This Rand.
Yeah.
Tough kid here for Navy.
Heflin,
Kick out by Heflin and.
4-0 now in favor of Heflin. Now
he throws it.
The Navy
Coach
says, nope, we're not going any further.
Pretty honorable by Heflin, you know. I think he could have took a shot, but he kind of looked over his coach like, I don't want to make this guy a cripple here.
Yeah. So Heflin with the 4-0 lead, he moves on.
Tough kid for Ohio State, and tough kid by Paul Rands too from Navy. So he gets a big clap there for the Navy wrestlers. Their number 1 seed moves on here for Ohio State Buckeyes. How's Meeks doing? No score yet here from Oregon State's Taylor Meeks, the number 12 seed, against Marshall Haas from Citadel. So another Citadel.
Goes into the second round, second period. Gadsden up 2-0.
Just up 2 points to nothing.
Schiller,
and Schiller, is he up 4-2?
Yep, 4-2. And Steinhaus up 4-0 over Boyd from Oklahoma State.
Looks like he's trying to pick up some back points, but I don't know if he got the angle that he needed, Jeff Murphy. So.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to get him turned with that. Now Schiller's got his man kind of on his back in sort of a funky position.
Yeah, Schiller does. Kind of shoelace to shoelace. He's all sprawled out, so potentially dangerous, right?
Potentially dangerous.
Yeah.
Potentially going to stretch that hamstring.
Going to get your hamstring tore. That's right, for Schiller that'd have been. So, yep. And still no score between Haas and Meeks here. Haas wrestling for Citadel and Oregon State Beaver. Taylor Meeks. Steinhaus won, correct? 5-0. He had a minute 39 seconds of riding time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Steinhaus moves on for the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
And let's see, I'm trying to see. Christian Bowley's out there now from Maryland. He's number
tough.
9 seed. He's wrestling Cody Reed from Binghamton.
Bowley looked tough in the Midlands this year. Got a taste of him. The Maryland Heckler probably should be showing up here about any minute.
And
Meeks started on top, apparently, just getting some riding time.
And all the way down on the far end, Morgan McIntosh, your number 3 seed from Penn State, versus John Bolich from Lehigh.
So McIntosh and Lehigh. I know who warmed up the Lehigh guy, the champ. Dave Zabriskie. He said, I got him from 84 on, Steve-O. He told me today for the Lehigh Mountain Hawks.
All right, so Gadsden from Iowa State out to a 3-0 lead right now.
Almost a throw-by attempt there.
30 seconds into the second period.
His opponent wrestling him tough there from Penn. So, and that would be Abram Ayala.
Yep.
Ayala.
I got a Daniel Mitchell from American. We haven't talked about American today yet. Versus Timmy McCall from Wisconsin. McCall had a really nice Big Ten.
Yeah, he did. Oh, he was fun to watch. He really was. So, Gadsden in an underhook here. He's got 2 minutes and 22 seconds of riding time. Morgan McIntosh. No points down there, is that correct so far? Between him and
Scott Schiller with a 5-2 lead now.
Okay, Schiller's up over Virginia.
Yep, and
Cavalier.
Meeks and Haas still 0-0 going into the second period.
That's the Cavalier. Here, and Christian Bowley still tied up here 0-0, is that right? And Bowley was what seed again?
Bowley was a
13 or no?
I don't remember. I've got to look.
Match 145. So
now Timmy McCollum and
I don't know why this says match 145. Is that right? Or
that is not right. Yes, that is right. That is right. Bowley's over there.
Okay, yeah, Bowley's down here at the. What mat is he on, Jeff Murphy?
Well, I've got to look. Or maybe he's.
I don't think he's out yet.
All right.
Yeah,
he was out there. Maybe he's already done.
He looked good at the Midlands. I wouldn't be surprised if he scored a pin. This is Timmy McCall.
Yeah, right
against Mitchell. Yeah, McCall looked good at the Big Tens too. He looked like he was tough to score on. McCall did. Daniel Mitchell is the seeded wrestler here. He's the number 13 seed. Gadsden gets another takedown, up 5-0.
Yep. Schiller, same thing.
Match.
Schiller's up 7-3 now. Nathan Burke, we haven't talked about him. Nathan Burke from the University of Iowa versus Shane Woods from Wyoming. That match just getting started, but Burke out to a 2-0 lead early.
And Meeks, I believe he was red, right? So he leads over there, I think, against Citadel. Taylor Meeks from
Meeks is up 2-0
against Haas, Michael Haas, and he gets the escape, I think, up now 3-0 for the Oregon State Beavers. Is Taylor Meeks, returning All-American last year for the Beavers. One of their All-Americans. Remember Clayton Jack was a good heavyweight.
He was
we
big.
called him the Lumberjack.
He was big.
Clayton the Lumberjack.
All right.
Well, McIntosh up 2-0. Is that correct? Against Lehigh, I believe.
Yep. Schiller, he wound up winning his match.
Schiller wins. He moves on.
So Blaze Cable,
the number 4 seed.
Anthony Nilsson is out here. Anthony Nilsson, your number 1 seed, 2-time defending national champion at heavyweight. So we're winding down the morning session here, Steve.
Yeah, we are. The Golden Gophers got 2 in a row. Gatson wins 5-1, 6-1 maybe with riding time.
Yep.
3 minutes, 24 seconds of riding time for Kyvan Gatson. So Gatson moves on for Iowa State. And he could have Meeks of Oregon State next. And I believe Oregon State's Meeks defeated
Meeks is up
Gatson last year in the Nationals.
7-0.
And let's see, are we going to... I like it because we're kind of going with running totals here too, aren't we, again? And Penn State now has taken the lead, 13-0 with that pin of Ed Ruth. Oklahoma State Cowboys in second, 11.5. In third place is the Cornhuskers out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Coach Mark Cody and Brian Snyder and Tony Ersland's guys. 9.5 points. Cornell, Edinburgh, Minnesota all tied up with 9. Then the Fighting Illini and Iowa State Cyclones. And Ohio State Buckeyes all tied. Michigan with 7, rounding out the top 10, the Wolverines.
Yep, absolutely. So Morgan McIntosh, your 3 seed back, still up 3-0.
Okay. Morgan McIntosh. Danny Sheehan rejoins us, helping us out here. And we got Burak, maybe, is that right, for Iowa out here, match number 149.
Taylor Meeks just gets the fall.
So Meeks gets the pin.
Yeah.
So we could have a Gatson-Meeks showdown again.
Yes, we could.
2 return, isn't that something? When you go to second round, you run into 2 All-Americans already.
Yep. Not only we could, we will.
Yeah, that's going to happen. It's not if, it's now, huh?
Yep.
So what time of day will that take place?
Yep. So that'll be this evening, late this evening. Not as late as we'll be here, Steve, but late this evening.
Yeah. McIntosh still up, you say, what is it, 3-0, Jeff, Mr. Murphy?
3-0.
McIntosh from Penn State. His opponent is Bolsher. Is that how we're pronouncing it?
I don't know, Bolich? I think it's Bolich.
Bolich.
And
there's Niner Bolich from Lehigh Mountain Hawks.
Nathan Burke from the University of Iowa up 3-1 over Woods from Wyoming. That is in the second period down here.
No more Hernandez for Wyoming, huh? 197, I think. Alfonso Hernandez once wrestled Mario Gonzalez. And we had a lot of fun with that one, didn't we? big shot there by Burak. I predicted it. I prophesied it was going to happen, and sure enough, we had Alfonso Hernandez against Mario Gonzalez. So Burak with the big scramble on the side, up 3-0 for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Tony Nelson, how's our 2-time national champ doing? Tied up 0-0, correct?
0-0, yeah, it's a big score. Then you get Travis Rudd out here now versus
against the Panther
from Drexel. So
taking on
Rudd.
Gabe from Gabe Cabell from Northern Iowa, correct?
Blaze, isn't it?
Or no, yeah, no, or is it? No, it's
Blaze Cable.
Yeah, one of the tough. I think he's the toughest looking guy in wrestling right now. He gets the Tough Man Award look. But he's got his work cut out for him because Anthony Nelson not only won 2 national titles, he just won another Big Ten in what we called the heavyweights of heavyweights. Jeff Murphy?
Yeah. We talked about Timmy McCall from Wisconsin, good-looking young wrestler. He just beat 13-seeded Daniel Mitchell from American 4-2.
Schwartz was the winner for Boise State, by the way. The other Bronco that's in the tournament should be coming up here too, right? TJ Felix?
Yep, should be shortly.
Felix, good-looking heavyweight for the Broncos. Brother plays football for the New York Jets.
Tony Nelson gets a quick escape on Matt 6 within about 10 seconds.
But is that really all that cool? You know as well as I do, these linemen, you get them out here in these matches, they'd die, Jeff Murphy. They'd say, wait, we got to go more than 5 seconds? Hold everything.
We better start again.
Yeah. Tony Nelson just up 1-0 though against the Panther of Northern Iowa. Blaze Cabell.
Jading Cox right here in front of us now versus Mario Gonzalez.
So Mario's out here wrestling another match. He had a pigtail.
Yep. Number 2 seed.
Against Cox from a good-looking freshman, hasn't he been? Real specimen, an athlete. He just looks like he can. I bet he runs a good 40.
And Nathan Nathan Burke with another takedown, so he is now up 5-1 with 1 minute and 18 seconds left in that match.
Mario Gonzalez is going to have good technique here, though. He's been around, and Perry tells him keep circling. Working out when Win Mihalik isn't going to hurt you any either.
Well,
Win Mihalik, a great Chippewa back in the day for Central Michigan.
Yep.
Has a freestyle win against Jake Varner, an Olympic gold medalist.
Morgan McIntosh with the big win for Penn State down on the other end of the mat.
So Nittany Lions get some more points, guys. They're still in the team lead. You ready? 13.5 points, and I don't think they've added his points yet,
No,
maybe.
not yet. They're behind quite a ways on the point totals.
Right. I like the 10s. They were going fast, weren't they?
They were right in.
I don't know if they had a good hard drive or a computer that just did it, but it was a good running total, wasn't it?
Yep.
I know yourself, Jeff Murphy, Tom Eriks, and I were really enjoying that because it really kept you updated just almost by the second. Maybe Dan Sheehan, he's the techie here. He can tell us, how do you do that? It worked.
It's all programmed. You have to have special,
They did it there in Madison. It was fun to watch. It was good.
They were special.
Cox in here on a deep single against Mario Gonzalez. Oh, lifting that painful leg, too. Yeah, oh, that looks painful. Mario goes in a nice somersault roll, but Cox tough on top, boy. He's anything yet or not, or what do they call it? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Win Mihalik, Perry up on their feet, Brian Smith, Sammy Henson, world champion, two-time national champ for Clemson.
They waved it off. They waved it off.
Just because they were shoelace to shoelace.
And we got something.
I somehow think that's a good call. I mean, I don't know if Cox had secured the takedown. Do you? I mean,
No, I don't think he did.
far back.
I don't think he did.
because of the somersault roll by Mario Gonzalez.
So
Nice
we're-
somersault. So
We're going to move on.
Nelson up, what, 1-0 here against
0-0.
The Panther chose neutral.
Blaze Cabell.
He chose neutral. Didn't want to go underneath Tony Nelson because how good of a rider he is.
All right, so Nathan Burke from the Hawkeyes with a 7-8-2 win. He'll advance to the next round.
Cox with a big. So Burke from Iowa moves on. So
Travis Rutt right now up 3-1.
Cox throws Mario Gonzalez into the coaching chairs of Sam Henson, and Brian Smith.
Yep.
So Mario Gonzalez, like to see him healthy, that leg, against Cox, because he's seasoned. He's been around a lot. Former Big Ten champ. I remember when he won it at Purdue. Cox has had a great freshman year, though. He really has for Missouri. But nice strategy there by Mario Gonzalez, keeping his hips out there.
He's trying to slip the corner here.
Yeah, he does. Win Mihalik up on his feet. Perry, too, trying to get their guy. No, two there. Smith and Henson wanted it, but good strategy. Nice wrestling, technique wrestling here by Gonzalez. He's not going to match Cox power for power. Cox, powerful wrestler. What do you guys see? Nelson up still? He's kind of dancing around.
There's
5 seconds.
5 seconds left. The clock's running down. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Blaze Cabell's done a good job, guys. Yeah, it's got a, what, did you say 5, you think, Jeff?
Well, now it's over. So I'm not, I think they had some, I don't think they started the clock.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
But the guy was counting down with 5 seconds, and the towel boy. And anyway, Anthony Nelson wins with a 1-0 score. Typical, really high score in Anthony Nelson.
Yeah, he could march to the finals and win it. 2-1, 1-0, 3-2, 2-1, 1-0.
Absolutely.
That's what he does, but all you got to do is win 5 in a row, one at a time, and you are the champion. Cox starts down. He did. There was no takedowns, guys, in that first period. So
No.
Gonzalez or not? Yeah, Gonzalez gets a caution.
Gonzalez doing a good job.
Yeah, he's tough. He's going to be. I think he's going to be a little more technically sound than Cox, but Cox has a lot of power.
Look at over here,
Caution
Steve.
against Mario again.
Travis
Yes.
Rutt up
Okay.
4-3 over Palick from Drexel. I really expected that to be a bigger and
That's over on mat number 3, isn't it?
mat number 3, exactly. Now Rutt in on a single leg and Palick trying to fight him off, and I'm going to guess they'll probably get a stalemate on this with 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Oh, but Palick
Look at
circles.
Palick. Oh, man, nice whizzer.
He's almost going to get it. So
Nice
now they're both
whizzer.
on their feet. 20 seconds left.
Oh, early too. Well, Halleck doesn't like it because of the whizzer, but Perry wants a review, or does he? For Cox got the takedown. Perry's going to want a review on that.
Perry waves the red flag, and we're going to have a review.
Mario Gonzalez wrestling. He's frustrating Cox. You can tell. Cox is waving his arms. He doesn't like this. Gonzalez for 197. Very good, technically sound wrestler.
So Travis Rutt winds up holding on at the end of that to win 5-3 with riding time.
Wow. So Rutt holds on. Match number 151 there for the Oklahoma Sooners. Used to be a Wisconsin Badger. Him and Andrew Howe both went from Wisconsin down here to Oklahoma, and they are the host team, by the way. Travis Rutt came in 21-5. Palick for Drexel 20-7. So Rutt moves on.
Yep. And you talked about the Boise State Broncos. J.T. Felix from Boise State.
Yes. How's he doing?
Versus Ty Waltz from Virginia Tech.
I think he struck gold first, right?
2-0 in favor of the Broncos.
Bronco Felix from Boise State.
And Cornell loses their heavyweight. He went down to defeat. I'm not sure exactly what the score was there.
Okay. Cox and Mario Gonzalez. Good match out here in front. So they got it. What do they got at 3-0? I'm not sure why. It was a takedown or...
We're watching the replay. You know,
yeah.
If I stood up, I could probably see it too.
Yeah, we could see the replay behind us, but I think Mario Gonzalez got the Wizard. The Wizard's been the difference maker here in these Cox takedown attempts by the Missouri Tiger.
Yep. So Bobby Telford,
that's been the difference.
University of Iowa's Bobby Telford, number 5 seed.
Yes.
Steps onto the mat versus Anthony Vizcarrondo from West Virginia University.
Vizcarrondo, like you say, the West Virginia Mountaineers.
Yep, absolutely.
In the Big 12 now.
Big 12.
It could change, guys.
Vizcarrondo, I think.
Rumor has that the ACC might be coming.
Yeah.
Help that Big 12 out, get some teams in that conference.
The big ACC 12.
Yeah, I don't know what they'll call it, do you? But it'll be interesting to see. After the call on the mat is confirmed. Win Mahalik and Perry don't like it, but I saw a Wizard in there. But I'll tell you what, for a split second, Cox did have Mario Gonzalez covered, so he's gonna cut Mario Gonzalez.
I find it hard to believe that the referee decided he was right.
Yeah, they usually, they've been known to be just non-partial. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Up on the leg, that injured leg again, and then into the somersault again.
Boy.
That's how he's been fighting that with Cox, but Cox trying to get a cradle or not.
Nothing yet.
Trying to Merkle it. Still nothing, so yeah, wow, the over and under on the leg situation. Good hips here by Mario Gonzalez.
If Gonzalez can turn, nope, not going to get it done.
He could try to Peterson from here.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what
He's trying to wind it up.
Cox is trying to slide behind.
Mario's a good technician. I talked about this. He's dangerous. He's a good technician, and Cox is a freshman, so not sure what kind of technique he'll have. I know he's a great athlete. He's very fast and explosive.
With the fall.
Bonus points for Boise State. So far, Boise State is undefeated. Schwartz and Felix.
Yeah, Schwartz. Yeah.
They're on the top 10 list.
Yeah, undefeated.
A few years back they were. So
let's see. Bobby Telford with a 2-1 lead right now in his
against
match.
the Mountaineer. And Cox on top here. He's up now 5-1. So Mario Gonzalez goes into a Granby roll. Cox really trying to work the arm of Mario Gonzalez, former Big Ten champ 2 years back. Gonzalez won it.
Connor Medbury from Wisconsin's out here. He's wrestling against Dylan Mellon from Missouri.
Next 6 we have Mike
Corliss, is that right?
4-2.
Medbury leads for Wisconsin. Yeah, Medbury real solid. I know Tom Erickson, a big, great heavyweight of the past. He really likes Medbury and what he can do on the mat. Tom the Big Cat Erickson. Been on some great teams and one of the best, top 2 heavyweights in the world at one time, him and Bruce Baumgartner back in the day. It's fun to talk to Tom during the Big Tens and spend some time with him. 5-1, Cox still leads now over Mario Gonzalez.
Yep, going to reset, start the third period. Gonzalez takes bottom.
Gonzalez he needs to get escape or reversal here. It's just kind of been a Big cradle attempt here again by Cox. Mario Gonzalez trying to post his arm out here. Far side cradle by Cox here.
Another big heavyweight match now started on mat number 6.
Okay.
Mike McMullen from
Yes.
Northwestern versus Evan Knutson from North Dakota State University.
The Bison against the Wildcat down there. So as big as Bison are, you'd think they'd have a good heavyweight, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Cox trying to work this cradle. Good call, I think, there by the ref. Stalemate. That really wasn't going anywhere, was it,
Quick
Jeff?
takedown from a low single.
By Michael McMullen. Very technically sound. I think him and Medbury are good technicians at heavyweight. Medbury from Wisconsin and Michael McMullen from the
Medbury's
Northwestern.
got the cradle
Boy,
all
Medbury
wrapped
is,
up.
I just got
but he scooted out.
bragging about him a little bit. He picked up, what did he get, 2 or 3?
No, got 3. He got 3 back.
That's the 5 count. So Cox trying to take Mario Gonzalez to his back, picks up 2 more. It's now 7-2. Mario Gonzalez did a good job of mailing out there. So
Yep, Medbury's now up 10-2 over Millen from Missouri.
7-3 now for Missouri. Got a couple Missouri wrestlers out here at the same time.
Bobby Telford still with a 2-1 lead.
Working the arm there, the chicken wing real tough there. Or to the bar arm is Bobby Telford for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes have had somewhat of a rough round, really. Now we're going down in Lofthouse. So.
All right. And Spencer Myers from Maryland looks like he's down the other end versus Peck from Chattanooga. Dawson Peck from Chattanooga.
Spencer Myers, watched him at the Midlands this year, had some good wins. Michael McMullen, is he up already, Danny?
Yeah, he got set of 2 back points, and then they gave up a reversal on a roll through, so he's up 5-2. And he got an escape, so now it's 5-2.
Cox gets another takedown. Sammy Henson tells him to release him. Trying to get some more points.
Medbury with an 11-2 win.
Medbury wins, so bonus points, is that right? For the Badgers?
I think so.
A major decision. Danny?
Yes.
Cox has Mario Gonzalez in a cradle. He's had this cradle a few times today, not this inside. It's been the far side cradle.
Time runs out. 9-4. 10-4 with riding time, so Cox with the win.
Cox advances for Missouri, and their freshman moves on there for the Missouri Tigers. So he's doing a good job here for Missouri.
So Bobby Telford from University of Iowa, still a 2-1 lead, end of the second period.
Just riding the arm tough is what he's doing. Riding real tough on the arm. So
That chicken wing bar arm combination, and
we got the team leading heavyweight out there. At least the Penn State Nittany Lions first team race goes. They lead. Their heavyweights coming up on mat 5, I believe, as well, correct?
Yep, Jonathan Gingrich versus David Devine.
Yeah, Lawson got hurt. Is that correct? What's the story behind him this year?
That's right. And the other match that's out there is Adam Chalfont.
Chalfont down match number 163, is that right? Against Grant, Justin Grant of Bloomsburg. Another Bloomsburg.
And Kuhn, you say Kuhn's out on the mat now?
Mat 2, right here in front of us.
Mat 2, wrestling the Ankeny boy from
Mr.
my
Larson.
hometown, Ross Larson.
Ross Larson started the year as a pinning machine, pinned his way through the Iowa High School Championships, I know. Maybe more than one year. I know his senior year he pinned his way through, so.
He'll be a real good heavyweight.
Yeah, it will be a good match.
University of Oklahoma, he gets a little more seasoning on him here.
Yeah. Kuhn, boy, he comes in straightforward, doesn't he?
He does come straightforward. Well, what you're going to get's a battle of those two, because that's how Larson wrestles too.
Yeah.
Nice straightforward wrestler.
Do you know who Adam Kuhn reminds me of? The style? J.D. Bergman.
Yeah, J.D. Bergman.
Very straightforward pressure, a lot of underhooks, a lot of body locks.
Yeah, he does. Reminds me of NAIA champion from Grandview, Eric Thompson. Yeah, Tolly's cousin, I believe, or nephew. So I know Tolly and Eric is, nephew and uncle, right?
Yep. We've
they're
also
related,
got
so.
the Cowboys wrestling the Cornhuskers out here. We've got Austin Marsden, the number 11 seed from Oklahoma State, versus Colin Jensen from Nebraska. They're out on mat number 1 right now.
I think Marsden, was he the Big 12 champ
Yes, he was.
this year for
Yes, he was.
Oklahoma State Cowboys, who right now have they're in second place. So I'm sure Marsden, they'd like to see him win this for them.
He's in a nice high single. Oh, and loses it.
Oh, he does, doesn't he? Yep. Kuhn and Larson still locking it up here.
Yeah.
They are locking it
Trying
up.
for a
Kuhn
throw.
trying to step in and throw him.
He's tall, isn't he? This Kuhn.
Yeah.
He's one of those taller, lankier, not like a solid, meaty kind like a Cole Conrad or Steve Mocco. This year, that's what I've noticed, is that a lot of these heavyweights are not like big, hunky morsels like a Dustin Fox.
Yeah. Exactly.
No doughboys.
Except for
no doughboys.
Mr. Atlas.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
From
I don't know
Michigan
if there's
State
much-
Spartans.
Not much doughboy there. That's just muscle.
Yeah.
That's just all muscle.
Yep.
So Bobby Telford with the big win for the Iowa Hawkeyes, 6-1.
So the Hawkeyes pick up a win there for Iowa, who, by the way, is where are they at in the team race?
Oh, they're somewhere. Well, that second column, third. They aren't up on the board, are they?
They're way back a lot farther than you thought they'd
They're
be.
not in
aren't
the
they?
top 10 right now, according to the team race. Now, that's a little bit behind from where we're at, but no,
Iowa
they're
State
not.
with Gadsden's just went into a tie for 5th. With Gadsden's win, the Clones are with Cornell, the Big Red, and Edinburgh, the Fighting Scots.
Sure,
So-
Gadsden's is up there. I'm not sure they're still back at Weatherman, but we'll see.
Yeah, because they had 9 for a while. So, but Kuhn and Larson, boy, they're just trying to sort it out here, guys,
0-0.
aren't they?
Yeah, same way with Marston in his match. Austin Marston and Colin Jensen, 0-0.
I don't know if we've seen the Iowa Hawkeyes in the top 10 today, have we? Or not? I don't think we have.
Not since early.
Early on,
When
maybe.
they were alphabetical order, they were.
Yeah, when they were alphabetical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even then, actually. So we got some more big guys out here wrestling. We'll stick with
They're all big guys.
Larson and Kuhn. Yeah, this is all the heavyweights, guys.
Yep, so
This is
Chalfant,
them,
how's
so-
Chalfant doing? He's up 5-1 over Grant from Bloomsburg.
Chalfant looked good. That was Tom Erickson's pick. He picked him at the Midlands. He said, watch for Adam Chalfant.
Yep.
He's a real deal. And he just got 2 more. Is that right, Jeff?
Yep, up 7-1 now. McMullen from Northwestern up 6-2 over Knutson from North Dakota State.
He's got ding for stalling.
Gingrich and Devine, 0-0.
And we got Mr. Atlas out there, McClure, right? Michael McClure, Matt.
Oh, he's
Number 167, Matt 3,
at 3.
against Taser from Pitt.
Yeah.
Patrick Taser and McClure. McClure, I think, was an All-American last year.
Getson beat him.
Well, yeah,
I
Matt
think
Gibson.
maybe,
Matt
or
Gibson.
Matt
maybe.
Gibson, I mean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That might have been
Might
the
have
difference
been-
maker,
yeah, I think
actually.
maybe
yeah,
it was
the
even
round,
round
right.
12, I
I think so. That was the round of 12 match. So, yeah. A revenge match, I think. Or
So Gingrich with the takedown, and he leads 2-0 in that match. Still a lot of dancing around here between Kuhn and Larson.
yeah, they're fighting. Boy, a lot of underhooks, a lot of pushing and shoving. And a couple of times it looked like Kuhn was going to get the. He did get the escape though, so he does lead 1-0. But it looked like he was going to get the body lock. But who would have thunk it? He was the number 1 seed in the Big Tens. We saw him lose 2 in a row, didn't we?
That's right. Saw him wrestle for true 9th place in the
True
Big
9th
Ten.
place. And then he, by a fall, I believe, came out and pinned his guy. So he finished the Big Ten strong. But this Larson from Ankeny, Iowa, Jeff Murphy's hometown, by the way, is just tough enough. He could get. He's frustrating Kuhn. You know?
Yep.
Freshman.
Yep, freshman.
2 freshmen, actually.
Yep, absolutely.
2 freshmen. This could be part of the mini pieces of the future heavyweight.
Absolutely. I think we'll see these 2 young men wrestle a lot of
They're
times.
going to be back here again. Up on their feet is Mark Cody, Michael Leitner in the corner of the Oklahoma Sooners, Donnie Pritzloff over here.
So Divine,
Michigan Wolverines.
Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. Haven't said that name much today, have we?
Yeah, that's right, for Jeremy Spates.
Gets the escape, and so Gingrich from Penn State now up 2-1.
Got to spend a lot of time with Jeremy last night up to Jack, his dad's house. His dad throws parties.
Oh man, that food we had was delicious.
Oh, man.
All right, now it looks like
Coon's trying to get the cradle.
Yeah, not going to get it though. Larson fights him off. This is the third period. Larson's on the bottom. He started down. Coon still up 1-0.
Good food out there at Spates' house. The guy put it on the web. That's how good it was. So I shouldn't do that so close to lunch, right?
So far after lunch.
That's true. Yeah, Coon's up on top. He's got a minute and he's getting 42 seconds riding time, right, guys?
He's just riding Larson really tough right now.
He's tough. He's got a lot. He's got good height, good length there, but
He's got leverage with that height.
yeah, he does.
So Gingrich from Penn State with another takedown, 4-1 now.
Okay.
As they start the second period.
That's the team in the lead. Is the Penn State Nittany Lions leading right now in the team race. Oklahoma State is in second, Edinburgh in third. Tied with Minnesota, that is. So Minnesota did a nice little rebound here after Dardane's loss. Like I say earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if he wrestles for third. I mean, Dardane's, I got a feeling he'll be marching back. I'm sure that's his goal. Jeff?
He'll get lots of opportunity for
Nice
that.
pop drop by Coon.
Yeah, Coon's really manhandling Larson here in the third period, just riding him.
Tough for these freshmen to get out from underneath.
I just think he's too much leverage forward pressure with how tall he is.
He's just bearing down into him. You can tell he's just really bearing down. The Coon is on Larson. Larson up to his hips. He's got the referee's position here a couple times, but
got 12
tight waist ride here with an underhook.
But Coon's got the riding time locked up, so
He does.
even if Larson escapes here, Coon's going to advance to the next round.
Coon's tough on top, so that's it.
Yeah.
Coon moves on for the Michigan Wolverines, but nice match by the other freshman there, Larson. Liked his fight.
I think we're going to see them over the next 4 years.
Yeah, many times.
Oh, the ink in the eye while Larson is. That's my good friend Jeff Murphy's my co-host and helping me out with the broadcast. We watched him win some state titles, didn't we, Larson, back in the day? Pinned his way through the Iowa High School Championships. Adam Coon, good-looking freshman there for Michigan. I believe Coon is a true freshman.
Both of them are.
Larson, I think he's redshirted.
I can't think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he is too.
I think he's
I think he redshirted a year.
I think he did, yeah. McClure, how's Mr. Atlas doing? Mike McMullen won, of course, correct? Do you remember his
6-2.
score there, Danny? 6-2 for the Northwestern Wildcat.
John Gingrich up 4-2 over Divine.
Okay.
Chalfont won his match.
Gingrich still leading, is that right?
Yeah.
Gingrich up 4-0, correct?
Yep. Myers and Peck.
Ron of
Myers
American.
from Maryland, Peck from Chattanooga, 1-1.
There's your tall heavyweight down there, match number 160,
Very tall
guys.
heavyweight.
See, is that a Wyoming cowboy? No, that's the Chattanooga kid, isn't it? Darson Peck against Spencer Myers.
No.
All tied up, aren't they? Boy, I bet Myers is having a hard time with that length.
Yeah, he's tall.
Gee, Chris.
Really
He's
tall.
the Matt Gibson of this year.
Absolutely.
Matt was, what, 6'5", I think?
That was very tall. So we've got, and
McClure
McClure just up and out
yeah,
immediately.
that power.
So now it's a 3-2 match in favor of the wrestler from Pitt.
So McClure actually trails, doesn't he?
That's correct.
Number 7 seed for Michigan State Spartans.
Yep.
Trails the Pitt. Oh, Taser, I've watched Taser be wrestled before.
Gonna have to do something
From Pitt.
big
He's good.
if he wants to advance.
Taser wrestles a lot more powerful than he looks.
Didn't Pitt just move to the ACC this year?
Oh, man, I can't tell.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, big power move by the Spartan.
Yeah.
Michigan State.
4-3 now in his favor.
Riding time's in his favor.
Double leg takedown there by Michael McClure.
And with a 10-2 win, Austin Mars
Escape.
from Oklahoma State.
By Pitt. You ready? Tie it up, guys.
Oh, he
and
did.
look at the riding time.
7 seconds.
7 more seconds. The Spartan would have got a riding time. So Patrick Taser. We go with Tasser or Taser? What do you want to do? Tasser?
Tasser.
Tasser. Mr. Tasser. We'll call him. The big guys, I just call him Mr.
4 more
Mr.
heavyweights.
Tasser.
5 more heavyweight matches out there right now. Starting to clear some mats.
Gingrich still leading for the team leading Penn State, right?
Yep, so there's not a lot between us and lunch. That's a good thing.
Yeah, because I'm going to go back to these. We should see if Jack Space has any leftovers.
And so Gingrich now up 11-4 with 8 seconds left in the match. So that one's winding down and done.
Aren't I punishing?
So 11-4 for Penn State. And
Big win for Penn State, so that's going to help them fellas.
Big.
Major decision, 12-4.
They've had a nice round, haven't they, Jeff Murphy?
They've had a very nice round.
Major. Ready? Overtime. Sudden victory.
And we're going to overtime.
Between McClure, by the way,
Tasser.
and Tasser, in case you didn't know who you're talking about. Pitt and Michigan State. So there we go, guys. So Pitt trying to get a win here against the seeded Mike McClure from Michigan State Spartans.
Yep, 7th seed.
He's seeded to take an All-American, but if he loses here, whoever loses is going to have to take the long route.
That's right.
Going to take the long road.
Way home.
Yeah, you lose that first round, you're not out. But
McClure.
How's that not a takedown? That's it.
It is.
Yeah,
he called it.
And he hasn't told anybody yet.
Yeah.
They keep wrestling.
Yeah. I'm not sure why.
So Michael McClure, what do we call him?
Mr. Atlas.
Mr. Atlas has won his match here for the Michigan. How about Land of the Giants down here between Chattanooga?
And he is tall. Beck from
What do you
Chattanooga.
think, 6'7", 6'8"?
Yeah, 6'7". He might be. Yeah, Gibson. He looks a little taller than Matt Gibson. Gibson was 6'5", right, for Iowa State last year. So
they've been standing around down there on
and
mat number 8
trying to sort this thing out
for about 30 minutes. I tell you what, each wrestler has gone into the locker room and put on a different singlet. I think they ate a little lunch, maybe took a little nap.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
Get a nice shower in and stuff like that.
Well, you know, you would. I mean, it's okay that we've got this. That we can go back and review things.
Yes.
But come on, fellas, make a decision.
Makes lunch
All right,
longer.
now we're going to see something happen.
They got a win, so this was for the win.
2-1 must have
That
been
was
right
for
at
the match,
end,
actually,
yeah.
Jeff Murphy.
And so Myers advances 2-1. So we got one match
Utah
left down
Valley.
here. Yep, Fager from West Virginia from Utah Valley, and Smith from Rutgers.
Smith and Fager.
Smith and
Fager wrestling for Cody Sanderson's former team.
Yep.
Cody Sanderson actually coached.
Adam Fager, the
For a while.
15 seed. William Smith from Rutgers, 25-6 on the year.
Wow.
That match is 3-2 in the third period in favor of Smith. 27 seconds left, and Smith also has the riding time.
Smith up 3-2. Fager needs to take a shot. I've got a feeling he's gonna.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
What?
We got one more match down here on mat number 8.
Lehigh.
Yep. So we get to see the number 2 seed, Nick Wadowski, North Carolina State, versus Maximilian Wessel. How you like that name, Maximilian?
Yes. I know who can. Oh, there you go. 6'2", Smith, correct?
Yeah.
From Ryder. So
That's correct.
beats
William
Fager
Smith.
from Utah Valley, right? Utah
Yep.
Valley State. Okay, so Ryder moves on in that one.
So one last match. Let's see when I'm done calling. Okay. I got to figure out where my luncheon appointment is.
How about some brisket maybe for lunch, Jeff Murphy?
that'd be
Here's
good.
what good
Yeah,
brisket
yeah.
looks like, by the way. And shish kebabs.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
Jack Spates.
Yeah.
You rascal.
Yeah.
Was that fun?
All right.
That was delicious.
One more match here.
No, that I made a sandwich out of that, a burger. I threw it on there, threw a lot of sauce on there. Just
Homemade brownies by his wife, Barb.
Iowa
okay,
climbs into the top 10.
There you go. They're
you
ninth. Yep. Iowa State leads them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got Gadsden's up there or not.
I'm not sure where we're at in
Yeah,
the
it's hard to
process, so
tell,
that could be all just hooey.
Right now, Penn State, Oklahoma State, Edinburgh, Minnesota tied, Nebraska, Cornhuskers. Actually, Oregon State, Iowa State, Cornell is tied, and then the Nebraska Cornhuskers in lead of all of those, and then right behind is Iowa with 8.5.
Yep.
And tied with them is another Big Ten school, Wisconsin Badgers. Takedown maybe there, down against Whistle or not?
Oh,
man.
they get him thumped bumps his head into the table. The refs are trying to decide.
Wow. G. Wendowski trying to get the takedown there against Whistle.
No, G. The G
No,
silent.
G. Just what are we going with?
Wendowski?
It's Wendowski, yeah.
Wendowski. We've got a lot of directions with that one, haven't we, over the years?
G. Wendowski when he was a freshman.
Wendowski. Wendowski now trying to get that takedown, but he was unable to against the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. So,
If you can believe it, Wendowski tech falled Anthony Nelson at the World Team Trials.
Yeah.
yeah, that was quite a
It
match.
just murdered him on his feet. It was like Nelson didn't know what his...
Yeah,
It was...
that was in Stillwater.
Yeah.
I was there. My son's got pictures of that one, by the way, in case you want pictures. My son Grant Foster took pictures there.
I think I might have seen that.
Yeah, that was a
was
good
there
match.
too.
Yeah. And that was a good match. And we got no score still, and I guarantee I know who's in the corner there
Yep.
for Mr. Lehigh. That'd be our good friend Dave Zabriskie.
Dave got to come out here because of Mr. Wessel.
Yeah, that's right. So
When are we going to have...
Yeah.
Are we sit down and have lunch with him?
the champ, let's see if we can get the champ to go out to eat.
Mr. Smiles, as you guys call him?
He likes to smile, and he's smiling big when the food's good. So.
I mean, well, who wouldn't smile when food's good, you know?
I will text you.
Wendowski right now just collar tying here with Whistle.
Yeah. You know, and what's amazing here is that we're watching this on TV.
Yeah, because it's so far away, guys.
It's cleared out the other end of the auditorium, so we really don't have a good view unless we look up at the big screen.
5 seconds to
You
go,
know,
first period.
that screen's about half the size of the TV set I've got in my garage.
Yeah, well, that's nice. I'm going to come see
Yeah,
that.
you're gonna come
I know
over.
I'm coming for the Super Bowl
That's
next
the
year.
garage door. It just goes up.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, you tricked us.
I know where you live, Jeff
Yeah,
Murphy.
exactly. Maybe it isn't quite that big.
See, that Jumbotron right there, probably, I could fit 10 of my TVs in that.
That's a nice screen, isn't it?
I got a 46-inch in that. These is
Yeah,
like,
Wendowski's getting the first one or not?
No, we went to the second period.
Yeah, that's right. Who started on down Whistle?
Yeah, Wessel
Yeah,
started
so
down.
Wessel got
Oh,
up to
no,
his
there's
feet. No.
two.
Wendowski.
Started both on their feet.
Wendowski got the 2 points.
No,
now leads 2-0.
no, Wendowski went down and got the reversal.
Oh, that was a reversal.
I do know the score's
He looked like he was
2-0.
on his feet.
Yeah.
They cut away to the graphic, and I didn't see the end.
Wendowski wrestling for North Carolina State, who, by the way, not too many years ago had the premier match of Daring Caldwell beating Brent Metcalf
Oh, yeah.
back
Brett
in the
Metcalf
day.
got
North
major.
Carolina State.
He got majored by Caldwell.
Yeah, that was
Big match for Daring Caldwell.
not a big day in the life of
Right, Mr. Metcalf.
Metcalf. No,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
pinned in the match before, so some people
He got-
called it a fluke.
He
but
got spladled, which made it a fluke.
Yeah.
Who gets spladled?
2-1 right now, the lead for Wendowski. And they put the graphics up in front of us.
Wow. Top wrestlers upset in the first round. Ryan Taylor from Wisconsin.
Moore,
Dardanes, Moore, Cody Walters, Abinator, Ethan Lofthouse, Christian Boley. See, I told you,
lost.
Boley, and Jace Bennett. None bigger, though, than Dardanes.
The number 2. See, getting
Yeah, the
beat
number 2, yeah.
convincingly.
Yeah.
He got beat convincingly.
Yeah. Dardanes and then Moore from Iowa. Well, Moore and Lofthouse, 2 5 seeds from Iowa, both go down.
Right, yeah.
You gotta wonder what are the Brands brothers saying to these guys?
Oh.
You can still beat your seed, is what they're saying. You can
Yeah,
still take third.
exactly.
That's the part. That's the scary part of that.
They're probably going, hey, this is a good deal for us because we can get more back points or get more bonus points when we
Yeah.
pin people as we come through the backside.
And being a Hawkeye, I wouldn't be surprised they're going to go for it. I'm sure right now we're up to 4-2, correct?
Yeah.
Whistle, I don't know. Is it spelled like Ben Whistle from Purdue? Could they be related?
Wessel.
Whistle?
I think Whistle's with an I.
Yeah, that would have been Ben, I think, from Purdue. You remember Ben?
Yeah.
Whistle back in the day.
Well, not a lot happening here. We'd like to give you this, running, rousing rendition of, but
a
5
heavyweight
seconds.
match.
Yeah, 5 seconds left in the second period, and a lot of leaning.
Pushing and shoving, collar tying.
Wazowski with a 4-2 lead. There's the after the first round points. Penn State, 16. That must be right, huh? So Penn State with 16.5. Oklahoma State with 13.5. Edinburgh and Minnesota tied for third with 11.
Tied for 6 is what? Iowa State, Cornell and Oregon State.
Yep, and Iowa right behind in 9th at 8.5, tied with Wisconsin.
Yeah, the Brands cannot be happy about that.
Yep.
Been a tough round for Iowa. They need to come storming back. Which
yeah.
surprises me because they had such a nice Big Ten.
Yeah, well, really nice round for Edinburgh, a team that nobody's really talked a whole lot about.
Exactly, the Fighting Scots.
Yeah, to finish that first round in third, got to be happy with that. Nebraska, really nice first round. Cornell, good first. Iowa State, only 6 wrestlers here. Good first round for them.
They really did. A couple pins there with Marino and Weatherman, right?
Then Wisconsin Badgers. Wisconsin Badgers with a nice first round.
Didn't Isaac Jordan have a pin? Is that correct?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
Think on some bonus points there. And then Taylor Graff had
Timmy McCall with his victory down here.
Yeah.
And, they had a good. And then Andrew Howe and Travis Rutt. No, they're Oklahoma now.
That's right. Yeah. So, yeah. Which haven't been out. They aren't in the top 10 yet. Probably aren't far behind, though, I would say, the Sooners.
No, well, it gets pretty tight after that.
And can't a lot change? And
boy,
can't this all get rearranged
It'll
fast?
all get rearranged in a hurry
real quick.
tonight,
Yeah. Penn State, Oklahoma State, they'll be up there. And Edinburgh, too. I'd love to see the dark horses do good, but Minnesota, they're loaded up. They're just so balanced, the Gophers are.
Well, and
still 4-2.
This is a classic example. Penn State's out to a 3-point lead over Oklahoma State and a 5.5-point lead over Edinburgh and Minnesota, and that's when you're getting one advancement point. So,
yes.
So lots of bonus points there for the Nittany Lions.
Yes, there has been.
And that's what we expected to see, though.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is that, Ruth and Taylor, absolutely, but some of the rest of them.
They're heavyweight. I didn't expect that.
No. And that's just
McIntosh, too.
Yeah. So you saw more of them that way. They had a few close ones like English. Alton.
Trying to four-peat here, by the way, Penn State is. Oklahoma State's
Iowa,
the most overall. They're so far out.
We talked about the 2 big guys, the 2 number 5 seeds from Iowa that went down, but Jeva, who was unseeded but went out in the first
Dutton
round.
Dutton the 3rd, is that right? Stephen Dutton the 3rd, I think it was.
When was the last time the Iowa Hawkeyes had 3 wrestlers, only 7 wrestlers in the championship round after the first round?
It brought all 10.
Yep.
And right now, Wendowski gets another point, I believe.
There's
Is that right?
Somewhere. I just heard the announcer, Wisdowski, I think.
Wisdowski just got another one.
5-2 now. 26 seconds left in the third period. So I know that there's probably at least one guy hanging out there to hear this score for us. Everybody else has went and got a sandwich.
That's right.
So
there might be food left.
So we'll hang in there for the one guy, because that's what we do. But there's a whole lot less talking here at the end.
That's right, but Wisdowski's doing a good job.
Yeah, well, 20 seconds, Steve. Then we'll sign off in a hurry.
Yeah. So Wisdowski up now, 5-2.
Yep. I believe the number 2 seed's going to advance to the next round.
Yeah, so Dave Zabriski's sparring partner goes down for Lehigh, but he can still get the Russell back there for the Mountain Hawks. Lehigh, and that's it. So there's your last match of the first round of 2014.
Yep.
Been fun, guys.
Absolutely. So Penn State in first, Oklahoma State in second, Edinburgh and Minnesota tied for third.
It's going to be fun. Be a lot of sorting out to do, obviously.
All right. So for those of you at home that are still listening to us, we want to thank you for taking the time to listen to us on themat.com and Takedown Media. And we will be back about 15 minutes
before each one.
Start of the next session. So I'm not sure what that is. 6:30, so about 6:15 we'll be back on the air tonight. We'll fill you in on all the info that we learn over the break, because I'm sure we'll learn something. We always do. And we'll have a big night of wrestling.
It's going to be fun. Thanks, Mr. Dan Sheehan. Appreciate you chiming in. And Jeff Murphy, great job as always. You're thorough, my friend. You do a great job, and I'm glad you're part of the team. It makes it a lot easier for me. I'm Steve Foster. Enjoy your lunch, guys. We'll be bringing it to you tonight. Have fun, and I know we are.
Yeah. All right.